Now I request our CEO Dr. A.M. Ramesh sir to formally welcome all of you and all the dignitaries on the dais for this program.
Ellargu namaskara. Good morning everybody. Respected Dr. A.B. Patil sir, advisor to the Agriculture Minister, Government of Karnataka, my friend, internationally well-known scientist, Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar, founder and CMD, Global Green Growth, Bangalore. And we have with us Dr. Bhaskar Gujji, Senior Deputy Director, Manage, Hyderabad, and Dr. Professor Madhavaya sir, and all the faculty and participants who are present here. A warm welcome to all of you for this 3 days training program on drones and UAVs and its application in agriculture and allied sectors. First of all, I must be thankful to Dr. Bhaskar. I have been asking Bhaskar and former DG of Manage for a physical program. In fact, we have organized 3 programs related to drone earlier with the help of Manage. This is probably fourth one they have given node to organize in a physical mode. On behalf of KSTA, we are immensely thankful to you, Bhaskar. And not only this, we want to organize a conference on drone. In fact, we had organized in 2003, December. It was a huge success. More than 100 participants were here for the program. I request Manage also to support in this endeavor, because drone is a new technology. We have to popularize it in our agriculture. As we know, agriculture is affected by 4 M's: monsoon, market, money, and finally mechanization. Mechanization is not happening at a brisk pace. That's why our productivity is one of the lowest. And Karnataka Science and Technology Academy, as you know, it was started in the year 2005 under the chairmanship of renowned space scientist and former chairman of ISRO, Professor U.R. Rao. And under his guidance, KSTA organized many programs for nearly 12 years, covering entire educational pyramid, right from high school to university level. Besides, programs related to entrepreneurship development, integrated farm management, and programs like that. And after him, another great space scientist, Dr. S.K. Shivakumar, who was the director of U.R. Rao Space Center, was our chairman for a brief 1.5 years. I'm sure all of you have heard about Deep Space Antenna Network, a big antenna that has been established, and he was the architect of that particular antenna. And because of that, we have been receiving information from Mangalayaan, Chandrayaan, and other space missions of ISRO. And previously, our chairman was former DG of ICR, Ayappan sir. I'm sure all of you know, recently passed away in a tragic incidents. So under their guidance, KSTA has organized many programs covering entire state. We have organized programs in every district of the state. So drone program we have been organizing for the last 3 or 4 years. In fact, Manage has been kind enough to support us for 3 programs, and Government of India DST organization SERB had supported us to organize a conference here in 2003. It was also a huge success. I am sure this 3-day training program will give you a brief overview of how drones could be made use of in the agriculture sector. Of course, many have already been using drone, and I am sure all of you are aware. It will give a good overview, and we have invited excellent resource experts who will give you an overview of laws that govern drone use in India, and also their applications, how drone equipment maintenance could be done, then digital advances in agriculture. Dr. Bhaskar himself will be giving a talk on that. Then drones for precision farming will also be a topic of discussion, which will be delivered by Mrs. Preeti Garuda, drones officer. And there are many schemes related to drones. I am sure Patil sir will be telling about drone policy of Karnataka government, and drones in crop health management, insurance assessment will also be delivered, and payload installation and utilization is another topic. Then finally, drone computing and precision agriculture and risk assessment analysis will also be topic of discussion in this 3-day workshop. I am sure all of you will broaden the horizon of your knowledge in drones and UAE, and I am sure you'll be interested to make use of drone in your own field of expertise. And I think some agriculture women are also here from agriculture field. From Rotary Club has brought some people. Thank you. And we want to popularize it across the state with the help of Manage and Agriculture Department. In future, we'll be organizing many such programs. For this program, we have with us Dr. A.B. Patil, who is a well-known educationist, agriculture expert, and he was the special officer and registrar of UHS Bagalkot. Later, he was also the registrar of UAS Bangalore. And now, since 8 years, he has been the special officer to the Honorable Minister for Agriculture. All policies related to agriculture for the last 1 decade has been because of his guidance and support. In fact, they have brought out a policy paper on agri-entrepreneurship for startups. Government of Karnataka has also been giving a lot of support for agri-startups. And with this brief introduction, on behalf of all of you, it is my proud privilege to welcome you, sir, to this inaugural function. And we have with us my friend and esteemed member of KSTA, Dr. Biradhar. He is a well-known international scientist. In fact, it seems when I was discussing with him, he told he introduced drone to India way back 5-6 years ago, and now it is getting popularity across the country. And now he is the CMD of Global Green Growth. Previously, he was the principal agro ecosystem scientist at ICARD, and he was also the research scientist and faculty at the University of Oklahoma, and former country director and COP at International Forestry Research and World Agroforestry. And whenever you call him, he will be not in Bangalore, somewhere else. But it is our fortune that yesterday evening he has come back from Haveri for this function. On behalf of all of us, welcome to you, sir. Dr. Bhaskar Gujji is the Deputy Director. In fact, this program has been planned under his guidance only. Last 2 programs we had organized under his guidance. Earlier to that, one Dr. Sushireka had supported us, and we want to organize many programs in association with Manage for the benefit of especially progressive farmers. And we are not, as I told, mechanization has not happened in our agriculture field. Still, they are using old system of farm management. We have to make them use advanced technologies, and integrated farming should become a norm of the day, and our production system should always go high. And Professor Rao always used to tell, we have a good remote sensing data, but our agriculture field is not making use of it. It seems once he had gone to South Dakota, I think. He had gone to USA for some program, and he wanted to visit a farm in South Dakota. He went there, and farmer was tilling his farm using tractor, and he was also using satellite data. And Professor Rao was surprised, and he asked, what satellite data are you using? The farmer told, your own satellite IRS data we have been using. It seems he was surprised at that point of time. And whenever there was a meeting related to agriculture, Professor Rao always used to say, our farmers should be benefited by our advancement that we have made in space technology and other areas. And I'm sure with the help of Manage, and our Patil Saab is here, he is the key man in agriculture department. I am sure with his guidance and help, we will organize many programs that would benefit our agriculture and farmers. And our Chandrasekhar Biradhar has given up his job in USA and come back to India to especially to help farmers. He has been going to farms and helping them to, he is helping farmers to adopt new technologies. With this, I also welcome my colleagues. Bhaskar, hearty welcome to you. We wish many such programs to be held in KSTA with the help of Manage in the coming days. And I also welcome my colleagues Srinivas and Umesh. In fact, till yesterday I was CEO of KSTA. Today I am surprised to see I am former CEO. Our young and energetic Umesh wants me to be shunted out of KSTA as soon as possible. Is it, Umesh? And he wants his immediate boss to take over the reins of KSTA. That's why most probably he has put up. And once again, I welcome all of you.
Indeed, thank you very much, sir. Without your leadership, we could not able to organize these kind of programs. Since 7 years, with your leadership, we did a lot of programs. Still, you are a CEO of KSTA. So we sent a recommendation letter to government. We are looking for the extension of Dr. Ramesh sir's continuity. So once again, hearty welcome you, sir, for this program with your guidance and support to organize this program. I request now all the dignitaries on the dais, please inaugurate formally this program by watering the plant. Please, sir. Please.
Sir, you can join hands with me.
Thank you, sir. And now I request Dr. Bhaskar Gujji, sir, Senior Deputy Director Manage, Hyderabad, to give a opening remarks on this occasion. Please, sir.
Thank you, Srinivas Garu. Good morning to all. Respected Dr. A.B. Patel, Advisor Agriculture Department, Government of Karnataka. Dr. Chandrasekhar Viradhar, Member of KSTA, and Dr. Ramesh Garu, former CEO, KSTA, and Umesh ji, and other participants from the various organizations. Welcome to this 3 days program on drones technology. So, applications of drones and UAVs in agriculture and allied sector. So, this topic we have been continuously organizing for various stakeholders across the country for the last 5 years. So sometimes we used to call it manage, and maybe some online sessions. We did a lot of awareness in this program because the technology is growing, but agriculture is the area at last we try to use the technology. So as part of my department, I am involved in the implementing ICTs in agriculture. So I've been working for many for the last 28 years plus, and we are trying to push the technology in the agriculture for the decades. So slowly now we are seeing some sort of technology in terms of applications of various domains now working in the agriculture. So we also part of the Government of India initiatives in implementing various technologies. So earlier we used to part in the implementing the NAGP, National E-Governance Plan in Agriculture. So that was spread knowledge of using the ICTs technology across the country. So we have been touring to all the states and promoting the technology in that initiative NAGPA under the Ministry of Government, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. So slowly, Manage also initiated a lot of things in terms of utilizing the applications in the expert system. Like we promoted a lot, rice crop, rain-fed rice crop technologies in the form of what the online e-learning programs, then expert systems on the rice crop, watershed management practices, then promoting the online e-learning. So this is how we brought some technology integration. Now the advanced kind of thing, the AI and ML, robotics, now we also introduced in the farming technologies. So that also one sort of initiative by the Ministry of Agriculture. A lot of big action is going behind our agriculture people. So there is a project is going on artificial intelligence based applications called Vistar. So that is going to be changed a lot in the agriculture sector. So drones, particularly drones, we have seen earlier days we used to see in functions, particularly marriages, birthdays, functions. But slowly, now when Government of India relaxed the usage of drones, the sky permissions relaxed to use. So now people started in utilizing the services of drones. And Government of India, Ministry of Agriculture, Farmer Welfare came with a lot of schemes to promote the drones in terms of the manufacturing or in terms of the services, and promote with the women groups, particularly farm women, self-help groups, using self-help group women's under Kisan Didi scheme by the Prime Minister, launched last couple of years back, to move with the more kind of utility and aim to develop some 15,000 the self-help group women to take up this drone activity and promote the all kind of applications in the agriculture field. So this is not only to provide the sustainability of the self-help groups and also make use of women groups in the agriculture field for their support and also livelihood services. So like that, Government of India is also coming up with a good number of schemes. Now different applications started across the drone utilization. So particularly the spraying activities very well started using in the field. Now you can see a number of good examples we can quote across the country, how best this fertilizer and pesticide applications are tremendously used by the drones. So for that there is a separate funding also there, infrastructure fund, National Infrastructure Fund also dedicated to develop the custom hiring centers to take up this activity in the farming fields. So not only that spraying activity, now little bit advanced applications are coming up. Drone surveys. The drone surveys is one good application now they're initiating for the purpose of the crop health and surveillance mechanism and crop insurance purpose and also land record purpose. So these three activities now extensively started by the different startups across the country. So we can see good number of applications in this area, and slowly this is going to be part of the smart farm approach. So ultimately these all mechanized advanced technologies will be leading to the smart farm technologies in the agriculture field. So friends, as briefed this 3 days program schedule, so there will be a lot of different topics will be covered, And we'll hope these 3 days learnings will be quite useful and helpful to you to further promotion of this technology in the field. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing very much knowledge on the importance of ICT technologies in the field of agriculture for the welfare of the farmers. So thank you, sir, for giving a lot of insight on a lot of schemes and advancement of technologies. Now I request today's chief guest, Dr. A.B. Patil, sir, advisor to the Honorable Agriculture Minister, Government of Karnataka, to address, give an address to the drones on these occasions in the field of agriculture. Please.
Raita Devo Bhava. In fact, it is the third program I am attending here after taking over as OSD to the Minister of Agriculture. The respected CEO and my good friend, Sri Ramesh ji, and the man who has come all the way from Hyderabad, manage, Dr. Bhaskar, and the globally renowned scientist, especially in the field of agroforestry, and my good brother-like friend, Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar. Ramesh sir has very nicely, assembled me as a local man, Bhaskar as a national man, and Chandrasekhar as an international man, and he himself being with Umesh facilitating this program at this National Institute. Before I speak, I just like to give good tribute to Dr. Ayappan, who was the chairman of KSTA. He did a lot of good things, and I was closely associated with him. And as Ramesh sir told, that we lost him in a very tragic incident. And our own Rotary Skavi past president Rampriya and the present president Bhavna are here. I welcome them that they have made a lot of efforts to bring the tribal people, tribal youths to take the training on this aspect. And all the senior professors, staff of this esteemed institution, and all the delegates who have come for this trainers training program. I can say, put it in this way. So in fact, the drones as a part of precision farming technology officially made the guidelines by the Government of India, by ICR. The then DDG Agriculture Engineering, Alaga Sundaram was there. Under his chairmanship, the Department of Farmers, Agriculture and Farmers Welfare developed the SOPs of using this drone technology in agriculture, especially for the pesticide and nutrient application to both crop and soil. Later, there were some deficits in their recommendations, which were again corrected by another committee somewhere in the year 2021, I think, Bhaskar sir. The revised drone guidelines were notified, and since then a lot of focus is being given for the precision farming systems by the Government of Karnataka, also as like Government of India. In fact, particularly the mechanization and micro irrigation, these are the two schemes Government of Karnataka has been focusing on, and on an average, Government of Karnataka has been spending around 400 to 500 crores every year for the both mechanization scheme and micro irrigation scheme. This comes as a part of mechanization scheme, and when the drones, though we use extensively of late by so many organizations like IFCO, Government of Karnataka, and some NGOs, still there is a lot needs to be done. Particularly, we have to be very cautious, very careful when you are taking up the pesticide sprays in the green zones, because we need to use the only labeled chemicals which are recommended for spraying through drone. There has been a silent revolution in the spraying technology. Earlier we started using the hand pumps, then we started the backpack sprayer, then came the foot sprayer, then came the power sprayer, then came the tractor mounted sprayer, and then came the electrostatic sprayer, and now we have a drone sprayer. You can see how the technologies are developing. So as far as my advice is concerned, here we can liberally, freely use these drones for nutrient application or liquid fertilizer application or nano fertilizers like nano urea, nano DAP, or even the organic liquid fertilizers. It may be Panchagavya, or it may be Bizamrita, or it may be biostimulants. All these organic, you can see even the biofertilizers, bioagents, liquid biofertilizers can also be made sediment free, and they could be used through these drones. And this way we can freely use. And these are very useful, particularly in the horticulture crops. When the drones were introduced, we did not have the multispectral camera attached to drone in the beginning. For example, we have an areca crop of, let's say, 5 acres, 10 acres. You do all know it. We had some 5-6 years back hardly 75,000 or 1 lakh hectares of areca nut. You know, today 7.5 lakhs of hectares of being covered under areca nut. One farmer who had 1 acre or 1 acre areca nut some 5-6 years back, today he has 5-6 acres of areca nut. Maybe because of the high remuneration or high yields, high price that they are getting. So that may be the rule. But here, when you want to take up the spray, maybe on mango or maybe in any orchards for that matter, I just took the example of areca nut. So when you use the manual spray or a backpack spray or whatever aerial spray, so we'll be spraying throughout the field. We'll have to spend the chemical in a large quantity so as to take up the spraying to the entire garden. But there are some diseases which are location specific. They are formed only in some location. Suppose you have 5 acres of land, the disease happened only in half an acre or 1 gunta. You need not have to take up the spray up to the entire field. So that this kind of sensors, that this multispectral camera, they will identify and tell you where the disease happened. And you can take up the spray only that particular locality, region within your farm. So that will save a lot of climate. And the drones, why they are more useful? Because now water is a scarcity, very scarcity. We have almost next to Rajasthan 64 lakhs of hectares of dry land area. We hardly have 36 lakhs hectares of irrigated area. So sometimes when you are using the manual sprays, we need to carry buckets of water. So when you want to use the drone, we can save the water. And more thing is, we have seen, and the farmers are using the pesticides, particularly battery sprays. I forgot to tell the battery sprayers also. In Gulbarga, there are very specific. Some 2 taluks they are using only dust. In 2 taluks they are using only battery sprayers. In 2 or 3 taluks they are using only the backpack sprayers, and very few advanced sprayers using tractor mounted, and the grape growers are using the electrostatic sprays. But because of directly spraying with battery sprayer, directly the molecules, I have seen good many number of farmer deaths. So this kind of protection to the farmers also happen by using this drone technology. Safety of a farmer or a safety of the person who is using. And we have seen lot of deforested area, degraded lands in the hillocks where we cannot really go and put the seeds. So this drone technology can be very useful. We can make the seed pallets. So when you say the Krishi drone or agri drone, it has to fly at a lower height, to maximum 1 to 3 meters, not beyond 3 meters, if I am right, Dr. Bhaskar sir. So that way, when you take up that seed pallets, a seed with a coat may be of some organic substances which can replenish or supplement the food, or maybe calcium hydroxide which can sustain even if it's a long time, even if it is filled when thrown on the dry area. These drones can simply bombard the pallet seeds in the hilly area, and during the rainy season or before the onset of the rainy season, they will germinate, and this will be a very useful mechanism for afforesting the degraded land. And this is most of the area. And we use a lot of pesticides, and this we can save the pesticides. But, Namaskara, Bani. I was just looking for you in the beginning, I was not seeing you. So here, one thing is protection of the user, the other thing is protection of the environment, and judicious use of the pesticides, judicious use of the water. And these are all, very, very important as far as precision farming is concerned. Earlier we simply used to sow, harrow, weeding, hoeing, not even harrowing, sowing, and then harvesting. Sowing, harvesting will not do now. We'll have to do the Nikhara Besaya, that is called as precision farming. We are now, Government of Karnataka, when I said spending around 400 to 500 crores in a state every year for mechanization and micro irrigation. And even for this, we have introduced for the last 2 years the Harvester Hub scheme, wherein each farmer will be provided on subsidy basis for the purchase of sugarcane harvesters and also the combined harvesters. See, one sugarcane harvester costs 1.10 crores each farmer. If he is SCS, he will get 50 lakh subsidy. A general farmer will get 40 lakh subsidy amount per each. So these are the even combines also, they get a good lump sum amount. So that is how micro irrigation and mechanization. This is, I can also call as this is an agri robot like unmanned aviation vehicle. It should not, there are some different weight categories, 5 liters or 5 kg, 10 kg, up to 25 kg. But for our, by and large, we, in the government schemes, we advocate in generally more of the drones of 10 kg weight. So that the lot of, Professor of Agronomy is there here sitting, Adeswamy are sitting, some of the staff are sitting here. A lot of research still has to take up. And when you introduce a variety, we take long years of research. And after that, 2 years of research output, we'll go for farm trials, we'll go for large scale demonstrations, we place it in technical committee, then we'll go to NARP workshop, then we'll to the release committee. But how we have started using the drones in our system? Which university, which institutions have taken up the research, particularly in the fields? We first, there has to be a recommendation or the approval by the CIB-RC. So Central Insecticide Board has to approve that particular new molecule or the new compound which could be used through applied through the drone system. And this labeled, for every stage there should be labeled molecules for which, how much it has to be added. And we have now farmers take up multiple cropping, multi-storied cropping, mixed cropping, relay cropping. So under the circumstances, when for example tur is mixed with a maize or tur is mixed with a green gram, so the green gram will be 1.5 feet height, tur will be 2-3 feet height. How we can manage and how much quantity has to be used at different stages of the crop, and how much quantity of is stored when the weeds pinned speed is different. how should you make the green zone free of the people when you are taking up? When should it be used? So there are so many aspects to be still researched. Fortunately, this is a continuous process. As and when the problems, the issues encounter, both the plant protection scientists and also the agronomists do take up the research work. And in fact, when Bangalore University is also doing specifically 3-4 crops and taking up the spraying schedules of the drone system. So these are different uses I have told, and how this is more useful for increasing the crop yields, for reducing the cost of production, for combating the labor problem, for conserving the environment, particularly the soil, wherein pesticides are just dumped by the farmers. If you go to the Andhra, their production technology is not like Karnataka. Their production technology is like put more and get more. They will just not simply put the fertilizers, they just throw the fertilizer bags in the field. And so these are judicious use of pesticide is much need of the hour. And we have seen a lot of hazardous red label chemicals are being used. We should try to use the green label chemicals which are recommended by the CIB and which are researched, their application, their dose, their frequency of dosage by the universities. Still, it is a continuous process. But we can be a bit free and be liberal when you are using this drone for application of the biofertilizers or bioagents or Chamanchagavya or Bizamrita or nano fertilizers like nano urea, nano DAP or any liquid fertilizers for that matter. So this is how the drone is being, now it has become a passion for the drone. In the marriage you see, we can't use these drones when there is a crowded area. There should not be any person's intervention when you take up this board. But last year during the Krishi Mela, a fellow started using the drone for a camera when Honorable Chief Minister was there. Suddenly a policeman caught him and took him away. And we had to intervene later to speak to the police people to get the camera released by him. So that there are a lot of course, as Dr. Bhaskar clarified it, that Government of India has more liberalized with respect to this agri-drone system, Krishi drone system, the drones which can use it only for green zones. There's a lot of, when you are using in the green zone and you're using the crop, no flying regulations or takeoff or landing will not apply. There's a lot of liberations have made, but still you will have to take, because you can't use it without the approved by the aviation department, this drones which are not available in the market. You can't take any brand, and he has to have a permission, those who are the operators, the trainers. So in fact, UHS Bagalkot did one month training program to give the certificates in the last year for these drone users. So these are one thing. There are sufficient schemes also. For example, an agriculture graduate in Government of Karnataka, he can get up to 7.5 lakh loans with 75% of subsidy. And even SSGs or FPOs can get to the like of 5 lakhs with 50% subsidy. And any individual farmer or individual entrepreneurs can get even still 4 lakhs up to with 40% subsidy. So there are a lot of schemes, but this subsidy scheme is yet to take off. Don't think that tomorrow don't come to me that where I have to apply. It is already, RC has been made, rate contract has been issued, and we are waiting for the budget to come from the Government of India, and I think shortly it will be initiated. But already Government of India started, as Dr. Bhaskar mentioned it, that is about Namo Drone Didi scheme, if I am right. So this will be very helpful for our women enterprising farmers who are coming with the forming the SSGs, self-help groups. So they are going to get 80% subsidy. SSGs is going to pay 80% subsidy. The Government of India has envisaged this program to supply about, as he said, mentioned about 15,000. Our state of Karnataka is likely to get more than 1,000 to 500 such of the benefits to our scheme, so that our SSGs could be benefited. That is in operation already. So these are, I said, how the Alagasundaram DDG Engineering started in 2019 this drone regulations, and then how it was resolved in 2021, how this aviation system, aviation people, and this our department, ICR, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Plant Protection, Chemical Scientists, how they are coordinating, trying to make still more regulations user-friendly. And you know the use of drones in the last recent war, how our drones were used in Pakistan or across the territory, sitting in our own background. So that is why we'll have to be very careful, because that is why, you know, when you are this unarmed like vehicle, it can't be embedded with any kind of arms and ammunition. It's very careful, very should be very alert when you are using. And this precision farming can not only save the water, save the protection, increase this AS1, is very useful for the increasing the productivity and production, simultaneously conserving the environment. So with this brief words of mine, thank you very much, Ramesh sir, for inviting me to share my views. And this very small group, very light group, and they can sit together, they can seriously, they can discuss together, and particularly maintenance of the drone is also very important. When we have, I have seen KVK Baramati way back in 2017, they had their own KVK drone. So that is how the things are moving. A lot of entrepreneurs are coming forward, NGOs are coming forward to start the customer centers or the trainers training programs like that. How many things are going on? So I thank the KSTA, I thank the managed people. I think managed people is doing a yeoman service to the country in training the agriculture graduates and also the agriculture entrepreneurs or input dealers. So far since 2000, perhaps more than 120,000 agri-clinic, agri-business course of 3 years, they have trained the agriculture graduates, if I am right. And similarly, the all input dealers, more than 1 lakh input dealers have been trained under DC program, and still that program is running. Though we have more or less covered all the input dealers, but still it is continued for the young entrepreneurs who would like to start or venture into starting the input dealer business or agri-business in due course of time. So when Dr. Chandrasekhar was a Director General of Manage, I think he was a good friend of mine, and we had a good many number of programs, Dr. Bhaskar. For the last 3 months back, I have taken as a President of Institution of Agriculture Technologists, where we have 6,000 agricos as a life members. Agricos, any agrico, I mean the graduates who have obtained the degree from any agriculture university, maybe horticulturist, agriculturist, veterinary graduates. And we'll also, we can join the hands with KSTA and Manage in due course of time. Of course, DESI programs are still given to DESI, IIT is doing it in different chapters. But more, see, EcoCert as giving the organic certification. IIT can take up that kind of training programs which are finishing course like that will be useful for graduates to take up the placement also we can arrange. So we as an IIT and management think of such innovative, enterprising, useful, employment generating programs for the youth. We can take these free words. I am very much thankful to once again the KSTA and Ramesh sir for inviting me. I think you all enjoyed my local words, and now you are going to enjoy the international words by Chandrasekhar Biradar, because local to vocal is our Prime Minister's message. Thank you and all.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving an overview on the present scenario of the use of drones in agriculture, and also you emphasize on the still much more research work need to be carried out in this cutting edge technology. Thank you, sir, once again. Now I request another guest, Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar sir is a founder and CMD Global Green Growth Company, and also sir is the honorary member of KSTA. So welcome you, sir, and please address all of us on this wonderful occasion. Please, sir.
Namaskara and good morning. and it's such a pleasure to be here and learn about long journey, how the drone and EOS took place in the last 3 decades. So thanks to the KSTA and Manoj bringing that all the stalwarts and also the faculties and training the trainers and audience looking into the drone application agriculture. And thanks Dr. Ramesh for always thinking about the wide range of the topics related to the science and technology. And we already listened to the Dr. Bhaskar about what the Manage is doing in the wide range of the drone and training the farmers and technologists. And actually, I know the time is very limited, and our Patil sir has covered most of the topic already. So not much left, including state the local, but he covered all the global topics as well. So, but the very interesting things happened in that one, like when I was in US, so first time started, everyone watched the movie, it's called Swadesh. So that's, we're working on the tropical, the Shah Rukh Khan, you bring the water to villages, there's a tropical rainfall monitoring missions. We're setting up some of the sensors on the ground. You need to validate sensors using the satellite sensors and the ground sensors, and in between there is a drone, the cameras. So validating all the spectral signatures. That's where the beginning of the drone in agriculture started in around 2007 and 8. Later with that journey end up in establishing a tractor mounted the camera sensor for agriculture crop monitoring. And then we're not able to cover the large scale, then we end up in fixing that camera into the kind of a big drone that time. And both the wing as well as the quadruple the drones. That's really interesting thing that time. So much of the like thing had to fix everything we're getting from the payload to the sensors and calibrations is kind of a big challenging. That really end up in seeing how much of the drone applications there in the wide range of the applications. We started our drone applications in the spectral sensors, that's called biospectral signatures, creating the crop signatures and tree signatures, so that we can use that as a kind of a calibrating the satellite sensor, so that you can able to do the wide range of the monitoring of the vegetations. And then 2013 I joined the CGIR again back, Consulting Group Intense Agri Research. There we start to introduce the hyperspectral sensors because of the breeding programs. You wanted to see the atmospheric window and crop, the water stress conditions and chlorophyll and other stress conditions and early detection of the crop stress and the diseases. So this is where I introduced the first time a hyperspectral sensors in drone about 15 years ago. And that time is bringing the drone to from the US to the Middle East was so difficult. And we wrote something in the letter that is the drone, and it's rejected by the military few times. Then next time we did it, instead of writing the drone, we wrote it's an unmanned aerial vehicle, and you got approved. So it's not aerial vehicle. We wrote unmanned agricultural vehicle, so that we got the approval to bring the drones from the US and cameras to that's where the journey started. So this is where we did a lot of the applications of the drone in agriculture. Later I brought that into the Odisha for the rice crop fallow and rice crop, the moisture and the crop residue, the measurement, as well as we also did very interesting that the moisture stress conditions in the crop, and also identifying the length of the fallows between the first to second crops. So what is the significance of the total length of the fallows, and also the soil moisture in the top 16 inches. So that's where that end up in, we are bringing the sustainable intensification rice fallows with pulses. So you know that what is the early harvesting, late or mid harvesting of the agriculture crops, how much the crop, the residual moisture and organic matter as well as the moisture left in that, so that we can advising that which crops they can take there, like early, extra early pulses in the rice fallows. That really end up in a very big success there in Odisha, and where farmers is making about 8,000 the rupees per acre for the rice systems. We are introducing the rice to the vegetables and oil seeds as well as the pulses. That really come out at that time about 36,000. But later with the World Bank and some IFAD, some funded projects, evaluation of the drone in terms of the viability, accessibility, and economic options in the agriculture. So we use the high resolution satellite sensor like a digital globe and world view and a hyperspectral sensor and Aspiri and Hyperion. We use all of them. Then later we also use for like we did the entire drone to the almost like a district to the covering. That's a massive scale. It's not about the acquiring the data from the drone. It is the most challenge for us whether processing them. If you just acquire one strips, there's no issue. But you're covering the entire district and a big region, then that is like a nearly a petascale of the data coming under. So that is like a no technology, even all the software fail to process them, mosaic them. So this is a real challenge when it comes to drone. When getting the picture, what you take in the most marriages and other things and RGB, but moving from RGB to the hyperspectral, multispectral, thermal, it is a huge complications they come. So this is really the good thing, but I'm glad to that one. A lot of things has changed in the last nearly about 15 years or so. I'm so glad to see that one other day when a village went there, so that like the ladies they're flying the drone in the drone Didi program. So earlier someone is flying the drone is like heroes. Now they know so much technology, but now there's in India so many people flying the drone. That is the real the what you call it, the social inclusion of the drone in agriculture. So that really made a big difference. And this is what the journey is. So probably I have the one last lecture on the overall use of the drone. It's called what I put the title, so Ramesh sir that I was discussing. It's called about the wings of change, leveraging the drone intelligence for the inclusive, net zero and nature-centric agroecosystems. From the pelleting and the seeding the degraded lands with reforestation to and minimizing the pesticide or the chemicals in agriculture to the monitoring and yield forecasting. I think there's a huge range of the drone applications. But so far I see in India mostly the limited to the mass application limited to still the sprayers, the spray applications. But I see when we around the CGR, I was chairing the sessions on the drones application almost like 8 years ago. That time the projections of the market share is so huge that how the cell phones, smartphones come to the everyone hand, we thought we were talking about the satellites in the hand, so that how the satellite sensors and drone become like that, so that you probably have everyone's smartphones, and with projected market was that probably every house will have the drone. The importance of that one like a closing the window or cleaning the window, but a lot of the regulatory measures comes in between. Right, so that we thought that everyone home that one, so that you are cleaning the glass door outside, you're not able to reach out, and inspecting the building and some leakages or something like that. We thought that this is going to be the huge market applications, but it comes to the GDPR guidelines, we cannot do that because of the privacy and number of things, and even like a delivery. Amazon that tried a very fantastic the way of the delivering the medicines and urgent small goods to the consumers. I think that still there's a high potential is there, and while doing that one now they're like kind of the manned vehicles also coming, small drones for the transport systems. When like airport is wanted to launch the small drones for the people to avoid the traffic in the cities. I think that's really good. So like just looking to some recent the market trend, and India's agriculture drone market is growing rapidly from the USD $145 million as of the 2024 to the $630 million by 2030. That's about anywhere CGR between about 28 to 28%. That is a huge market. And when looking into within the global market, nearly about $2 to $8 billion in the next the 7-8 years. So overall drone market is rapidly growing, not just about the agriculture and other allied subject, but also a number of other monitoring and forecasting, also surveillance systems is coming in. So this is where the drone applications coming up. Of course, today's our focus is mostly on the agriculture. That's one of the most prominent. But the low carbon agriculture, net zero transitions, and input use efficiency, reduction of cost, I think that is the foremost for our agriculture. Application as a drone as a future of the what you call a potential technology to make it agriculture more viable. I know. So with a few words, I will say thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for shedding light on the lot more applications of drone technology in agriculture, and also challenges we are still having in the process of drone data. So thank you, sir. And now I request my colleague Shri Umesh Gatki to propose vote of thanks on this occasion.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭೋದಯ. Very good morning to one and all. It is my privilege and honor to express gratitude to one and all who are connected to this 3 days event, a national workshop on drones and UAVs applications in the agriculture as well as allied sectors, which is jointly organized by KSTA and Manage Hyderabad. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our Chief Guest, Dr. A.B. Patil, Sir, Advisor, Department of Agriculture, Government of Karnataka. On behalf of KSTA and on behalf of all of us present here, thank you very much, sir, for your valuable insights and encouraging words that have added great value to our event. Thank you, sir. I sincerely thank to Dr. Bhaskar Guji, sir, Senior Deputy Director at Manage Hyderabad, for his opening remarks and for being strong collaborator in making this workshop a reality. Thank you very much, sir. A special word of appreciation to our guest of honor, Dr. Chandrasekhar Biradar, sir, founder and CMD, Global Green Growth COP and member of KSTA, for inspiring us with his forward-thinking vision on green technology and sustainable agriculture. Thank you very much, sir, on behalf of KSTA and Manage. We are also grateful to our Dr. A.M. Ramesh, sir, for his warm words and welcome and continued guidance. Thank you very much, sir. This workshop wouldn't have been possible without the contributions of our esteemed speakers and resource persons who will be sharing their expertise over all the three next days on a wide range of topics, from drone regulations, equipment maintenance, AI applications in agriculture, risk analysis and data interpretation. Now we have with us Dr. Honnegoda, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And we have with us Dr. A.T. Kishore from the Kstacademy. Thank you very much, sir. Also, I would like to thank to Dr. Chintamani Pai, Dr. S.N. Omkar, sir, from IISc, Dr. Neeraj, and Shri Mr. Preeti from Garuda Aerospace, and Mr. Mugilan Karthikan from Skylark Drones. They will be delivering technical sessions from tomorrow and day after tomorrow. I also extend my appreciation to the organizing teams at KST and Manage for their meticulous planning and seamless coordination, ensuring the smooth execution of this event. Last but not the least, thank you everyone behind the scenes, the supporting staff, technical team, and volunteers from Reva University, whose efforts are often invisible but invaluable. With that, I once again thank you for your all presence and support. Let us continue our collaborative efforts to harness drone technology for the advancement of agriculture and allied sectors. Thanks to one and all the delegates who have visited from various departments, from various districts, and also the academic staff and teaching faculty. Thank you one and all.
Indeed, thank you very much, Mr. Gatki, for smoothly conducting this program. Now I request all of you to please, before joining the tea, so can have a group photo in front of our office, and I request all the dignitaries to join for the group photo, and we can have 10 minutes tea break.
Session admele tea break.
So sorry, we will have a group photo now, and afterwards we can have a talk. Tea break.
Pardon? Yes, yes. Yes, I will share. You can check in the YouTube link. Live streaming going on. KSTA Academy. Yes, sir. A very good afternoon. Welcome one and all once again for the first technical session. Now, before starting the session, I would like to invite our speaker, Dr. H. Honegowda sir, on the dais. Sir, please welcome. So, before starting the session, I would like to give a brief introduction. Dr. H. Honegowda sir served as a Director Technical to the Department of Science and Technology, Government of Karnataka. And in fact, this building is his vision. He has led many science and technology outreaching programs and brought many new schemes and science centers in the Karnataka state, which has made science centers main key point in the science and technology department, as well as and he has many awards and recognitions, out of which I would like to mention few here. He is a ICAR Junior Research Fellowship, and Sir, 4 lines. And he has got University Merit Scholarship for PhD and Gold Medalist for Doctoral Research, Rashtriya Ekta Award, Citation for Excellence, and Outstanding Contribution Citation, and Kempegowda Award, Best Scientist Award, and UGIT's Excellency Award, and Honorary Fellowship from KSTA. With this brief introduction, I welcome Dr. H. Honegowda sir to deliver the session on basic principles of drones. Thank you very much, sir. Over to you, sir.
Professor Dr. Chandrasekhar Birdarji and learned professors and academicians, dear participants, Dr. Ramesh, CEO of KSTA, my colleagues KSTA, Umesh, and dear participants. Very good morning to all of you. Okay. Morning session, you would have heard a lot about the use of drones in agriculture, but I will be speaking to you today about the basics of drones, which is very important before you operate the drones. Okay. So I work as a CEO, post-retirement from the government of Karnataka as a CEO of Multiplex Drone Private Limited, which is in Nelamangala. It's one of the leading agri-drone company in the country. Is that? Okay. If you look at here, the satellites basically work from above the 500 kilometers. The experts here actually, they are aware. Most of the remote sensing satellites, which are being used for agriculture or for natural resources mapping and so on, they all work above the atmosphere, 500 kilometers and above. While the aircrafts, the drones, all they work actually below around the atmosphere, okay, within the atmosphere. Okay. There are advantages, there are disadvantages in both the cases. So many a times it's better to go for combination of both the things, the remote sensing, the drones, and aerial photography and so on. If you look at, as I said, most of these aircrafts could be airplane, the helicopters, airship, paramotors, drones, all that, they work actually in the troposphere, within the sensible atmosphere. Okay? So what now I'm going to speak actually is about the drones. When I talk about the aircraft, drone is also an aircraft, but it's an unmanned aircraft. Because anything which flies in the atmosphere, that's basically an aircraft. Okay? So drone is also an aircraft. It's an unmanned aircraft. Unlike our airplane, there's a manned aircraft. These are basically the unmanned aircraft. Okay? Of course, the pilot is required for the unmanned aircraft as well, but on the ground, not on board the aircraft. Say in manned aircraft, the pilot is on board the aircraft. Okay. Now, drone is a very basically a slang term. It's a very old term. It's called basically dynamic remotely operated navigation equipment. But the real name is unmanned aerial vehicle or unmanned aerial systems. Of course, it's being called in different countries different names. But in India, we mainly call it as a unmanned aerial system or unmanned aerial vehicle. Okay? There are different types of drones, which I will come to that later. In fact, there are several stakeholders even for safe operation of the drones. In fact, one of the important organizations is the International Civil Aviation Organization, which also guides safely to operate the aircraft as well as the drones. And there are many, many UN organizations which are associated with that, like World Meteorological Organizations, in order to predict and inform the weather, or World Telecom Union Organization, or World Health Organization, and so on. So there are many, many stakeholders for this. There are 193 countries are members into this, so that they operate on a common platform. Because particularly the aircraft is not only just in the national, operating the national level, in the international level. That's where the coordination is very much required for this. So this is being done by the international civil aviation organizations. Okay? Basically, in order to provide a common guidelines, safety, so that no incident happens in this field. In fact, drone actually, earlier it was coming under the aircraft rule 1937, but it's a very, very complicated rule. And for a drone, for applying to the drone, it was very difficult. Getting permission to operate the drone was a very, very difficult thing. Because drone also used the airspace, that's why the aircraft rule was applicable to that. But later on, based on the request from several users, the government has brought out a separate rule for the drones. It is called Drone Rule 2021. So the aircraft rule 1937, which was there for the airplanes or the helicopters, doesn't apply for the drones. The drone, when I talk about today, they are basically for the civilian applications. I am not going to talk about for the military applications. Let me clearly tell you that actually. So basically, this Drone Rule 2021 concentrate on mainly three aspects. One is the safety, because it uses the airspace. It should not hinder with the manned aircraft. So that's why ensures that the drones operate without endangering the manned aircraft. Second thing is scalability. How do we expand the growth of drone with time? Okay. Third is legality, because the drone has to be operated based on the Drone Rule 2021, which I will come to that later. See, today, the Drone Rule 2021, which has been brought out in 2021, and of course is being updated every year, like in 2022, 23, 24. If every year they keep on updating these rules based on the requirements from the users, based on the improvement in the technology, and so on. So basically, there are three categories of drones. One is the airplane, which acts like a, which moves like a airplane. Even the drone itself also, which can be, goes like an airplane. Like it requires a, flying ground actually for that. Like a takeoff and landing, it requires a ground. It's an airplane kind of a thing. The second one is actually is called rotorcraft. Using the wings, it can vertically take up and move like horizontally it can move with the wings, with the propellers we call it actually. Okay? They are called the rotorcrafts. And the third is actually is a hybrid between airplane and the rotorcraft. You know, it can take off like a rotorcraft and move like a aircraft. It's a new technology which has come into play. Now, again, from the categories, further they are being subcategorized into 3 groups, these unmanned aerial systems. One is called remotely piloted aircraft system. I mean, you can stand, you can operate the aircraft system. They are called remotely piloted aircraft systems. Of course, all drones are actually being operated remotely, you know, but manually or automatically or semi-automatically. These are 3 types of operations are there actually. Model remotely piloted aircraft system basically for a research purpose or for academic purpose or a startup company if they want to develop a drone. See, I will give you this entire PPT, you can take it. Okay? Please listen and ask questions to me at any point of time. Okay? I would be very happy. So, model remotely piloted aircraft system, basically, you can use it for your research, development. See, every year the new drones are coming up with a new technology. So, for such kind of a research and development, this is called the model remotely piloted aircraft system. The rules and regulations are slightly different for this. And the third is actually autonomous. Still pilot is required, but lot of things can be done actually autonomous. The artificial intelligence, machine learning are playing an important role in making more autonomous. Like in agriculture, just you switch on, it automatically, does the path planning, which side it should go, come which side, how much should be the overlap, and if there is a problem in the power, it can come back to the same place where it has taken off. This kind of a thing is called autonomous. Like your autonomous car, you don't have to change the gear. A similar kind of a thing actually.
Sir, in the first two, do you have to need a line of sight or can you also...
I'll come to that later. Okay, so here actually, again they are made into the different classes. See, first is categories, then subcategories, then they are made it into different classes based on the size of the vehicle, including any payloads. Anything if you add extra, that becomes the payload, addition to the aircraft. Okay, so it's nano drone, it is called, very small one, 250 gram. You don't require permission, you don't require license for that. Okay, but only thing is we should not operate beyond say 15 meter. There is a restriction. It's basically for a recreational purpose, but you should not operate near the airport or strategic points. Clear? Okay. The second category is the micro drone, which is anywhere between 250 gram up to 2 kg. Okay. This has to be, registered. If you are using it for a recreational purpose, no license is required. If you are using it for commercial purpose, license is required, and this can be operated up to 200 feet, 60 meter. Okay. In fact, most of the drones which are being used for agricultural purpose, with only a small, camera for, say, multispectral camera or optical camera, it's quite enough. This micro drone. In fact, most of the Chinese drones, which they have been used actually for agriculture, basically for the crop assessment, not for crop-based, drone-based crop spraying. For a crop assessment kind of a thing, small cameras, it can be operated with the micro drone. But pilot, if you are using it for a commercial purpose, a pilot license is required. The third category, which is common mostly in India today, is the small drone, anywhere between 2 kg to 25 kg. Pilot license is a must. The license to be taken from the recognized DGCA recognized Government of India Director General of Aviation, recognized from institute only we should take the license, and it can be operated, anywhere across the country except in the strategic point, and you can go up to 400 feet, 120 meters. And this is the one which is being used mainly for the craft spraying, because for spraying it requires a big addition of the payload. That's why actually the weight increases as you go for craft based spraying kind of a things. Okay? And the medium kind of a drone, anywhere between 25 to 150 kg, which is again mostly it's 50 kg, 40 kg, like these people are now manufacturing, not going up to 150 kg. As much, again here the drone pilot license is required. It has to be registered like a car. They give the unique number. So in fact, like a car, actually unique number. It has to be insured. And here also again 400 feet is the limit, 120 meter. Okay, and this is actually basically used for, for a craft spraying or transport of materials from one place to another place, cargo, this kind of a things actually. And the next one is the large drone, 150 kg within 500 kg. They say more than 150 kg. The limit is maximum 500 kg. If it is more than 500 kg, it comes under the airplane, not under the drone. Like tomorrow, if air taxis are being operated from here to Kstacademy International Airport, maybe they will be weighing more than 500 kg. That doesn't come under the drone. Okay? So in fact, large drones are still actually in the development and nobody has so far got the approval. Even the medium category also, basically, 10 liter, 15 liters, 20 liters, that's all capacity. With including the drone, it becomes about 30, 35, 40 kgs. Most of these drones have to be operated within the visible line of sight, about 500 meter or 1 kilometer, 1.5 kilometers or so. Beyond visible line of sight also is possible. It's in fact, I will show you another kind of a thing where actually we should have a different kind of a sensors for that. Okay. So most of these actually, they will be operated, today the biggest problem is the endurance. Because they're all operated based on the battery. The battery will come maximum 10 to 20 minutes. If your weight is more than, say, 25 kg or 50 kg, the battery lifespan is just only about, once if you charge, it can come for about 10 to 20 minutes maximum. If it's a small drones, it may come for about 40-45 minutes. Okay? Most of these multi-rotor drones, basically, they all operate actually on the battery, lithium-ion battery, lithium polymer batteries. There are, basically these two batteries are being used extensively in this. Okay, so we have a nano, micro, small, medium based on this size, including the weight of the payload. We call totally as a maximum all of weight. Okay, all this actually has to be registered because you should not interfere with the manned aircraft. That's the reason actually it has to be registered. But of course, as I said, this will have a different components. The different types of drones will have a different components. Some of them are very common. Some of them are highly specialized drones. It requires a specialized sensor, like for example, obstacle avoidance. If there is an obstruction, the drone we can sense and stops or takes a turn. All that happens depends on the kind of a sensor which has been embedded in that. Or if it is a hilly area, the topography is not uniform. So it can adjust based on the altitude. It maintains the same altitude irrespective of the variations in the topography. All that can happen with a kind of a different kind of a sensors. That's why the innovations in the drone depends on what kind of a sensors you are going to inbuilt in that, depends on that. Okay? Basically, when you look at the drone, there are 3 subsystems are common. Okay? One is the vehicle itself, the drone. The second one is actually the people to operate that, called pilot, remote pilots we call them, because they have to be there, they have to supervise, even if it is very autonomous, but drone pilot is required. Trained drone pilots are required. Okay? The second thing is actually the ground system, because from sitting in the, say, a field or the ground or in the lab, you can operate the drone. So the system is required for that. It's called transmitters. Okay? So in fact, till 2021, there was not much development of drones. Most of the drones today, China has conquered because they started early. From 2008 itself, they started in a big way. Today, 70 to 80% of the global market you find mainly in China-made drones. And only after the drone rule 2021, India has given a lot of importance for the drone. And today, we are also becoming one of the leaders. I am sure by 2030, we may become one of the best drone makers in the country. In fact, thanks to a lot of startups which have come up in the last 3 to 4 years. More than 300 startups have come just in just last 3 to 4 years. And a lot of drones are being actually developed in such a way that a lot of autonomy are being introduced into that with the introduction of the artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the data science. It's not only the drone, even the drone which collects the data, huge amount of data are being collected. Like from a camera, you collect photographs. The drone also collects the photographs. Huge numbers that can be processed well within a time using a lot of the software which have been developed based on the artificial intelligence, machine learning techniques. Okay? And today, the import of drones are also restricted because Atmanirbhar, the government is giving a lot of importance that the indigenous drones are to be developed. In fact, now the government of India is planning to, bring they're planning to buy only those drones. Nearly 70% of indigenization has been done. Otherwise, earlier itself, government of India was thinking of buying 15,000 drones under Namo Drone Didi scheme because they wanted to give it to the self-help groups. But it has been stalled. It is ensured to give more time for the startups to come out with more indigenous drones. At least 75% indigenous drones, because some of the components we require more time to develop in India, and getting the raw material also would be very difficult. Okay? Of course, still you can import it, but it requires Director General of Foreign Trade's approval. So based on that can be done. And today, drones are being used in many, many applications. If you look at the growth of drone, see, in fact, in 2022, it was 8.77 billion, the world market. And in 2030, it is going to be somewhere around $55 billion, okay, with a average growth rate of something like 26%. Of course, different reports gives you different kinds of statistic. I have taken an optimistic report actually. Okay, even in India for agriculture, things are happening very well. We may reach about 150 million actually, maybe in another few, maybe 2-3 years. Okay, so there is the growth of. In fact, today in India, lot of importance are being given mainly for the agricultural drones. Because today labor shortage is one of the important things even in the villages. So that's why the government of India has been giving a lot of importance for that. And in fact, just about a year back, the government of India did the demonstration of these drones for applying the nano urea, nano DAP, and sagarika liquid. Basically, the drones can do extremely well only when it is a liquid. Of course, granular also can be done, not that it cannot be done, yes, but different types of payloads are required for that. And today in the market, you find mainly the following types of drones. The hexacopter, this is called quadcopters, depending on the number of propellers, they are the propellers. Since there are 4 propellers here actually, this is called quadcopters. For most of the agriculture crop assessment, I think this is quite enough, And hexacopter basically for as the weight increases for the drone, it requires more number of propellers. It has to take off, and also in order to achieve the stability. Okay, that's why we go for hexacopter, 6 rotors. Mostly you see today for the agricultural drone-based crop spraying, the hexacopter kind of a thing. Or even for cargo, like in Simla, if they wanted to, in fact there was a tender wherein they wanted a drone for transport of apples from the Iraq to the market. Because from drones straight away it can come, rather than through the road, it may take large lead time. Okay? Of course, we have also the octocopters, 8. Okay? If the weight is very high, maybe we can think of going for an octocopter kind of things. Of course, these are the main types actually which are available. And the fixed wing, I said actually, rotorcrafts, aeroplane kind of a thing. This is actually the airplane kind of a thing actually, especially for the agricultural crop monitoring for a larger area. Because they can cover for almost actually for 45 minutes actually the area. Okay? But only the disadvantage is actually it requires a runway for takeoff and landing. Okay? That especially is required. And now they have evolved between a rotorcraft and this actually the fixed wing called hybrid. It can take off vertically like a rotorcraft and move like a aeroplane. This is called the hybrid vertical takeoff and landing. This is still in a R&D stage. Some people have already developed, but certainly maybe in another 2-3 years, they will be flooded with the market, which will be an excellent, but it requires more trained pilots rather than simple rotorcraft operation, which you can all do it easily and with pleasure. While these kind of things require some kind of an expertise in that actually. I'll just show you one video, how the drone operates. Okay, somebody can help me? Open ಮಾಡೋದು. So the drone technology is an evolving technology. I am sure it is going to be the game changer in the coming years. Look at actually the kind of importance actually the government is giving for the drones. In fact, under the Namo Drone Didi scheme, the government, as I said earlier, 15,000 drones are going to be procured. Already 1,500 has been distributed, maybe another 13,500 or 14,000 are being envisaged to provide during this year, particularly for the self-help group women, those where the need is required. And based on the selection from the self-help group, for one lady, one self-help group woman, these drones are being will be given. For Karnataka, I think something like 890 drones are being planned to give in this coming year. There will be also with 80% subsidy. If the drone cost is 10 lakhs, they have to give only 8 lakhs. I mean, the government gives subsidy for 8 lakhs, and 2 lakhs is only they have to give. That to subsidize interest, 3% interest. And not only that, they give free training. They also, maybe for brother or sister, they will also help them actually in how to repair the drones, because maintenance is also going to be an issue. Drone still is in a fragile equipment. There could be crashes. That's the reason actually they will also give a training on how to maintain the drones and service. Okay, next. You can see this another drone I would like to show you. Close mode, but not close mode.
A simple thumb trick discovered by NASA scientists could be the key to reversing memory decline. Here's how it works. You probably heard that. Yesterday.
Our own multiplex drone, we have been using it for the cross spraying. In fact, in the last 2 years, our multiplex drone has sprayed actually almost for 1 lakh acres across India. We are a pan-India company. In fact, last year.
The multiplex drone. This is the agricultural drone which is developed.
So, in fact, last year in UP, we demonstrated for 2 months under Viksit Bharat program, actually, because Prime Minister wanted this drone to be demonstrated across the country in all the Grama Panchayats. So, under that, actually, we sprayed in 2 months 25 acres. And in fact, last year, we are also one of the recognized training institutions for the pilot training, recognized by the DGCA, Government of India. And last 6 months, we have trained almost 700 pilots, supported by the Government of Karnataka. So today, the application, yes sir, please. Yeah. Today drones, not only for agriculture, imagination is our limitation. There is a level of applications every year coming up with the new applications with the drone. In fact, today, large number of applications are being used using the drone. And as in the morning, actually, they were mentioning, particularly for the agriculture, these are the kind of sensors, payloads we call them, use them, like an optical camera, a zoom camera, whatever you have, the same thing can be, with an improved megapixel, can be put on the drone. In fact, you can go up to 100 megapixel. It will be much, much clearer than what you can see from your eyes. That is a level of accuracy one can able to get, clarity one can able to get from this. Small objects, anything which is bigger than 2 centimeter or 1 centimeter can be seen. That is a level of thing can be done with this. And for agriculture, it's better to have actually the multispectral camera, because then only you can differentiate different types of plants, the stages of plants, the diseases of plants, the water stress of the plant, or even the, during flood and disaster, how much the crop loss, so that you can estimate the expected yield. Or you can also think of giving the drought relief or flood relief, insurance, so on, so on. So all that can be done with this. I am sure we can also integrate this with other kind of satellite data, depending on the requirements. You can also use the thermal particularly. They all basically works from the light when it comes and falls on the earth, is some amount will be reflected. Based on the reflection, you catch up that actually from the sensors. And depending on number of spectral bands, we call them. Of course, the details are not going to that. And based on that, actually, we have a different types of sensors. So thermal sensor, actually, it works actually the thermal reason, basically the temperature differences. Say, for example, when there is a flood, somebody is stranded, you can identify even during the night time based on the temperature differences. Like in fact, Bangalore, and I think cheetah entered some place actually, they used actually drone to identify that. So based on the temperature difference, one can be able to assess even the crop status also, whether the crop is suffering from the water stress and so on. There is another hyperspectral is more of an R&D. If you want to really classify the different kinds of species and stages, is because it will have 300 to minimum 200 to 300 spectral band, very small narrow spectral band. Even for water pollution can be used. Okay, but still it's in R&D stage. Analysis of the data takes more time, more algorithms to be developed, but there is a scope for researchers. Academicians who are here, they can think of some kind of a research here. And the LiDAR or LiDAR, we call it, this has been one of the new technology, but not on the light, based on the laser. Okay? You can construct the actual 3D dimension of anything, a topography, a building, or anything with an accuracy anything between 3 to 5 centimeter. Of course, it requires some ground data, because for correction with that, and also a different kind of a sensor is called not GPS, higher version of GPS we call it RTK, real-time kinetic GPS, or PPK, post-processing kinetic GPS, that kind of a thing, with some ground actual knowing the locations through the DGC and differential ground positioning systems. This is even the topography, any hillock or depressions or any landform variations can be mapped with this kind of a LiDAR. See, this is another drone which is developed by Switzerland. It's extremely good for your agriculture. You can even add LiDAR kind of a thing, hyperspectral you can add. You can also multispectral, and even the camera, the optical camera, RGB camera, we call it actually, blue, green, red. Okay. In fact, if I get a time, I will show the video. Maybe 1 minute, Bappa, 1 minute. Bharat, that's on the video. 1 minute actually. It's really amazing. This is where actually they have used artificial intelligence, machine learning for this kind of a data. Even the machine learning could
customize term plan for you with 1 crore
skip the
and exclusive 15%.
This is called Wingtra Gen 2. It's a Switzerland drone.
Since 2017, Wingtra 1 stands for best-in-class data quality, mapping efficiency, and a unique vertical takeoff and landing design.
This is a VTOL kind of a drone.
To fly everywhere. Today, Wingtra 1s are flying in over 80 countries, from huge open pit mines in the US.
You can
to
see the
entire
clarity of the
construction
images.
projects in Western Africa. We have established the most mature and widely trusted VTOL mapping drone. And now it's time to launch the Wingtra 1 Gen 2. We kept what our customers love and doubled down on drone reliability and mapping versatility with an oblique payload leading the way. Hi, my name is Max Bosfeld and I'm co-founder and CEO of Wingtra.
See, this oblique viewing, for example, if you want to really look at the construction of this building, just looking from the top will not be sufficient. You should look from the sides. That's why oblique viewing it is called actually, so that your actual building could be, mapped and constructed. Okay. See, this is the multispectral camera. It can give an images like this. Of course, this is a compressed image. See, you can see this kind of a few images which I have downloaded from the internet. Even the inaccessible region also can be mapped so easily with the drone, because it doesn't have to go on to the on the ground. See, 3D images can be constructed quite accurately. Drought, disasters, even any time it could be mapped. For agriculture, it will be very, very useful. and you can able to identify the stress actually. And I will not get into too much of this because somebody else will be covering. Even for the transportation of materials, cargo can be used. Even during Corona time, the vaccine was transported from Delhi to the some of these northeastern states, Andaman and so on. Okay, so the biggest advantage of drones are that cheap and becoming cost effective. I don't say it has become very cost effective. It is becoming cost effective. Okay, high spatial resolution. As I said, anything depending on the height of flying, you can get the spatial resolution as good as you can see from your eyes, or maybe sometimes much clarity if you have a better megapixel. Okay, and high accuracy. In fact, I tell you the next maybe after 1 or 2 slides how much accuracy you can able to get. Easy to deploy. Drone operation is not going to be simple. In fact, under Namo Drone 3 scheme, they are going to train 15,000 women. In fact, they will be very comfortable to operate. Maybe initially they will have a little shyness, but later on they will be more bold enough to operate the drone. And no interference from clouds. Of course, there will be interference from clouds, but even if there is a small clouds and all that, you can still operate it because you are operating below the clouds. Unlike satellite, if there is a cloud, you can't see that. It's a total reflection happens from the cloud itself. Okay, a good, for the surveillance is an extremely good equipment. And geofencing, if you ask actually, don't go away from this academy building means it will not go away. You can create that kind of a fencing. It's called geofencing, we call them. And of course, it should be, I don't call them as a disadvantage, but currently it's a disadvantage. It should be operated only by the skilled pilots who has got a license from the Government of India DGC approved RPTO, Remote Pilot Training Organizations. And we should know about regulations, how to operate the drone, when to operate the drone, all that actually. And cost, of course, it's still cost about 7 to 8 lakhs depending on the type of drones you are going to get. In fact, it can be from 50,000 to anywhere between up to 15,000, 20 lakhs actually. And some extent weather dependent. If it is raining, if the wind speed is very high, if it is too cloudy, no, you can't operate the drone. But by the time it clears, you can operate it because it's under your control. The drone is here, I can operate it. In fact, coming to the accuracy I mentioned, see, the Britishers have surveyed our country long ago, okay, maybe in the middle of 19th century. After that, we are not able to do the updation for all our area except some small patches. I'll give you an example. For Madhur, they wanted to do the total station-based survey. So much of complications. I don't know whether that has been completed or not. Now I don't have contact with them actually. So it's a lot of complications. Today, the drones, along with some ground-based surveys, we are able to, the government is planning to map the entire rural areas, villages, to provide the property ID. Now they have taken up for 10 states, including Karnataka, and work is happening. See, when these property IDs are given with the drone, that means the kind of accuracy should have been accepted by the owners. So that is the, going to be the future applications of the drone in the coming years. So we need to be very clear about the drone rules. Otherwise, they may not give you, they may withdraw your license, they may seize the drone, they put penalty, all that can happen. So we should know about the drone rules. In fact, I have requested the CEO to circulate to all of them the drone rule 2021. There are 12 parts in that actually. Maybe you can go through that. I think I have to complete the talk. How many minutes I have? Huh? 5 minutes? You give me 10 minutes, okay. So I will not get into too much about this. These are all very simple. You can go through that actually. Only thing is, the drone should not be operated in the strategic areas like airport or within the periphery of the airport. Okay, they have mentioned the distance 5 kilometers. They are called red zone. You are not supposed to operate. Of course, this rule doesn't apply to the government. Government can do if based on the need. Okay, and between 5 kilometers, 12 kilometers called yellow zone. Okay, and within the yellow zone there is a inner yellow zone and outer yellow zone. Inner yellow zone is 5 to 8 kilometers, where again is restricted. You cannot operate it. Outer yellow zone is 8 kilometers, 12 kilometers. Up to 200 feet you can go, but still there is a clarity is not there with me, because in some places it says it's possible, the permission is required. In some places permission is not required. So I don't advise you to operate even in that area or in any temporary red zone, because the Prime Minister of India is coming. They declare this area no drones should be operated. Okay, or any strategic like ISRO, you can't operate it, those areas, or Vidhan Soda. Any strategic areas, we are not supposed to operate the drones. So, but 90% of our country comes under the green zone, where you can operate the drone, but some awareness to be created. Like if I take the land of yours, you may object me. So maybe I require his permission. Okay? I think I will not get into that. Even the international border, okay, 25 kilometers. Along the international borders, we are not supposed to be available. All this information is available on the website. Every day they update. It's called Digital Sky. Very interactive airspace map. Okay, before operating the drone, just consult the website. You will know where to operate, how to operate, and all that actually. And any drones, of course I have given the details also, any drones to be operated, it should have been approved by the model should have been approved by the Government of India. We call it as a type certification by the DGCA, because for everything related to the drone, Director General of Civil Aviation is the main authority. They are supposed to approve those models. It's called type certification. They evaluate in terms of safety, in terms of airworthiness. It has to go through a large processing. It's not just simple type certification. There are 3 agencies are involved in that. It takes n number of months to get the approval, sometimes years to get the approval. In fact, many people they operate actually just they develop the drone and operate it. No. Like they just integrate it, assemble it and operate it. No. The drone has to be certified by the Government of India in terms of safety, in terms of airworthiness, and only those certified drones to be distributed with license. Like it should have a unique identification number. It should have an insurance. It should be the person, in fact the person who has been trained, the pilot certification is there in the Digital Sky. You can refer at their names. Even the drone if you buy, the unique number which has been given, it is going to be in the Digital Sky. Without that you are not supposed to operate it. So there is a clear guidance on all of this. Okay, even the drone pilot certification, those who are above 18 years, below 65 years, I am not eligible. Okay, so the drone certification can be given. Of course, with DGC has formulated the syllabus for that, theory, practical, and if you complete that with a good health, you can always become the drone pilot. And not only drone pilot. See, drone pilot may be a small thing, but further you can develop your domain expertise in that particular field. For example, agriculture. It is not just drone pilot. After becoming a drone pilot, how do I fly? What time I should fly? What should be the radiation during that time? How do I analyze the data? What kind of a software to be used? You know, it's a big questions. You can become a specialized thing. Don't think that it's an SLC qualification, anybody can become a drone pilot. No, that's true. For becoming a drone pilot, SLC qualification. But if you want to get into the deeper into that, you require specialization. The agriculture graduates, you require that specialization in that. Okay? Sorry. I think, see, they have prescribed particular syllabus. It's a 5 to 6 days. In fact, the government of India, under the Namo Drone Didi scheme, it has been made as 15 days. The Agriculture Skill Council of India has made actually 59 days. So it could be even 3 months, 6 months diploma. Tomorrow, the remote sensing agency might start a diploma in drone certifications. In fact, already many universities have started actually the drone diploma or drone degree, this kind of things. Of course, to become a drone pilot, on record you're supposed to get 75% passing marks. I don't know whether everybody will get or not, but minimum qualification, although it's SLC, the passing percentage is 75%. Okay? See, most of the drone, they will be operating in the visual line of control, as you can see from your eyes. But it can be, special permission is required beyond the visual line of sight. Not that you cannot operate beyond the visual line of sight. Most of the fixed wings, for example, they operate for 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers and all that. The special permission is required, special sensor required, because if there is an obstruction, it should stop or deviate. Or if there is an altitude variation, it should maintain the same altitude, even 20-meter variations, it should still maintain the 10-meter if you are, want to collect the data from 10-meter height. So that kind of a things actually is required in this kind of a things. And no fly zone, you should not operate in any of those flying, airport, strategic points and so on. And in nowadays, insurance is also been given for the third-party insurance for the drone. It's better to take the third-party insurance. And real-time tracking.
First party also, the self-damage also that covering national insurance.
Yes.
Comprehensive insurance.
Comprehensive third-party insurance, even for the fire accident, all that actually is being taken actually into that. Okay? So stay informed always, keep reading, upskill your knowledge, okay? And try to use our own satellite. Of course, our Indian navigation satellite, the accuracy will be very good. And today somebody can scoop the GPS data, jamming can be done, but it's better that actually we go for our own Indian navigation satellite, because it's in S-band. I think it is maybe difficult to scoop actually. This jamming can be done in that. But of course, to operate the drone, you require to have some 20-25 satellites seeing at a time, so that it will be more accurate. It is easy to fly. Okay, so digital sky I already explained to you. Penalties up to 1 lakh they will put if you do some mistakes, and they can cancel your license. They can also seize your drone, and if there is accident actually and some human beings, it's going to be a big thing actually. Okay, so tomorrow, as somebody said actually in the morning, drones will be like your laptop or mobile phone in the next 20, maybe 10 years or so. That is kind of a thing, and our Honorable Prime Minister expect that actually maybe in every farm the drone will be operating depending on the conditions of the field and the weather. Okay, so of course our last two slides only I have. Our company, the Multiplex Drone Private Limited, which is in Nelamangala, they adopt in the Mahalakshmi layout. We do actually a lot of research and development. We have developed 3 models of drones which have been type certified by the DGCA. In fact, ours is one of the best company, wonderful infrastructure. We have the capacity to manufacture almost 1,000 drones per month depending on the need. And we also RPTO, Remote Pilot Training Organizations, approved by the DGCA. We provide training program. In fact, last 6 months, We have trained almost 700 people sponsored by the Department of Social Welfare and Minorities of the Government of Karnataka. We also take up drone as a service. We have large number of drones in our stores. Anybody wants, actually, we can also rent it, or we can also take up our pilots. We have a large number of pilots. They will also take up the drone as a service. And I think conclusion, what I would like to say is that it's an evolving technology. Still we are in a nascent stage. I am sure in the coming years there will be a lot of game changing in this field. Okay? And I'm sure just not only drone, the technology is changing that several drones can be operated or monitored, swarm drones, we call it. The artificial intelligence can coordinate with all the drones, maybe one or two pilots sitting in one on the ground. So that kind of a technology are expected in the coming years. Okay? And the future is going to be the excitement, and particularly for the agriculture applications, I'm sure this technology is going to stay, and a lot of improvements in the technology will happen in the coming years, and I am sure India is also going to play a major role in making and leading our country as one of the best destinations in the coming years. And I'm sure with these youngsters and some of the researchers, we expect a lot in the coming years. With this, I would like to thank Dr. Ramesh, Mr. Umesh, and all the KSTA staff for giving me this opportunity. If you have any question, you can ask me. Maybe 2-3 questions can, yeah?
So when we add the payload,
yes.
For example, the static, let's say it's a 5 kg
yes.
drone,
yes.
3 is already there as a static one. If I want to add 2 more kgs, what precautions are to be taken? Because
you cannot add,
balance.
sir. This is a type certification. Once it has been fixed, actually, say it's a 12 kg, say a 10 kg, a 5 kg drone, and there actually you are fixed for payloads something like 1 kg. So behind 1 kg you can't add. This is where the type certification comes. Because the balance might change, na? The stability might change.
That was my question. Do you
yes.
have some specification on where to add the additional payload? Is there any specification?
No. You have to go again one more for another drone for a modular specification. Okay. Otherwise, you should have a government approval from the beginning itself. Maybe it's difficult to go more than 2-3 payloads in the current situations.
And what are the fail-safe mechanisms that are available to
Fail-safe, actually, see, return to home. If there is any problem, if the battery is weak, if there is some problem, the drone will come back to the same place, number one. Or you can land wherever you require, actually, in a good place. This is one thing. Second thing, GPS is there, actually. You can know the position of that, actually. And a lot of other things are also being added into that. Mainly the return to home is one of the important things, actually. It comes back to the same place where you launched the drone. There are, so see, even the Wingtra one, actually, even if there are any damages, actually, it can show you that there is a damage in that. This is the strength of the artificial intelligence. So you can get back to your drone. Okay. And there are now people are talking about processing the data on board the drone itself. It's called edge computing. Okay, that's also being people are working on that. Still, we are yet to go a long way to go on that, actually. So there are various mechanisms, actually, for the drone. It gives you the symbol. In fact, as the drone is flying, you will get, actually, from the telemetry, you get what altitude is going, what is the wind speed, what is the temperature, what is the battery voltage it has, actually. Okay, all that you get there, actually. So immediately you can take a decision on that. If there is an obstruction, it stops. Or some, if depending on your type of sensor, you have set up so much of firmware or software we have embedded into that, it can take a turn and comes back to the normal. Even the flight planning, you don't have to just set, actually, this is my 10 acres of land. Only take the cover these 10 acres of land. Yes, it can do it. It does actually automatic. For agriculture, this requires an overlap. 60 to 70% overlap is required for agriculture. For survey, you may require even 70 to 80%. See, the government of India has also brought out, actually, what is called standard operating procedures for this. Like what height actually should go, what should be the wind speed, how much you have to spray, all that has been given, what should be the concentration, all that has been given actually the Government of India. In addition to that, this is a standard guideline. States are also, like agriculture universities, our agriculture university here they are working actually. For the agroclimatic reason also they are working. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Anything else? I think, maybe the last question, because the organizer has warned me already.
Thanks for the inspirational session, sir. It was really wonderful. If anybody wants to become a drone pilot, what the curriculum, duration, charges, all those things, just I would like to, where to contact, whom to contact.
You can always contact us actually, but the charges are slightly higher. The drone pilot, because the drone actually requires the battery, so many batteries are required. So for students actually, I think my organization actually, they charge us about 35,000 rupees actually.
Including certification?
Yeah.
What will be the duration?
6 to 7 days, 5 to 6 days or 6 to 7 days.
Examination will happen within that?
Yes.
Okay.
Fine, there will be after theory there will be exam, practical actually exam, then final will be there, and everything actually we are working on behalf of DGCA. See, everything has to be uploaded actually onto the DGCA website, Digital Sky said actually. Okay? They will issue the certificate.
Okay.
It will come on the Digital Sky itself.
That program involves a hands-on session, some DIY kind of thing?
Yes. Okay. Do it as assembly, maintenance, all that they will explain you in that.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
But only thing is, your age limit also to be considered only 18 to 25, 65 years old. So within that, I believe they are eligible. Yeah, thank you very much.
Sir, last one more question.
I have two questions here basically. Do you give a specific training for laser scanning of buildings, wherein we create a digital model of the building to get the scan data? Second one is the zone permissions. Can you provide us a zone permission for flying? Okay. No, can you help us to get Okay. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Sir, sir will be available with us during lunch hours. You can discuss your queries. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. On behalf of KST and on behalf of all of us, thank you very much, sir. Such a wonderful presentation. Now we have with us Shri Dr. Chintamani Pai, who will be taking next session. I invite Dr. Chintamani Pai to come on the dais. So after this session, we will be having a lunch break. Before starting this presentation, I would like to give a very brief introduction about Dr. Chintamani Pai. Currently, he is a faculty member at Presidency University, Bangalore. Obtained his PhD in physics from the University of Mumbai, and he is a NASA Insights here in the year of 2021 and a member of winning team at Smart Hackathon India Senior Hardware Edition held in the year of 2023 December. His current research interests are in photonics, magnetism, and their applications in aerospace technologies to develop sensors and devices. He is also a co-founder of Trilochana Aerospace and Defense Technologies and Space Geeks. He is an experimental physicist by nature and loves doing experimental work, and his current focus is on developing drone-based sensors for defense and allied areas. With this brief introduction, I welcome Dr. Chintamani Pai once again to deliver this session. Thank you very much, Doctor, for accepting our invitation to be here. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Disconnected, right? This is
Thank you very much, KSTA, and I'm always grateful to be here. And last time also I came, that time I was proper from Mumbai, but I am now part of Bangalore, and it's always feels great to be a part of Karnataka state, which is always being in the forefront of the aerospace and aviation technologies. And I don't come from the agriculture background, so if you ask me any agriculture related direct questions, I may not be, having domain expertise. But here something interesting, because suppose, as experts have already spoken about how the drones are going to be useful in the agriculture sector, here you require lots of hands-on on drones, and therefore it is needed how one can have basic principles which are revolving around drone flight. And as we learn, as you will be interested in actually getting the drone remote pilot license, automatically you will also learn about hands-on. Okay, so prior to that stage, I'll try to give a perspective of, first of all, how drone flies, what are the components of drones, and which will give you basic idea about the physics and aerodynamics aspects of drones, okay, and also the components of drones. Or maybe I'll just, yeah. It's not going back. Yeah. Okay. And of course, drones are nowadays very famous because of the conflict what we had with Pakistan. And imagine, I'm giving the other perspective of drones. Imagine if there is a full-fledged escalation happens. Even people with their jugadu aspects, what we call the Indian jugad, they will be actually they have already started working on how even agricultural drones can be transformed into defense drones. Okay, and so drone sector is evolving at a very rapid stage. It has changed the scenario of the modern warfare, and I'm interested in warfare simulations and strategies, because previously I was part of MTech defense technology program. So those interesting aspects also I'll cover in my talk. So I always start with this very inspiring quote by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. It says, "All birds find shelter during a rain, but only an eagle avoids rain by flying above the clouds. Problems are common, but attitude makes the difference. You were born with wings, do not crawl, learn to use them to fly, and education gives you wings to fly." So I feel from drone technology perspective, every aerospace technology generally is out of reach of common man, but here is a drone technology where government has made basic eligibility, just having 10th standard, you need to have a 10th standard 10th standard degree and education till 10th standard and 18 years of age. With that, this is the only aerospace technology I feel which is available to common man, and lots of things can be done. And as I'm also co-founder of startup, there are lots of ups and downs. Some of you might be also having your own startups. So there are always challenges when you start from your ideas and try to materialize them to a product. I'm actually carrying our product on drone technology, which was recently supported by Autodesk Foundation USA. And this is a basic product just to teach about drone technology. And then your question would be how this is connected to agriculture. So even there are concepts where the drone-based soil moisture measurements are also important, where there will be the RF or microwave-based sensors which can actually carry out the non-invasive measurements of the at the nodal points, how the way the drone is flying based on whatever on a mission planner when we actually give the on a mission planner when we actually define the trajectory. So based on that, as it flies along the trajectory, it can measure the soil moisture. And all of you are from agriculture background, so you know how important it is to measuring the soil moisture, because that will give you some idea how much water is needed. So those kind of technologies are also coming, drone based, where these smaller drones having a miniature sensor, microwave or RF based, can actually non-invasively measure. So we have been working as a startup, some technologies right from scratch we are developing, and a few are already developed in terms of these products. So I'll go next. So when we talk about flight in general, all your superheroes are actually, most of your superheroes, you love watching superhero series, you must be reading, you must have been reading stories about superheroes, watching movies. I think most of our superheroes are actually in this slide. Why I am showing? There is something in common about these superheroes. Yes. So in humans already, since they started realizing the environment around them, watching the bird flight, they always had a fascination about flight. And that's why you will see in all the superhero stories, all superheroes, they have ability to fly. Okay? So if human had wings, how they will go about flying? Can we actually fly? Do we have a flying ability? So if we compare the typical bird wing span with respect to the bird wing and the ratio of the length of the bird wing to its body length, okay, the ratios are different, and you will see the bird wing is kind of bit flat, flat is bit wider, which allows it to create a kind of drag and which allows it to float in the air. But somehow we do not have the hands with a larger length, and the width is not larger. So which doesn't allow us naturally we do not have that natural ability to fly. So why birds are great at flying? So because of their aerodynamic nature, okay, see, when a bird is flying, if you observe different kinds of birds, be it a sparrow, crow, or eagle, they have different kind of structure. There will be a generic shape, but they will have a unique flying abilities. In fact, recently I submitted a proposal to ISRO response scheme, where they are actually looking for the bird-like drones to fly in Martian atmosphere. Okay, now these kind of drones in certain scenarios are very useful, because if we are having multiple number of such drones with the swarm capabilities, they are very good at measuring, having multi-node sensor measurements. Okay, so for tomorrow, if I want to measure the weather parameters on Martian surface, I want to carry out some surface or subsurface measurements, I can have such drones. And typically Martian atmosphere is very thinner compared to the Earth's atmosphere. So you need to have the specialized structure for the drone flying. So the birds have ways, their unique ways to generate lift based on their aerodynamic structure and wings, and they adjust themselves, okay, while flying, and that actually creates the airlift. So then I'll go back to this person. All of you, most of you must be knowing Leonardo da Vinci. I am a great fan of him, and somehow his imaginations as per that era were much beyond 100, 200 years, and he was also fascinated by flight, and he had drawn such beautiful artistic visualizations of bird flight. If at all humans in future they go about flying, so he had his own concept of helicopter. So the whole idea is, we were always fascinated by flight, humans, looking at birds, and there were early attempts. Okay, these were some of the pictures from early attempts, based on looking at the width of the bird's wing and based on the body length. But sadly, not all these attempts were successful. Some people have even died while doing this. And so I always tell everyone that whenever you're working in experimental aspects of designing technology, you have to think of hazards first. When you think of hazards first, you are aware where things can go wrong, you can mitigate those things. Similarly, if you plan to work with in the agriculture sector with bigger drones, they have very large propellers, okay, and large propellers rotating at very high RPM, so you have to be careful, okay, whenever you are. So there are, of course, when you undergo training of remote pilot program, you will learn about the technical aspects, about safety aspects. That is very important when you are handling drones, bigger drones especially. The drone which I am carrying here is just a nano drone category, less than 250 grams. I'll demonstrate the flight as well. But the bigger drones, you have to be careful with their high RPM, and if any problems occurs with the battery, how you actually mitigate those problems. Going next, somewhere around in the year 2011-13, Amazon had a concept. Now imagine the air freight. Typically a person will carry the stuff you want to send to another location, and imagine the typical cost of air freights. So Amazon in the year 2011, around 2011, they had a concept of drone-based, UAV-based logistic applications developing. But unfortunately, even countries like US didn't have technology infrastructure then. Because imagine, I was coming to KSTA, there were traffic scenarios, right? We deal with a lot of traffic scenarios in Bangalore. Imagine multiple such drones are flying in the air, and if there are such traffic scenarios, you need to have very specialized airways and for the transport of the goods. And there are lots of problems. You need to design those pathways. Those were not, that time, that infrastructure was not there. Even the policy was coming into the picture then in country like US. But now the scenario has changed with time. Who knows that even India will have a significant step, not even from the state of Karnataka, to actually come up with a policy for the logistic drone delivery for mass. So India has a policy, India has a vision to become drone hub by 2030, and it has a potential to reach this much amount by 2030. That is what the government is projecting. So I'll go next. Yeah. So this is the post from the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. In year 2022, India will require at least 1 lakh drone pilots by next year. So far, there are no, this number is not satisfied. There are lots of opportunities, and experts over here have already talked about opportunities in the agriculture, and there are needs even if you have your own farm, you are having your farmer certificate, there will be subsidy by the government, and you can actually start offering drone-based services right at the village level. So, and India having the agriculture sector as one of its backbone of the Indian economy, I think this sector is going to play a huge role in connection with the drone technology. So when we talk about drone-based applications being explored in India, here you can see how the relative, the strengths of these applications being explored. Yes, sir. Thank you. So here you will see, okay, there is a first, for around 45% is for the infrastructure domain, then comes to agriculture. So You guys are important. Okay? And then relatively how the importance is with respect to the other fields. And real estate is important in India. You know how real estate prices are skyrocketing. And for even building a bridge, whether it is a road bridge or a tunnel or a bridge for railways, we need to have inspection. Okay? And earlier these inspections were carried manually. But now because of drone technology, we have lots of advantages where you cannot go manually, but you can carry out the inspection, civil inspection very easily. So that is where the drone technology is also bound to play a very important role. And then, as I said, with respect to agriculture, drones were already existing in the entertainment industry, okay, much more before the existence of the drone policy. It came in the year 2021. The drones were already being used by the entertainment industry. And imagine earlier in early 90s, 2000, when the aerial shots were required, okay, you need to hire a chopper, helicopter, okay, and then have aerial shot. In Mumbai, I am aware if you have to have a Mumbai Darshan, they charge around 15,000 for half an hour. There are private companies which provide these kind of. Now imagine you are having multiple, there are errors in your, while having aerial shot, you are doing multiple such times, how much cost is involved. Now that cost is being drastically reduced by having drones. That is where drone technology, drone industry, has really, it has bloomed. And then coming to the other areas such as mining and even insurance, okay, where drones can be utilized. For example, there have been cases, some banks have started utilizing drones. For example, you have your own farm. Now because of floods or any other situation, okay, you apply for insurance, okay, there is a damage. So how the damage assessment needs to be carried out. So that is where many insurance companies now are utilizing drones. So you carry out the precision mapping of your huge farm using drones, and by having high resolution photos, you will carry out the assessment. That is where another area where lots of experts like you can focus on. Okay, how the tie-up you can have your own startup, having a tie-up with insurance companies, providing such services in the agricultural sector.
Medical purpose?
Yeah, medical purpose, of course. There are drone services there have been pilot projects, not like, the pilot projects have been carried out. I'll come to that.
Is something called drone ambulance?
Yes. In fact, we have a tie-up through a foreign collaboration where we can actually lift a payload of 100 kg. We are looking for a pilot project in Karnataka state and even in other states where we can actually demonstrate, the ability of lifting humans from one location to another location. As far as I'm sure the experts have already covered with respect to the drone regulations. There are lots of other countries working on drone technology. As far as India is concerned, we are not working in this area called as beyond visual line of sight. There are yet rules and regulations are required to be formed for application of drones in civil domain. When you talk about military domain, okay, military domain, as the requirement comes, these aspects are immediately covered. But as far as the requirement in civil applications are concerned, we are not working for drones in beyond visual line of sight flights. And typically, if we are not working, we are also not offering the licenses. Okay, so as I was part early.
Educational institutions, universities, you want to do some carry out some experiments or research within the campus, you need to still register your drone?
You need to register a drone, or you need to work with the DGC approved drone pilots for carrying out your research, because since he or she is approved by DGCA, he or she will be aware of the norms.
So
the registration is required for drones which are being utilized, but the drone pilots will have those. And depending upon your applications, at what altitude you are carrying out the inspection, depending upon that what kind of other drones, suppose you want to just utilize the drone for mapping purpose, then you don't need to go for, you don't need to be worried about much. It all depends upon what is your weight of the drone and so on. Accordingly, the categories have been defined. So this fact always fascinates me, that we actually flew a small drone on Martian surface in the year 2021. The same year I was part of one of the NASA programs. And this drone took off on a Martian surface around first flight, around 40 seconds. And the flight duration was around 40 seconds. And for some time it made a hover around 3 meters from the Martian surface. And it was it was like the whole, when actually the actual aircraft Flight Brothers they tested in 1908. So it is as good as a Flight Brothers moment when such drone flew on Mars. Now why it is important? Why are we discussing this? Because something we want to carry out such in space is not easy. Space, whenever you are designing something for space missions, you have to consider the harsh conditions of space. Okay? And from that perspective, the technologies which have gone in this drone, okay, are the next level of technologies. And these technologies, so people always ask why any country spends so much on space technology. What is the use of that? So I would say 90% of the technologies what we are using in our daily lives have come from space technologies. So can anyone tell me what is a most common technology what we are utilizing in our daily lives which has emerged from space technology? Any guess? No, very simpler than mobile phones. Okay, one more option. One more. So most of the 90% technologies which we are using, okay, for civil applications, consumer based technologies, 90% of them have come from space technology. So what is the simplest technology what you can think of? So these specs which I am wearing, they have a certain coatings. Okay, nowadays when you go, so these coatings, need for these coatings actually have roots in the space technology. When in the year 1969, Neil Armstrong went on moon, okay. So moon doesn't have atmosphere, it directly faces the solar radiation. Because we have different layers of atmosphere, we are protected from direct radiation coming from space. But if you are directly exposed to such radiation, we may go blind because this is high energy radiation. It can induce cancer in our eyes and even on the skin. So then people started thinking, okay, how they will deal with such stuff on the lunar surface, because moon doesn't have atmosphere. So then the coating was developed on the helmet of astronauts, which was gold coating. Now the gold, a metallic layer, can actually stop the high energetic charged particles coming from space and also the radiation. So that could allow Neil Armstrong and his other colleague to actually work on the lunar surface, and subsequent other teams of astronauts which went on the moon, which also circulated around Earth, so on. So these coatings no more remain in space, they ultimately came down in our daily lives. As you want the protection from the UV light from computers, that has come from space technology. So when we talk about drones and such missions related to space, we have to think from a larger perspective. That is where you may not have immediate application, but in near future such applications come which are useful for our daily lives. So these are the typical points on which this drone flew, and I think now it has stopped functioning because of these storms on the Martian surface. So how old is drone technology when we talk about unmanned aerial vehicles? So it's not new. The history goes back to 1849. I mean, 1849, Austrians actually used hot air balloons. So that's experiment you can do at home. Okay, and generally during Diwali we carry out such experiments, right? You have a candle, you have a frame on which the candle, you know, is stays still, and you have, you know, a paper bag, and the simple principle is the air gets warmer, the warmer air is lighter, so the paper bag starts rising upward. So see, this is the same principle is followed for the hot air balloons, and hot air balloons were actually utilized in war against by having a bigger hot air balloon which can lift a larger payload. Explosives were attached by Austrians, and they were utilized against depending upon, of course, which means you need to have a good knowledge about wind direction, because that time there was no RF, so you can control the hot air balloon. So if the wind is actually coming towards you, then instead of killing enemy, you will end up killing yourself. Okay, so with the basic knowledge of wind direction and all, okay, they could actually utilize hot air balloons against enemies. And then with the first flight of Wright brothers, okay, the people started thinking, what if the aircrafts do not have a pilot? So I'll go to a bit of history. And then in 1990s, the first usage of drone technology was actually utilized in Iraq war, okay? And subsequently, now you know, everyone, every day we are reading about drones. It has completely changed the warfare scenario. And let us see how these things further complicate the war scenario and what advantages, disadvantages it brings for defense, counter defense, and offense. So these are not aircrafts. These are photos from World War II. Here you will see the then UK Prime Minister Winston Churchill is actually observing, monitoring the construction of unmanned aerial vehicle. Now, any idea why this is being used for? So these are being used for actually, if you have to test a missile, okay, how you will test? You will not test on actual pilot carrying the aeroplane, right? You have to have some dummy object. So for that purpose, initially these were invented. So that time there were no chemical batteries. So people actually used liquid fuel, liquid kerosene, and so on. So here you will see the Royal Air Force team of Royal Air Force airmen. They are actually, you know, maintaining such liquid fuel based unmanned aerial vehicle. And later people started using them for reconnaissance purposes. Here is a modern fleet of drones, and here is one of the most advanced reconnaissance drone, okay, fixed wing drone. This is called as MQ-9, manufactured by Israeli company, and we also have these drones for reconnaissance. And what you see is not a fret. This is actually a mobile unit where actually crew sits inside, and depending upon where the need arises, this fret is along with the crew is mobilized, and so they can actually operate these aircrafts with satellite communication for more than 1,000 kilometer range. Okay, so I'll skip this, and we are seeing recent news. We must have seen that for a while it felt that Ukraine-Russia conflict has taken halt, but it is still going on. Few weeks back, actually Ukraine attacked Russian airbase, destroying their actually nuclear capable Tu warfighters. But then there was again retaliation by Russia through drones. So countries are massively utilizing such drones, be it unmanned water vehicle. Here you will see unmanned water vehicle which actually was utilized by Ukraine, which actually sank their flagship. And these are the drones, they are kept in shelves ready for attack. Even India, recent Operation Sindoor, I happened to interact with one of the NRL, National Aerospace Laboratory scientists based in Bangalore. In fact, she was involved actually in characterizing the radar cross section of these aircrafts while they are in motion. So that is how we actually fooled enemy. We actually, fighter planes took off, but they were not fighter planes. On enemy radars, they had a signature of fighter planes, but those were actually drones. Okay, and these are the different war strategies, how countries work on. We also have Indian Air Force veteran Dr. A.T. Kishore, who is also mentor to our startup, and we keep discussing these things quite a lot. And you can see massive devastation. I'll quickly run through because I wanted to give a perspective of drone technology from other domains also. And these typically, that question sir asked, what drone we can utilize. Typically these drones are utilized for mapping purposes. DJI is a world famous company. Right now we need in India, we need to have such a company which can start manufacturing DJI kind of drones. I'm sure there will be one company which can make DJI kind of drones. They are available for at around $2,000, but these drones are being modified for actually attack purposes. You can see the whole range right from $1,000 to more than $1 million US. All these drones are being utilized in current scenario. Then how the other conflicts drones have played role. Then the bigger drones, and till now I have been talking about just the international perspective. So where India stands. We stand, yes, we have a very good stand with respect to drones. India has been developing such drones since 1990s called as Rustam and Tapas, and these are very much being used till now. Okay, they have been further developed even from testing missiles or even for reconnaissance purposes. Okay, so far we talked about the international conflicts, drone being used for war technologies. So where do we stand? So that is where I'll come to the statement of India's father of Indian space program, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, who had a vision, a great visionary, who told, okay, look, India can play a meaningful role nationally and globally. That was then UN called as Community of Nations. So because only we can see the application of advanced technologies to the real problems of man and society. And that is where I feel the drone technology is going to have significant application in agriculture sector. And since you all are attending this workshop, you can actually take home this message and really start implementing utilizing drone technology in the agriculture sector, because that is where we can show how the peaceful use of technology can be for the socio-economic benefits. Yeah, so I'll skip this. And I spoke about the Karnataka state being always in the forefront of the aviation. So whatever new norms in drone technologies are coming, Karnataka is playing significant role. There was a first police drone unit in Chennai, then Kerala had a drone unit for actually in police surveillance and even part of the forensic science unit, then for medicine supply. And in fact, in Dehradun, Tata 1mg application launched a pilot project which could actually carry at a time around 150 samples in the remote areas. You place the order, and the logistic drone will carry out will supply the medicines. Coming to the drones in agriculture, how drones can support Indian agriculture? So we have huge opportunities in the agriculture sector, where we can actually address the gap of human error and inefficiency by traditional farming methods. Imagine you are actually mapping the farm, or you are carrying out for pesticide spraying. The drones are going to play important role. And these are very useful schemes launched by the government of India. Use of Kisan drones. Then basically you must have heard of the Drone Didi programs, okay, where the importance is being given for encouraging women to utilize drones for the agriculture applications. And as I said earlier, if you are having a farmer certificate, you will be having a 50% subsidy to have your own drone. And application of drones, as I spoke about, they range from for hobby purpose. There are famous racing events worldwide using small drones, and commercial applications and military. Okay, this I've already covered. So when we talk about drones for agriculture purpose, we talk about drones for crop health analysis. You can also have something called as remote sensing platform on drones, hyperspectral cameras. These hyperspectral cameras can actually measure the reflectance spectra coming from the canopy and field, and based on analyzing the reflectance spectra coming from the plants or the field, you can actually analyze, you can carry out the disease detection. Yeah, and then the infrastructure inspection. Okay, India has a huge network of such oil and gas pipelines which are open, which are not buried pipelines, and there is a continuous monitoring is required. Typically it is done manually, but now the oil and gas companies have started understanding the usage of drone technology. Even the Indian Railway is like a parallel government in itself, has its own economy, and with such a wide network of Indian railways, it is required that how we can carry out the maintenance, surveillance of the wide rail network. So coming to the principles of drone flight, we will try to get into as deep as possible. What are drones? How do they fly? Components of drone. So we can have drones which are called as multi-rotor. So it's like you have a ceiling fan, right? Ceiling fan is rotating in certain direction. Based on the size and shape of that ceiling fan, you have a thrust of air generated, right? So it's a simple principle that now imagine a miniature version of such ceiling fan with certain unique shapes and size. It will create a thrust of air, and that thrust of air is able to actually counter the gravitational force. So depending upon your requirements, at what altitude you want this drone to go, and if it has to carry a payload, it has to also lift the payload, countering the gravity, right? So depending upon that, you will require the more number of propellers. So if it has 6, we call it as hexacopter. If it has 8, we will call it as octocopter. Okay, and depending, nowadays you also have the new designs in which instead of having 8 propellers, you can have 1 propeller in the upward direction, 1 propeller in the downward direction, which actually kind of optimizes the space but gives you the more efficiency, lifting efficiency. So those kind of drones are also available. Okay, then these are like typical aircraft shaped like drones, what we call fixed wing drones. Now they have propeller at the front, and they are having the mechanisms for controlling the surfaces. So it's like an aircraft, but without actually human presence. And as like with the multi-rotor drones can actually hover. Okay, they can hover, like what we saw in the case of the Martian drone, which took off. It could hover, but the other drones, these drones cannot hover. Once they take off, they will start flying. They will not stop, and they will require maybe a small airstrip to take off and land, or they can be even manually with they can take off. They need some force to activate their mechanism so that they can start flying. Now they have a disadvantage that they cannot fly slowly or hover, but at the same time they can fly at higher speed, higher endurance, and they can be at very high altitude. Now each of these versions have their own pros and cons, which are covered in the next design, what is called as the hybrid drones, where you are having not only just the fixed wing design, but also having the multi-rotor design. Okay, so in case suppose your airstrip is not working or you need to hover while traveling at high speed, you can carry out both activities. But designing of such hybrid drones is a difficult task, and generally these kind of drones are useful for military applications. So drones exist in all sizes. You have drone which you can see which can be on a tip of a finger. Can anyone tell me what can be the possible use of such drone? These are called as micro aerial vehicles. Yes, by default for military applications, but let's say you want to place some small sensors on these, you want to monitor bird activities, like even with such a small drone. Okay, because generally if you are using big drones, their noise is the sound what they create can be problematic for birds, and then you cannot study their natural behavior, or you want to study animal behavior. So these kind of drones are suitable. Yeah. So when we talk about drone flight, we typically talk about basic 4 forces. So any object having mass will be having gravitational force, because we are in the vicinity of Earth, and generally gravitational force, as Newton's first law, what we have learned in school days, it is a force of attraction between the two bodies acting along the line of joining two point particles. So you imagine a center of mass like a point mass, and it is interacting with the Earth as if like the Earth is interacting through its center of mass, and that force now is along the line joining two centers. So naturally the force of gravity would be vertically downwards with respect to our local frame of reference. And so as long as there is mass, there will be always a gravitational force in the universe, and this gravitational force with respect to our local frame is acting vertically downward. Now you want to lift an object, you need to counter the force of gravity, but you just don't want to lift the object, you also want to move it forward and backward, so you require a thrust. As long as any object it is moving in a medium, the medium will always oppose the motion of the object. That is called as force of drag. So the whole drone motion is actually an interplay between these 4 forces. You know how to control thrust and lift, you are in principle have a control over drones flying. So if I actually have a vertical cross section of the aircraft or its wings, you will see this kind of vertical cross section, right? And when you have airflow, the airflow splits into 2 streams. So you are having the 2 zones, high pressure to low pressure. Air moves from high pressure to low pressure, right? And because of such bifurcation of airflows, you have a lift, which is because the air moves. It creates a cushion. The air moves from high pressure zone to low pressure zone, and that is how the aircraft is lifted. Okay, so if you want to talk in terms of how that force is connected to the the velocity and density of the air, okay, and if you have a multi-rotor drone, because of the motion of the propellers, their high RPM, high rotations per minute, you have the bifurcation of the airflow, creating low pressure zone and high pressure zone, which creates the thrust to lift the drone. So you have thrust created by individual propellers, and depending upon the mass of your drone, accordingly you calculate how many propellers are needed. Depending, now the thrust is also proportional to the physical properties of the propeller and at what rotations per minute it is actually rotating. Okay, so depending upon that you can actually compute the thrust. Now you compute the thrust for one propeller, now multiplied by number of other propellers. You have to also counter the other physical forces. Okay, accordingly the rotations have to be designed for the drone. So when we talk about drones, we say there are 6 degrees of freedom. So drone can actually move in X, Y and Z direction. It can also rotate along particular axis. So by combination of the rotation on any axis or a movement back, forward and backward, you can have 6 degrees of freedom by which you can actually design a drone trajectory as it moves along from one point to another point. Okay, as I am entering into bit of physics, maybe these terminologies you may not be aware. So I'll try getting into just bit. I will not go into much depth. So when you are having a propeller, it is creating a thrust. So we actually associate a force associated. We have a lot of force associated with that propeller. So now imagine each of these propellers are creating the force. So they act together in one direction, and then you have a force in the downward direction. Now going back to our 11th, 12th standard physics, you carry out the vector sum of the forces. Now depending upon which force is dominating will decide in which direction the drone is moving. Okay, and now these propellers are at certain distance from the center of mass and they are having a rotational motion. So that also create an additional physical quantity called as torque. So if you are having a torque moving in clockwise or counterclockwise direction, accordingly it will create a torque. So that you will see if the drone is malfunctioning, it suddenly gets toppled. Why that is happening? Suddenly there are some problems in the RPMs of the propellers. So one of the torques they become dominating. So that results in the toppling of the drone. It simply flips over and then falls down. So you have to make sure for a stable drone flight, not only your basic gravitational forces are balanced, but you are also balancing the torques associated with the drone. So how does a drone fly? So as I spoke about individual propellers, so if you have to move down, which means you have to make sure that gravitational force is actually, you are giving, you want gravitational force to dominate. How you want gravitational force to dominate is by actually slightly lowering the RPMs of the drone. So their forces are reduced, so that gravitational force starts dominating. Okay, and due to which the drone will start coming down. Similarly, if you want to move the drone up, you will increase the RPM of each of the motors. so that your forces in the upward direction are more, they are countering the force of gravity. Suppose you want to move forward. How drone will move forward? The drone will have actually, you can increase this set of basically you need to have, when you have an object which is in a completely stable condition, all the forces and torques are balanced. Now if the drone has to move forward, it needs to have some unbalanced force in that direction. So if the drone has to move in this direction towards you, so it has to slightly create an unbalanced force which will allow the drone to move towards you. So how that is done? So that is done by increasing the RPM of the back propellers. So this I am talking from the perspective of quadcopter drone. So when you are increasing the RPM, effectively the torques and the RPM will result, higher RPM of the back propellers will actually result in tilting of the drone. And unbalanced force, Newton's law says us that object will continue its state of rest or uniform motion unless and until it is acted upon by external unbalanced force. So now if I have to move the drone by allotting a force to it to move in a forward direction, I need to create an unbalanced force so that drone moves in this direction. So from that perspective, I have to accordingly increase the RPM of the back propellers, and then drone will able to move forward, okay, by tilting, what we call it as pitch. Okay, so its pitch changes, okay, and it will move in a forward direction. Similarly, if the drone has to move backward, the front propellers, you will increase the RPM, so it tilts in the other direction and it will move in the backward direction with respect to you. So similarly, if the drone has to carry out the motions such as roll and yaw, accordingly, so why we are discussing this? Because if somebody has to design the flight computer of drone, now you must be, the drone doesn't, you are not manually controlling the RPM. Now I will increase the RPM of this propeller and then I will understand how it will move. It is happening simultaneously in real time. So the flight computer needs to understand what is a relative RPM, the changes in percentage changes in the RPM simultaneously of each of the propellers, so that by having percentage change with respect to a base RPM, it can visualize in real time what is going to be the kinematical state of the drone, how it is going to be. So if I have certain RPM, let's say this is moving at 1000 RPM, this is moving at 5000 RPM, that gets translated into a kinematical state of the drone, and that is what flight computer is doing. Any drone's flight computer can actually translate that into its physical kinematical state, okay, and then it is able to control. So when you are having a joystick like this, I'm carrying just just a joy piece to show here. I'll also demonstrate few experiments in the afternoon. So if you are carrying such a joystick, you are just moving your knobs, okay, controls, but these controls in principle are actually connected. They are sending the data to the flight computer so that they can simultaneously control these RPMs, which allows drones to carry out its motion. So you have the reference position XYZ because drone moves in 3 dimensions, and then something called as attitude, okay, not altitude. This is actually a terminology from the flight dynamics, attitude, okay. So you are not having just the position of the not the information of XYZ, but also the reference angles, the way we define our coordinate system. And then, so I know the drone propeller should have 1000 RPM when I send the command. How do I understand that it is exactly rotating at that RPM? That also is important, because when drones they malfunction. You want them to fly at certain speed, okay, in certain direction, but what you expect the propellers to rotate, they do not rotate at that RPM, at those RPMs. So you need to have a feedback mechanism. There has to be a way. So if I want the propeller to move at 5000 RPM, there has to be a way by which I should also know whether it is actually moving at 5000 RPM. Now, if you're, I recall the name of the disease where person is not able to walk properly, balanced walk. I don't recall that name of the disease. So, like the drones has having sensor, our body is beautifully designed by nature. So we have inside our inner ears, we have inner cochlea, we have fluid. That fluid acts as a level sensor. So how do you know that you are bending in certain directions and you are not falling off? Because in real time, the brain is able to compute that how much you are tilted. And accordingly, then through the sensor feedback mechanism, you know that, okay, you need to have the muscle strength to also, which won't allow you to fall down. But if a drunkard, a drunk person, that sensor feedback mechanism is affected. So if you are too much drunk, if somebody is too much drunk, not having control, person will fall down because that sensor feedback mechanism is affected. So similarly, in case of drones, if that sensor feedback mechanism is affected, you don't know exactly to calculate whether the propellers are exactly rotating at that RPM. Okay, there is no feedback mechanism to cross check, and in that case, as a result of that, the drone will malfunction. It will topple or it will fall down and so on. How much time do I have? So I'll skip this. So this is what I spoke about. To have a motion, you need to have an unbalanced force to create in certain directions, which you create by adjusting the RPM of the propellers. So with these equations, I do not want to scare everyone. So for hovering motion, it is like a stable body. So you need to have the force of gravity to be balanced with individual forces coming from the propellers. There are 4 propellers, so this is for quadcopters, and all moments. So you have a moment. When you are actually with respect to center of mass, you have a propeller, so there will be a moment. Okay, that we with the rotational motion.
Is it linear all the time? Is it a linear function?
It is the?
It's a linear function, is it?
Linear function?
Yeah, F1, F3, F3.
Not necessary, because these forces are in a way determined by the propeller. They are coming. So that depends upon the propeller structure, size, how those parameters physically are connected, and the velocity of the propeller. Yeah, in a way, algebraically you can say they are kind of linear in nature. Okay, not that there are some coupled phenomena F1, F2. That also one can propose a mathematical model to have further refinement of the drone motion. Yes, yes. But typically from the vector's point of view, vector force, the vector concept of analyzing motion, one can have this mechanism, this simpler way of looking at things. Because generally, when you start multiplying the forces together, the physics unit wise, the equation is not correct. So you need to have the linear, linear equation in terms of force. It cannot be the squared of force, because physically then SI unit wise the equation is not correct. So only where the non-linear terms come from the force which is coming from the individual propellers. Okay, that is where the non-linear terms are coming, defining the force coming from the individual propeller. So when we are dealing with drones, it's not just about, there are major aspects such as actually simulating a drone, how it is going to perform. Based on these equations, its structure of the drone. There are softwares available, okay, open source and proprietary, which give you a fair idea that your drone design is going to give you, you know, optimized performance. Then there are softwares which will give you the study of the airflow around drones, and then you carry out the experiment. So this is very interesting interdisciplinary aspect involved. I generally work in this domain, okay. I'm not much from the simulation. So I like developing these kind of systems. I have designed for my own, and I actually I recommend everyone who want to start any such drone based studies, they can set up such systems in their own laboratories, okay. So I'll skip this. So you are having such based on, as we have learned, how the relative rotations matter of the propellers, then that is where the role of actually flight computer comes, where the flight computer is not only having a feedback mechanism, but it is also, it is processing the data in real time, and accordingly it is sending the signal to the individual propellers, okay. So that is being done by the electronic speed control. So some flight computers will have onboard electronic speed control, some will have a separate electronic speed controller. So that also I will show it to you. So the bigger drones generally, okay, these are called as brushless DC motors. These are connected to electronic speed controllers, and then they are connected to the original flight computer, okay, for motion. So one can actually carry out the in-house experimental analysis of designing your own propeller, how the airflow can be studied. So what I showed you right now, it is this BLDC motor, then your electronic speed controller, which is connected to something called as pulse width modulation. So how does propeller understand at what speed it has to rotate? So signal has to be accordingly sent. So that signal comes into typically pulse width modulation. So you have a pulse, you in real time you actually control the time duration of that pulse, by which then the flight control board understands at what speed the propeller has to rotate. So typically one can carry out such studies of the airflow. Partly such systems I have developed. The whole idea is these systems developing to study drone motion is not very costly affair. You just buy these kind of system, just available at 150 rupees. You connect it to coreless motor or BLDC motor. You change the pulse width modulation. You can connect it to digital oscilloscope, and then you can correlate how the pulse width modulation can be controlled to the RPM. So at higher RPM, so one can carry out such studies at higher RPMs, how the vertical velocity is changing, then by placing the radial distance, at what distance you are actually placing the propeller away from the center of mass. So these such studies can be carried out inside a wind tunnel. Inside a wind tunnel you can actually mount such propellers. Previously in my previous where I was working at Kumar Guru College of Technology in Aeronautical Engineering department, we were having such a wind tunnel. That is when I thought of designing another drone, smaller drones, where one can actually fly the drones inside a wind tunnel, control the air. You will have a real-time study of such drones, depending upon the design of the drone. So one can have different mounting techniques to study the airflow. Then for outdoor such systems, one can have a marker which is connected to drone, and one can in real time can study drone motions. So I have carried out such study. Recently we presented also, where you can have as much as 5 mm jitter. You can actually study in the drone. And so if you actually artificially create the malfunction in the drone and then you subject it to such real-time motion capture systems. So that is my recent area of interest, by actually developing such motion capture systems, how one can actually study the jitter of drones. So one can have AI systems. So those AI systems can in advance analyze the jitter of the drone motion and can predict what may go wrong with drones. So there can be, so suppose if you want to study drone motion for a very long time, the battery is not good enough. Battery can only work up to 5 to 7 minutes. So if you want to have a continuous power supply, you can have a continuous power supply. So you can, study drone motion for a longer time. These are called as tethered drone. Now in recent conflicts, between countries, Russia introduced such tethered drone, where actually a fiber optic cable. Now fiber optic cable, you can imagine, is very thin cable, right? You cannot see with your naked eyes if it is a large distance. So through fiber optic cable, one can actually send the command to the drone and the drone can be controlled. So they connected some 1-2 kilometer fiber optic cable to the drone, through which the drones were controlled. So advantage is such drones cannot be hacked or cannot be jammed, what is called a soft kill. So because you are actually controlling the drone by sending signals through fiber optic cable. So one can actually, through such motion capture analysis, one can make drones go different trajectories, study how they perform. So I think I'll stop here. So these are some technologies I am working on. Drone landing takeoff platforms, already some trials have happened. They can actually nullify the high sea motion so that it allows the soft landing and takeoff from ships. Also used for mining purpose, where you can have this platform which is able to control itself for drone landing. And this, while I was doing PhD, thanks to one of the ISRO mentors, who was antenna head division of Space Application Center. So we were actually, I started working on drone-based sensor to detect underground mines. And now under our startup, we are further developing this. Already some sets, and these are some drone tracking algorithms we have developed. I think I'll stop here. If there are any questions, I would love to answer. Thank you.
Like a fly-by-wire system, we also have some rate limiters and kind of thing, control system.
Fly-by-wire system, right? Because the
normally we have controllers, right?
Yes.
Rate controllers.
Yes. So LCA Tejas is having that fly-by-wire system. Yes. So on the similar lines, there, such systems must have been developed for drones also. Not really on the fly-by-wire system. LCA Tejas 1 is supposed, the light combat aircraft, because I'm actually doing in-depth study of LCA Tejas. It's very...
I was in the control lot team of LCA.
Okay, great.
So what I was trying to say was, your joystick, you can give any kind of input, right?
Yes, one can design that way.
If you give some wrong inputs.
Yes, it can stabilize on. Probably it has taken off in a flight computer way through algorithms, because there are drones in which you push the drone, it will come back to the original position. But that is done through a separate algorithmic approach. Because the fly-by-wire system in LCA Tejas is it replaces the mechanical actuators with their own independent way of.
Also gives the input.
Yes. Because it had what is called a relaxed static system. LCA by itself in air cannot stay stable. That is how it is designed. Yes. Because that allows the fighter pilot to take immediate maneuvers. So for that, the fly-by-wire system is indigenously developed system.
Potentially
Yes, yes. Relaxed static stability.
Sir, in one of your slide, you said that drones are being used in detecting the crop nutrition and the soil analysis. Even the latest technology that we have today, which involves the physical collection of the soil samples and the plant samples, and which it needs to bring to the laboratory and put so many chemicals, and it takes it's very laborious, and it is taking long time to detect the nutrition and soil analysis. But you said that it is being analyzed by the. Do you have any scientific data regarding that, sir?
So basically, I am not actively working on that. I know the instrumentation aspect. You can check on hyperspectral camera system, which goes on the satellites also.
But do
So
have
you
any
can have a
scientific data?
satellite-based system. You can also have a drone-based system. The drone-based system, the advantage is you can have a high-resolution hyperspectral data. So typically, I mean, I am interested if there is such a project, we can actually develop an indoor lab where you can have such hyperspectral cameras, and these hyperspectral cameras you can actually develop the complete database of plant reflectance spectra. You store that database for even you start with one species, and as there are different actually diseases of these species.
Because that disease is caused by either by fungus or virus, or which is highly microscopic,
right,
and which cannot be visible.
Correct.
So how this
So
drone is
basically-
really detecting the diseases?
Yes, so these microscopic viruses, algae or bacteria, though they are microscopic in nature, that changes the reflectance spectra. So if there
Do you have
if there
any
is a
data, sir?
presence,
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Do you have any scientific data?
yeah, you can check online.
No,
Put on
presently, do
Google.
you have any data?
No, I am not working actively
okay.
on this. I know about the technology aspect.
I just want to compliment what sir mentioned. Yesterday ISRO, Kiran Kumar mentioned, but the fishermen, by understanding the seafood chain, they can have a probability of higher probability of finding fish. That is the data they were helping fishermen to guide them towards their to get more harvest. And the satellites are able to observe from a long distance. So drone being very nearby can do a better job.
But his question is, sir, actually, I
Yeah.
do hyperspectral imagery can go for only probably the organic carbon content, not the other nutrients. Definitely sure, based on this thing, we can at least we'll come to know what is the organic content of, because it will be there on the surface of the soil. But in the below,
No,
the
I am
other
not talking
nutrients
about
will-
the subsurface.
Yeah, yeah.
What I am talking
Yeah, yeah.
about the reflectance spectra from the surface.
Surface.
So any disease will change the surface. There will be surface modifications. Okay, either in terms of morphology or color. Now the color can be a visible color or any non-visible spectrum. So hyperspectral cameras will capture even in the non-visible range, whatever is the reflected electromagnetic spectrum. And by analyzing the reflected electromagnetic spectrum of the healthy leaf and the leaf with the disease, you can actually identify the spectral changes. See, you can actually check on some of the work being done by NRSC ISRO, which is a satellite based remote sensing. Okay, and they are now carrying out the studies coupled with the drone based hyperspectral imaging sensors also. Okay, and when now that depends the disease at what level you are able to detect, and depending upon the sensitivity of your sensor. The sensor also has to be that much sensitive to actually to detect the presence of the disease at that level, so that you know if there are certain changes in the reflectance spectra, surface reflectance spectra of the leaves or canopy or field. That is how even minerals are identified by satellites.
Yeah, just I want to add maybe a sample to be taken to a lab, and that is the best way. Not the whole crop, just where you suspect. Take a small sample and send it for verification. Yeah. Thank you.
So thank you very much, sir. On behalf of KST and on behalf of all of you here present here, I would like to thank you, Dr. Chintamani Pai. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
So now we will be having a quick lunch break. By 2:30 we will be assembling here for the next session.
And during tea time, I will actually would love to demonstrate the drones and other experimental things which I have designed.
Yeah, after 2 sessions,
Yes, I'll be here.
Dr. Chintamani Pai will be demonstrating that small drone here. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Please have a quick lunch and come at 2:30 here.
Very much, very elaborative.
Thank you, sir.
My son is working.
ಮುಂದೆ ಬನ್ನಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ 5th ರೋನಲ್ಲಿ ಬನ್ನಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರಾ? ಹಲೋ, very good afternoon to one and all. Welcome to the post lunch session. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Nakul Ramana sir, who will be delivering next session. Dr. Nakul sir, please welcome on the dais. Please take a seat. Before starting the session, I would like to give a brief introduction. He is currently working as a professor and head Department of Civil Engineering at Presidency University, Bangalore. He has a 12 years of teaching and research experience with 3 years of industry experience. He has previously served as technical director and special inspector at JPCL Engineering, New Jersey, USA, where he was responsible for third-party inspection and material testing at several high-profile projects such as New York Metro Transit Authority, Brooklyn Bridge Approach, span rehabilitation, bridge inspection, and load rating of several bridges in New Jersey and New York. He has conducted many refresher training sessions for lab technicians and construction inspectors. Dr. Nakul has experience setting up and managing CCRL and ASTO accredited laboratories. He also briefly held the position as a lab manager in the Department of Civil Engineering at New Jersey Institute of Technology, USA. And Dr. Nakul has also worked as a research associate in the Department of Civil Engineering at University of Delaware, USA, where he was responsible for structural health monitoring and assessment of Indian River Inlet Bridge, Delaware. He was also recipient of 2 research grants from UTC CAIT Consortium of Research Initiatives focused on sustainability and state of good repair of infrastructure. Dr. Nakul did his PhD in Civil Engineering from Old Dominion University, USA, and has published over 10 book chapters, 35 papers in reputed journals of national and international conferences, and he has been awarded Distinguished Alumni by MSRIT Bangalore, Best Master's Dissertation in the State by AXI India, and Outstanding Graduate Teaching Assistant by Old Dominion University, and also nominated for 40 under 40 by ODU Alumni Association for his contribution to the field of civil engineering. And his professional membership include fellow of member of Association of Consulting Civil Engineers India, and life member of Indian Concrete Institute and member of American Concrete Institute. With this brief introduction, I welcome you once again, Dr. Nakul Ramana ji, on behalf of KST and on behalf of Manage Hyderabad, and on behalf of all of us present here. Welcome you once again, and over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Enable content. ಓಕೆ ಅಂತ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಡೂಪ್ಲಿಕೇಟ್ because it has embedded files. Thank you everybody. Welcome. Okay. So I'm Dr. Nakul, Professor and Head, Department of Civil Engineering at Presidency University, Bangalore. Sincere thanks to the KSTA team for inviting me here as a resource person. I'll be talking today about drone equipment maintenance. So here is a brief overview.
Before I directly go into the maintenance, I wanted to give an overview of various kinds of drones that are actually used in agricultural domain. Because when people think agriculture, they always talk about one kind of drone, which is the pesticide spraying drone, but there are a lot of other drones like Chintamani Pai sir was also showing with hyperspectral cameras, lidar sensors, etc. that do various roles. So different equipment means different maintenance needs. That's the precursor for discussing various types of drones. And then we'll also talk about the base station and the ground station that comes with certain kinds of drones. Then we will go to the drone flight checklist, what we have to do before we fly the drone and after the drone returns, how do we do the post-flight check. Then we will get into the maintenance part of it, and then we will talk a little bit about payload and battery. And then we will look at fault detection and diagnosis. Sometimes it's very obvious once you work with the drone, sometimes it's not. Then finally we will look at some troubleshooting. On a day-to-day basis, certain issues come up with your drone that can easily be sorted by the drone operator himself. Okay. So now let's look at various usages of the drone. We can start from here. Drones are typically used for faster soil and field analysis. I mean, drone is just a tool, right? It's a technology. What it can do is give you a picture of the soil, or it can help you sample the soil by use of various kind of sensors. If you're looking at soil and fertility, hyperspectral cameras or multispectral cameras will try to do more justice, because you can see the soil below the vegetation itself and try to get a snapshot. But you should have had some experience doing the soil tests so that you can match the color spectrum of the soil with the fertility, known fertility, correct? And then you can also use lidar, and that will help you give some idea about the soil moisture, but only up to the top 1 or 2 centimeters of the soil itself. So yes, drone can be used for that, but it doesn't give you a reading directly. You have to post process that or use it in conjunction with certain sensors, and then you'll be able to get your field sample data. Yes, you can use it for better crop monitoring also by looking at how green the cover is and the height at which you're flying. Now when you're doing traditional land surveys, you go anywhere from 80 meters to 120 meters height, and then you do the surveying. That is mainly used for boundary mapping, correct? But if you actually fly at a lower distance, these are very good cameras that come with your drone. You'll be able to identify even the leaf patterns, but you'll have to use post-processing techniques, right? And then if the leaf is good or not, you'll be able to tell just from the cover, lush spread of it. But again, you'll have to match your field data with the drone data during the analysis, and then you'll have an enough set that a program will be able to tell you from the data whether it's right or not. So again, the base is the same drone, but you're using different sensors to get different data. Same thing for efficient planting. Here you can have a professional grade survey drone that accurately maps the boundaries, and then you can decide to plant, at certain width or depth, etc. Along the X and Y axis you can do. There's also a drone from Garuda Aerospace now that's called a seed canister dropping drone. So basically, as the drone flies, it's able to drop pelletized seeds, okay, with nutrients at certain distances. So you'll be able to maintain that 4-inch distance or 1 feet distance between each drops, and based on the drop it adjusts the flight speed and the distance. So yes, you can do efficient planting for large farm areas if you have a drone. You can also look at improved livestock management. So if you, let's say a farmer also has a side business where he has a lot of livestock, here average drone, it doesn't have to be a survey grade drone, just something that can take photo and videographs. You can actually try to see during certain periods of the day where the livestock is, etc., right? And then accordingly you can plan your feeding stations, etc., and feeding time for it. So yes, you can actually improve the livestock or monitor the progress, and if you have hundreds of acres on where to move it. Next, you can also monitor the growth of the plant, again by periodic visits, or again by periodically flying your drones at every 1 month interval, 6 month interval. You'll be able to compare the growth rate just by looking at the photographs on whether it's progressing as per the requirement. Now this is also required before you adjust your pesticide or nutrient spray. That data is required. Sometimes you have farmers telling an additional round of nutrients is required. You can match it with the fertility data and or your plant growth data, and then use the drone as a tool to deliver that. Next is the geofencing. This is to ensure that the drone, especially when you're spraying pesticides, etc., stays within your boundary of the farm itself. For that, a flight controller with a reasonably good GPS data will actually be able to implement the geofencing, so it will stay and spray or measure within that area. Drones have also been used for weather predictions. I mean, you can fly the drone at a certain height, 80 meters, 120 meters, it can go as high as 400 meters also with proper permissions. If you have sensors on them, Prana Air is one company that uses drones for environmental sensing, and they are in demand wherever you have heavy industrial areas to monitor the emissions. So they actually fly the drones over precipitators, chimneys periodically and try to sample how good the chimney is and dictate the maintenance from that. You can also do chimney inspection, right? So based on that drone that you're using. So it's the same drone, agricultural purposes also you can use, and reducing the chemical use, because the drone you also have pesticides, you can also have nutrients that will spray, and you can rely less on chemicals that are there, right, for using. Next, accurate spraying. So usually it's recommended to fly a drone up to 5 feet above the maximum height of the crop. So this will ensure uniform dissipation of the pesticide. But these days you are actually getting canisters below the drone with varying sizes and also various flow rates. So this can accommodate even a small crop, not necessarily a big crop. You can also play with the height. Usually 4 to 5 feet is recommended for a drone, agricultural drone that is up to 25 kgs in weight, and then you can spray. Next is it can also do periodic health checks. I mean, it's part of your crop monitoring. So here you can have just your survey grade drone go and look at the land use, land cover and how lush it is. So basically that will help you with your drones, right? So here you have a drone with a tank here, and this is your typical pesticide spraying drone. It can actually work on small crops as well as the big crops. Right now they are doing research on how to use this effectively on plants like cotton or mango, where usually if you fly a drone the flowers can fall off, right, or if it can make the top heavy plants bend further. So rather than adjusting the drone speed, because that is coupled with your payload capacity, right, so they're trying to fly it at a higher height and adjust the rate of dispersion so that it doesn't affect the top of the plant with wind. So yeah, this is one application of your agricultural drone. Here you have sensors like LiDAR that can also be mapped on your drone. So this is again for agricultural use. So different drones have different equipments, hence the different maintenance. So here you can look at various terrains and in various colors how it can be mapped. LiDAR drone will also help you identify the crop height, right, because it knows where the land is by process of reflection, and it can also tell you based on the crop height. You can also have some expensive hyperspectral camera also do the job. Now here you have a professional grade survey drone. This is a fixed wing, okay, aircraft. You can also have quadcopter rotorcraft drone that will basically be able to identify the boundaries or map the area for you, right. Once it is mapped, you can actually ask it to fly within a certain area itself and spray, right. So wherever it finds crop within that particular area, it will be able to adjust and spray. So that can be easily programmed on your transmitter or your computer to do. So basically if you see a survey grade drone being used in agricultural fields, it's typically for your boundary measurements, right. So we have an MOU with the Garuda Aerospace. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of the technical specifications of a Kisan drone, right. This is their agricultural drone. It does have radar sensors, and it also has a small camera that is mainly meant for object detection and protecting the equipment, right, and then it relays a feedback to the transmitter, so we can ask it to move back from there or restart the flight or go higher. So you can see the maximum payload come under 8 to 10 kg, so it depends on the size of the tank and how much you want to spray. If you can see, they say endurance is 7 minutes, so usually in 7 to 8 minutes 1 acre of farmland can be covered, okay, and this is a maximum recommended speed for that 8 kg, 5 meter per second. I mean, it can actually, it's designed to go up to 10 meter per second, and this one is designed to go up to 15, but recommended to go at 10 meter per second speed, and it can resist wind gusts up to 10 meter per second, right, and the maximum payload here is 10 kg, so you get 15 minutes. So this is the recommended flight time, but up to 25 minutes of flight it's able to sustain. So they have swappable batteries. You can actually see 2 batteries in here. So if you need to spray over longer or larger area, you basically have to swap the batteries and restart. So here are some specifications, right, how it can fly, what is the flight time, what is the operational altitude. So sir, these agricultural drones, you don't expect them to fly too high. One, because of the weight. The other one is the application, because you cannot spray pesticides from 80 meters high and expect it to fall on your own field. Wind will blow it to the neighboring field. So it's only designed to operate between 5 to 6 feet above the crop, but it has the capability to go that high from the, let's say, your base station or wherever you're standing from the ground. So it has a spray nozzle that can be adjusted. So each one of these has a spray nozzle. As you can see, it's a hexacopter design. Anything heavy will become an octacopter also, right? And it has a flying radius, so 0.5 kilometer to 1.5 kilometer distance it can go, and from that point onwards it can start, spraying the pesticides on a given land, right? So now talking about the flight controller, this is the brain of your drone. Chintamani sir also showed a lot about how this operates. This is basically like the motherboard that connects all your sensors to the propellers, right? It helps it drive or take off and land. And if you look at these, various softwares are also there, and most of these are open source. If you buy a drone from Garuda Aerospace, you also get a custom proprietary software from Garuda that you can use it to operate. But if you think it is lacking in some features, you can also use an open source software to also configure and play with your drone, right? So has anybody heard about Ardu Pilot recently? I think that's what Ukraine used. It's an open source software to fly their drones. So Ardu Pilot and PX4 are very highly sought after softwares because of their flexibility and basically stability in flying. So those are the software. So with the hardware, you actually need a software that can push it to the limits, and there are so many of them. So you can definitely use your drones with any of these, right? And you can actually see the primary use, the vehicle support, what kind of features it has, okay? But if you don't like open source, yes, every hardware actually comes with a custom software from a company that you can do. So, and talking about the ground stations, many agricultural drones only give you this transmitter with actually a screen. So there you are able to actually see through Google Maps. It requires internet connection, so you have to connect it through your mobile hotspot. Then it will be able to identify the land where you're in and the surrounding area. So there you can start putting the points, right, markers. Those are called waypoints within which you want the drone to function. You can just ask it to go fly by where you can see a visual of the boundaries and then mark the points where you want it to spray, or you can actually program everything within this itself. By looking at the Google Maps, you know where the boundaries are, and when it is shifting the lanes or the direction, the drone is not spraying. Only in every new line it is actually spraying. So it's automatically configured. So most agricultural drones only come up with this hardware. But if you're looking at survey grade drones or something with LiDAR, it can have a laptop with a single screen or a dual screen setup. Most of them have a single screen, and you can actually control the drone through this, and this is there only for manual takeoff and landing. Okay, many controllers are cheaper without the screen, and instead they rely on the laptop based software for guidance and programming, and this is only used for manual takeoff and landing. So its automation is recommended for takeoff and landing for stability purposes and warranty. So hence you have this laptop based design and configuration also, which they can give the hardware in. This is the typical base station, and this usually comes with a survey grade drone or any drone that you use to operate your multispectral camera, hyperspectral camera, or LiDAR. Basically what it does is it relays the GPS coordinates, lat long data, and helps connect satellite connectivity with the drone. So satellite is connected with the drone. This is also connected with the satellite as well as the drone. This helps in maintaining the accuracy of the flight. It helps in geofencing. It helps ensure that it flies within the path. Okay, and it knows where the start location is, where the end location is, so it can accurately come back. Now this, as you can see, is a separate device, and throughout the duration of the flight it's recommended to be in one place. We shouldn't disturb it. Now if it's an agricultural drone, you're actually disturbing it, it is fine, but because you're not measuring or mapping the area, right, it will not go more than 1 or 2 feet off. But if you actually happen to move it a little bit for a survey grade drone, the accuracy can come off in meters, right? You usually want 10 centimeter or less accuracy for a final map to be accepted. So that won't happen if somebody moves this.
Pre-programmed.
Yes. So this comes with the drone. Yes.
This acts as the reference point.
Yes, acts as a reference point. And now some agricultural drones don't come with this because it's integrated within that small unit itself here, because you don't need too much accuracy there. Couple of feet, but you're still within your fenced area. But if you're talking about crop monitoring, the kind of sensors that you need, those drones come up with this base station. Now in Chittoor region, we had 500 square kilometers of surveying that we had to do. So basically we would place these on top of the government buildings, because it was inconvenient every time the drone flies to put it in the field, ensure it is level and ensure that it is not touched, etc. And it needs a constant power source. So we were using this continuously for 6 to 8 hours a day, while we would drive around the drone to certain areas and park it there and then fly. So it would always stay connected. This has a 5-kilometer radius. Okay, so you can actually map an entire area where you want to fly, and then at various points you can start the drone to fly. So you can actually start building portions of the maps and then piece together in a photogrammetry software. So here ensuring that this is stable enough where it is untouched for 6 to 8 hours is important. If not, it just takes more time for you to carry, set it up, right? And here is the drone flight checklist. I've also given the copy of the presentation to the organizer. So here you can actually see, if you open that, it's a 16-page document. I've given the summary in here on what has to be done. So before flying, you need to ensure that the pilot has valid credentials to fly, because if there is any violation, somebody complains, that's the first thing that they'll check, and they can confiscate your equipment, right? So valid DGCA license is required for anything over 250 grams drone. An agricultural drone being 5 kilograms to 25 kilograms, you need to have a valid license. Unless you're working on an area with associated with a university as part of the project, then it is fine. But still you cannot go near the defense areas. See, that is what the license will ensure. You'll know where to fly and where not to. You have NPNT, no permission, no takeoff policy. Okay, so this is something that we have to strictly respect. Some drones like Idea Forge, right? The moment you keep it on the floor and you configure in the software, do your mapping, ask it to fly, it won't take off. It knows where the red zones are, and those maps are dynamically updated based on what the government is telling from time to time, right? Almost realistically on every day basis it is updated. The moment you connect to the internet, the software, it knows where the current red zones are. It won't fly. But there are some drones, like for example Garuda Aerospace drones or your own custom built drone, or let's say you're working with open source software, they won't follow those restrictions. So you are supposed to know whether you are in a red zone and whether you can take off or not. Red zones are very close to airports and military installation. Even if you have an agricultural field, you want to do a mapping, you have to take permission from the local police and the ATC, Aircraft Traffic Control, and they'll tell you the height at which you can fly and the duration, provided you get permission. It can take weeks. So don't fly there. You are risking confiscation of your equipment and severe fines and also legal cases now, right? Next is, you have to check the airspace classification, whether it's in yellow zone or green zone. Green zone you can fly up to 200 meters height or 400 feet, no issue. And in yellow zone again it's restricted to 100 meters or lesser, right? So those areas you have to plan, and you need permission in yellow zones also to fly. So mission planning is again something you do before you fly the drone. You have to give instructions where it has to fly, how it has to fly, based on the wind speed, whether you want it to go in a S-shaped flight or a zigzag flight. Based on the wind speed and direction, it's able to do that adjustment. But ultimate objective is achieved. Whether you're trying to survey the area or spray the area, it can automatically configure its path. All it requires is the 4 end boundaries, or you can do more. Let's say your farm field is not rectangular, you have a curve to it. You can keep clicking on points, so it knows the end boundaries, and within that it automatically adjusts the flight path, right? So that path is easy to do. So this is something that you have to do before, right? Next, any kind of emergency landing you have to plan, right? So if let's say you're trying to find it, fly it in the visual line of sight, you basically can see the drone, you can control it, from automatic to manual, you can switch and then you can bring it. Or even if it's an automated flight, you sense there is some urgency issue, stability issue, suddenly rain is coming, you can click RTL function and it comes back. So you should know where the home location is and the end location is, correct? When you're doing the flight planning, usually home location is at the closest, end is at the farthest point. So when we are doing survey, what we do, once we do all the mapping, we flip it. So starting point will be the farthest point, ending will be close to you, because by the time surveying or spraying is done, the battery is almost exhausted, and end point is near you. So these are like the best practices, it can come safely land. If not, you are flying and the end point is far off, now it has to travel longer distance. The drone is smart. It already knows how much battery is left. So when it falls short of the charge, it comes back. But it's the distance and how it comes back is the concern. So when you are flying, you ask the drone to go up and then you go around, right? So 1 kilometer far and then do the survey. At that point, if it is losing the charge, it will come back in an inclined manner. So when it's coming back in an inclined manner, it will not be tracking obstructions. It will not be tracking the terrain. So it can always hit a mountain or a transmission tower or a big tree. So that's why we try to ensure that whenever we are trying to fly, it's within the line of sight, or we have done reconnaissance survey and we know all the local mountains and the terrain, and we enable terrain mode. So always ensure that it is a flight path is, home point is the start is. Just by the flip of a button it will show. That is configurable. So this you have to do before the flight. And of course you have to check the weather, okay, when you are flying beyond visual line of sight, right? So you know 2 kilometers before only you park the car, that entire area it can and come. 1.9 square kilometer is what the manufacturer tells typically a drone can survey. So you're sending it beyond, right? So there the weather can be bad. So but if there are apps like Windy, etc., where you can track how the weather is a kilometer away, and then accordingly you can plan, okay, or call it back. Next, estimate the battery usage. Initially, battery can do 400 flights, 600 flights. It has a rated capacity. You have to track the usage, or even how quickly it drains, and you have to check the volts as well. So initially when it's starting the first flight, it's around 23, 24 volts, and then it starts coming back to 16 or 18 volts. 15 is very critical. So beyond that, it's risky. So when it comes around 18, you have to call for the RTL function or put it for charging, put the other battery in. So don't always think it's half a acre or small area I need to survey, let's do it. Because when the RTL function kicks in, it's not looking at anything rather than the shortest path to home, and that can cause a lot of accidents. So carry extra battery with you and have the other battery charging. I recall when we were going for Swamitwa scheme, we had 4 sets of battery, and we would charge the first battery during the 3rd flight. So we would always ensure that there is always a charging station, and sometimes the charging station would be like a kilometer or 2 kilometers away, and we would be flying in a area that probably has very sparse population, correct? So we have to ensure that is also there. As long as the transmitter is secured and then you're flying through a computer and it's connected to the satellite, that's it, battery is already there, it will fly. So ensure that the battery is correctly being used. And you can update the firmware from time to time. When you connect the drone, it usually tells you to a software that, hey, a firmware is available. Only the manufacturer's software will tell you that, and then you can download that, okay? Next, visually inspect, okay, whether there are any cracks, disturbances, etc. Check for the camera, whether lens is opening correct, whether there is any dust or not. Payload, okay, and ensure the correct propellers are put. I mean, if you have multiple drones, you may get confused, but if not, usually it will be connected there, right? IMU sensors, compass, all these are working. So usually in the software there is a check and everything goes green. Once you click check, check, follow that process, right? Charge all the batteries before you use, okay? Don't always count on something that you will get.
Motor fails.
Huh.
Does it have some kind of option to?
One motor fails, yes, I mean it will be unbalanced, but you automatically get that something is wrong, and in the 3 motors it will try to balance itself and return automatically. Even if the speed is getting affected or ESC, it automatically triggers return to land. But depending on how much the vibration is and how far it is, you might want to take manual control of it and try to do it. Yeah. If it's automatic, it may not land correctly, or the moment it lands, it will flip and causing the propeller to get damaged. That's also happened to us. Yes. Yes, correct, it can. And so this is before arriving at the site, you've done all these things. Now you are at the site, okay, ensure that all the team communication is done. You can have one person monitoring the far end, because especially if the drone is there, you want to check the weather, etc. That can happen. The other team can be where you're flying the drone, and ensure that the return to home RTL is set correctly. This is very important even for your agricultural drone, right? And then ensure that VLOS signal, everything is visual line of sight happening correctly, right? Once you master this, then you can go beyond visual line of sight. In agricultural applications, mostly everything happens in the visual line of sight only. So you can see the drone and how the drone is operating. Only in survey, it goes beyond that, and we need that to cover more distances in short time, right? Next, everybody should know their roles. We have a master pilot and a co-pilot for every drone. So they should know what happens, especially if something happens to the master pilot or there's an emergency, they should be able to fly and handle the situation. Takeoff area inspection, it has to be free of dirt, it has to be flat as far as possible. Many areas in Chittoor where we were flying, it was not a paved region, right? So we had to have a yoga mat, and then on top of that we were flying the drone, because the debris can get into the camera lenses, okay? And that can affect the quality of the pictures, and you'll know that only when you're post-processing, because the images will come when it's grainy or you can see the sand specifications, then you'll know that lens is damaged because of the dirt. So not everywhere you will have that clear paved path, so ensure that you have some kind of yoga mat, or it's free of obstacles at the bottom as well as at the top. Even an electrical line, if you have passing, it's better to stay 5 feet away, because it can affect your compass and gyroscope, and that can affect the stability of the flight. It may not listen to your command. Intermittently you will have signal loss, but even after signal loss it can hover. As soon as it reaches the signal, it will continue the work, it will return. So these are some fail-safe features that are there, but don't always count on it, that those should be there for emergencies. And before you actually take it off, you can have it hover for 30 seconds in front of you at 6 feet height, 5 feet height, do all the checks, and then say, okay, now do the surveying or the spraying can be done. On-site flight checks, your drone setup, whether it's assembled correctly, the transmitter is kept correctly. The transmitter, like we were talking about this one, right? Even though it doesn't have a screen, but you're operating completely off of the computer, this has to be kept like on top of a car or outside the vehicle, so that it has clear line of communication with the drone, especially if you want to take control for immediately landing. So don't ignore this component, and so you should know how to keep it. Battery checks, usually it gives a beep as soon as it goes, and then there's a green light and red light, you can see that it is perfectly operational. Calibration also has to be done. Again, simple software interface, it will tell you where it is done. And calibration, we would only do it once a day for survey grade drone, but for agricultural drone, they actually tell you every time you move to a different site, because the location where you keep it may not be always level, right? Because you're in an agricultural field. So they say that you have to do the XYZ calibration. It's very simple check, 2 minutes it will be completed. You click on calibrate, it will tell you how to move the drone in X axis, Y axis like this, and then it orients itself. So there is simple light beeping that tells you that. Okay, and geofencing and no-fly zones, notice to airmen, this is something that you're supposed to know. Now right now if you see everything from Gujarat to almost Punjab to Kashmir, a lot of areas are in red. Previously you could fly there, so those you have to be checking from time to time, right? And weather assessment, this is very, very important. Don't rely on previous day weather reports on the site. When you go, check the data. If you're confident, you can fly, right? Next, controller and telemetry, that usually does the check, correct transmitter to signal strength. The drone, it will basically be able to tell the signal strength. If it's good, more than 3 bars, you can easily continue. But please verify them, don't ignore that. There's a way you can directly run the drone, assuming everything is set up. That should only be in case of emergency. If not, every time please do that, check.
Geofencing is only a pre-programmed path, right?
Correct. Within that particular area, it has to be done.
Using a joystick,
yes.
You have to be careful, right?
Yes, you have to be careful. See, even if once you do the geofencing, if you're using the joystick and if you're trying to go over the boundary, it will alert you that you're actually going, and it won't make the drone go away, it will alert you. You have to manually override by clicking yes, then it will go over. So that kind of function is there, that geofencing will take care, manual or automatic. And then camera and payload setup, that you'll have to check whether it is function clearly. And then no permission, no takeoff, airspace clearance. Please always be particular about that. Next, why we have to do maintenance? Very simple. We want our equipment, which is very expensive, to be servicing us for a long time, and regular upkeeps actually improves the safety of the equipment as well as us. I've already talked extensively about pre-flight checklists. You can see battery should be full charge. Okay, it has to have secure connection. There should be no loose wires, right? So have an extra set, and there should be no swelling or damage, especially if you are using in a very hot region and you're charging and discharging. Sometimes you can see the battery swell up, so don't use that. You can return it back to the manufacturer. You always have a warranty for 12 months on that. They'll give you a new set. But if you're trying to use it, it can actually blow up, yes, cause a short circuit. And propellers, you should ensure that there are no cracks. Although in an octocopter you can say there is more stability, 5 others are perfectly functioning, this can cause an imbalance suddenly if it ruptures, and it can actually hit the motor or the frame, and the frame can crack. And if the frame cracks, moisture can get in. So don't try to fly the drone by duct taping it. if it has a hair crack. There's a reason it's made with carbon fiber. You don't want the flight controller or the motherboard or even the brushless motor getting affected with moisture. Little amount of rain it can take because it's continuously moving, but if you have an air gap, air crack, it can affect the stability of the entire structure, right? Next, the frame and arms, it should be free of cracks. Check the stress crack if you have a lot of takeoffs and landing. Next, firmware, ensure that all is up to date. If it's a software, please update. Before you update, you always check with the manufacturer. Many times in our cases, they have tried to enable a lot of features that we don't need for surveying, and in what has happened is that was not captured in our SOP. So some options were left blank. What happened was, when you're flying with the default SOP and checklist parameters, it will cause the drone to flip and crash, right? Because it has some other fail safety checks for sudden takeoff, manual landing, etc. Those combinations were not addressed in our SOP and what we have to check. So that causes it to crash. So firmware update, yes, because it's an update to the hardware via software. But if it's the overall software, they usually tell you as part of a software upgrade what they are upgrading. So do a flight test in a controlled area. After the software update, it is working. Then you deploy it to the field. If not, it comes back and then repairing will be huge. Now, post-flight, ensure that it's cleaned up. Dirt can get built up around the motors and it can cause heating and burning. Okay, and especially if it's in hot areas, swapping the battery, even if it has 50% charge, will give you a longer life, because it can again deplete. A hotter battery, charging and discharging will cause its life to come down pretty fast. Okay, and if you're leaving the battery in storage for a longer time, just like your mobile batteries, 50 to 60% charge is good enough for extended period. Don't keep it fully charged because there's always a risk of short circuit and or heating and fires. So routine maintenance, check the propellers. Okay, manufacturer's schedule will be there. Even if you've used the drone, not used the drone, if they say replace once every 12 months, they know their material, what kind of CFRP products are used in the manufacture of the propellers, just replace. It's only 2,000 rupees if you replace it, probably 10,000 rupees if you get it replaced from a company that made the propellers. But if you're risking flying with that, anytime the delamination can happen of the propellers, and it's a 6 lakh or a 12 lakh drone that can come crashing down. Okay, check the maintenance. Yearly, if you have a maintenance contract, they usually check the motors as well and the connection between the motors and the propellers, right? And ESC is your electronic speed control. So this is very much important for the drones to navigate, go forward, roll, etc. Right? And check the frame firmware regularly, that it's updated. And if you know what you're doing, go for the do-it-yourself repeller. Usually the motors and the propellers we can easily replace. That's something that we can do. A lot of YouTube videos are also there. But you have to do a check. Sometimes if the propeller you're replacing because it's damaged, in the process it could have the needle of the motor can be inclined a little bit, right? And now if you're putting the propeller and you're not noticing that motion, instability will happen when it's flying, right? So we have to be sure that we are able to measure the angle also, right, before installing the propellers. So check the connection between the propeller and the motor, especially that metal needle part, right? And motor replacements, usually they are replaced in pairs if there is a wiring issue, etc. So that is there for the benefit, to ensure that your drone is flying smoothly. Frame repairs, we had a small damage. It's a very small hairline crack to the frame, but it was almost 80,000 rupees to replace the frame. Now it's 1,10,000. The cost of the drone is 12 lakhs, right? So it's made of carbon fiber mold. It's entire mold. It's a single mold fused design. So you have to replace that entire frame even if there's a small crack happens. So for troubleshooting, please visually inspect for damage, test each motor without the propellers, and verify the battery output. This is required after you do the flight, and especially before you go to the field next day. We want to make sure that the battery has the same rate of charge and discharge, right? And then recalibrate the flight controller if anything is erratic. So that will take care of the repair. So final tips, please be observant on the performance. Okay, so if you're operating it regularly, you will know, just like car maintenance. Carry spares if you can. If you think something is not right, better you bring it back to the technician or the company to inspect it, rather than trying to do something on the field, because once it crashes, you're out of work for almost 7 to 10 days when it's getting done. So preventive maintenance is always cost effective, and here's the source from where I've collected that information. The same thing here, we have put a checklist, and this is again comprehensive checklist by Federal Aviation Administration of US. So that document is a 16-page document. Everything I suggested in there is actually shown as a infographic in here. I mean, you have students or your technicians going to the field trying to do this day in and day out. They sometimes forget. So if they have a checklist, they know, what they have to do before everything, and they sign it and then they fly it, right? If not, it becomes a technician's responsibility. Once the drone crashes, you can actually say to the manufacturer, hey, it was your drone, it misbehaved and I don't know why it broke. But they have a flight controller log in there, right? Just like your black box in aircraft. So that log will tell you what was the issue, what the various settings were, till it fell down, where it fell down, and how it fell down, right? So basically doing forensic analysis or visualization of that log, they are able to tell whether it was a pilot error or a equipment failure, right? So if it's a pilot error, even if you have a warranty, you will have to shell out for the repairs and at least 50% of the hardware cost. So those are in here, and sometimes you will have to walk away from the road for 300 meters, 800 meters before you can fly your zone, correct? Before you find the zone to fly your aircraft or your UAV from. So in that process, rigorous walking, etc., they'll forget the terrain, how it is. If they're not flying from the highest point, or they say, why do I have to fly from there? I'll add another 20 meters to this drone height, and they do. But they forget the surrounding terrain and crash can happen. So even in a terrain mode, if you have an inclined terrain, your UAV will be able to track it best, even your agricultural drone. So automatically it goes 5 feet above that inclined surface and sprays. But if something is like a rock that is vertical or like a building, suddenly it is up there, correct? Drone is not able to visualize, so it goes and hits straight. Agricultural drones have something like a radar because it operates at 5 to 10 feet from the height of the crop. So it anticipates seeing television poles, telephone poles or boundaries. We are expected to see. So there is that radar that will help. But for survey drones, it relies on your acumen as a reconnaissance survey, that you are ensuring proper settings are there and you are flying it from an area where it is smooth to go. And when you are flying beyond visual line of sight, I said the home point should be far. How do I take my drone from the point where I'm standing to the home point? So I can ask it to go up and then go straight. So I'm consuming more battery because I'm going up 100 meters and then going probably a kilometer or a kilometer and a half to the starting point, and then it starts doing the survey from there. More battery is consumed. Or I can actually have it go from here to that point as an inclined angle. It's the shortest distance, inclined angle between here and that point. But what happens is when it's going inclined, anywhere in between, it can come up with that obstacle. If there is a terrain that is gradually increasing, it will go up. Then it will manage. But if something suddenly comes up, it can hit. So this has also happened for us. So that's why these checklists will help us prepare that, okay, before you fly. And then once you connect, I mean, we use a CD space companies, it's IIT Kharagpur startup, PPK type survey grade drone. So when you connect that CD fly software, it usually tells us if there is some hardware or software update available, and it's easy to walk us through. And here we have compass calibration. You can actually see accelerometer check. All these it will automatically do. But from here, before flying, I need to ensure that all these are done before I fly, rather than just clicking. Here is a map, import the KML and fly right away, right? And then it asks you to reboot, so reboot before you fly the drone, and try not to do it without it. Talking about the maintenance, right? Depending on how you use it, I mean, some of these drones actually come up with maintenance package. This is annual maintenance contract. So yearly, if you spend 10,000 rupees, you can see they do all the basic checks. Any hardware you can pay for it, and they'll be able to replace, right? And premium services include replacing standard equipment that are usually considered wear and tear, as long as it is not a pilot error. And 20,000 you can get. Here is 10% of the drone's cost, irrespective of whosoever error it is. Anything that has to be replaced, it won't exceed this cost, and they'll be able to do it. So depending on whether you are doing heavy duty survey, whether you are a corporate a society member trying to purchase this agricultural drone for serving all the farmers in your community, you can appropriately pick the service plan. So yes, it is there from the manufacturer, okay, and it's best to get it serviced by them till you are certain experienced on how to service it, right? If not, it might void the warranty. So yes, it is cheaper to get it done by them. Now talking about the payload and battery capacity, I mean, just look at these 2 points. The common type of battery will be lithium ion or lithium polymer, right? These days, a lot of people are using lithium polymer. Garuda Aerospace swears by it that there is less heat up on that, so it gives you more cycles or more life. Now, the logic is heavier the payload and more endurance you want, more time you want it to fly, longer distance you want it to go, heavier the battery. Okay, so the Garuda agricultural drone that I was showing you, each battery is about 2.5 kg, right, each battery. So the tank itself is 10 liters and it's a 25 kg drone. So the battery itself is almost about 10 kgs there. The survey grade drone, it's about 2.5 kg, so the batteries are 800 kilograms. So distance wise they may do the same, but depending on the load that it has to carry, the batteries are there. And bigger the battery, higher the chances of fire and explosion, so you have to follow proper safety protocols for.
Cost of that survey grade.
The survey grade drone comes in two types, PPK type or RTK type, so it goes anywhere from 4 lakhs all the way to 12 lakhs, just the hardware. The software charges have come down a lot in the last 2 years. What was once 1,75,000 rupees for one licensed software is now 30,000 rupees for academic pricing. Industry pricing is about 60,000 rupees per license. So they have made it very accessible for more people. So charging and discharging. Sorry. So here, so you have to charge on fire resistant surfaces only, right, for safety, and you have to use only manufacturer approved charger, and avoid storing fully charged for more than 72 hours unless you know in next 2 days I'm going out, right, sometimes because of travel. Charge in that temperature only, don't exceed 30 degrees centigrade. In hot days you'll need to use a temperature controlled room to charge it. If not, don't try to fully charge, use it at 80% and stop it when it discharges to 40% and use another battery. Don't leave it overnight, although there is short circuit protection, power charge protection, everything, you best not to rely on that. Okay, and do not charge in moving cars, because for those sockets you get those plug points that you can do. This battery, the energy that it needs, fast energy zapping batteries can affect your car batteries, or it might blow out the charger fuse, right? So there's sudden demand in electricity when you connect it for charging. So don't use the car charging points, it can get very hot. So if it's swollen, don't use it, and you need a class D fire extinguisher there, okay, for doing that. Next, handling. How do you handle it? Don't puncture or crush or disassemble batteries. It's a 3-cell battery, 6-cell battery that you get. There are people with qualified educational background, electrical engineers who actually convert it, and once they make it a complete battery, they put a very easy connector that you can connect it to the drone, but don't try to assemble it yourself. Okay, avoid high temperatures and no mechanical shock or modifications or dropping it from a height. If not, better get it inspected. Never plug directly to the car sockets, right? And then, or connect it to the socket, and then you switch. There's a switch that you turn on for charging, so you have to follow that process, right? Prevent short circuit, so there should be no metal or water around it. And how do you store it? In a fireproof aluminum box, room temperature less than 30 degrees. If not, it will reduce the life cycle of it. The box, if you are keeping it on a cement floor, 2 feet horizontal, 10 feet vertical clearance is required, so that in the event of any fire or explosion, surrounding area is safe. And this is something that you can check the nominal discharge voltage, right? 3.7 volts per cell, usually 22 volts is what it will say. And no storage near metal sharp objects. Visual inspections weekly, and to ensure that there is no discharge, corrosion, etc. happening, that you have to do. Now coming to the fault detection, right? So sometimes you get a hunch how it is operating, or based on the time taken, etc. Let's say you're doing survey every 3 months, 6 months, you're surveying a plot of land. Sometimes it's taking 2 or 3 minutes extra to do the same job. You have to know whether it was because of a wind gust or because of a degrading battery, right? So if you have that familiarity, you'll be able to diagnose what the issues are. I mean, you can use even mathematical models, basically the takeoff time, landing, that distance of, and then the temperature and the wind, all that is captured as part of the drone telemetry data. You can use that to actually compare the performance every 6 months internally, right? You can also use signal-based devices, etc., AI-driven for diagnosis. This the companies will have, especially if you have multiple drones that can be in-house, that can check. If you can see what the common faults are, motor accounts for 56%, right? The propeller accounts for 28%, although propeller is the cheapest component, it's pretty good. Sensor malfunction, it's either it works or it doesn't. So that's very rarely that it happens, but most of the time it's always the actuator or the blade, because that is getting used a lot. So a lot of people are using AI and hybrid methodologies to assess the signal, right? To compare the telemetry data, the signal strength between your transmitter and your drone. So that can be done, but there is hardly any studies on how sturdy the frame is. Unless you see a stress crack, you won't be able to know. And the most drones are rated for 500 or 600 takeoffs and landing, after which they actually disassemble the CFRP body, and then they tell whether it is functional or you have to replace it, right? Because the frame can also get stressed. but it cannot be easily detected by just visual assessment. Now some troubleshooting in the field. So if you're going, the trigger is something that tells a drone to either spray the nutrient or take a picture. So once it says take a picture, it has to take a picture. So number of triggers, if it's 100, you have to expect 100 pictures in there, or 100 times the spray. If it's not done, when you check the log, you'll know there is something miss, correct? So check that, especially if you're for a survey drone, you're using for field boundary measurement. Drone will fly and come, okay? Triggers also would have done the job. Camera would have not done the job because of a wire connectivity issue, something, okay? If that doesn't match, you're not able to convert that to a map, okay? Or there will be a spot left when you're using an agricultural drone trying to spray, right? So that you should be familiar with. Looking at a farm for 1 acre away, you don't know where it is sprayed, yes or no, but looking at these triggers will help ensure that it is uniformly sprayed and every trigger is met with the appropriate action. Sometimes image will not be captured, so this is common even in your agricultural camera or your survey drone camera. In agricultural drone camera, it could be usually the dust or some leaves that could have gotten caught between the shutters. But if it's your survey grade drone, it's mostly the lens that is damaged. So you have to be careful. So again, if the image quality is not nice, then you know that it is probably the camera's fault. So, and camera should turn off automatically the moment it lands. Okay, if not, that can be an energy zapping device that can cause a lot of drain on your battery. Right? Sometimes the camera shutter can turn off, or it doesn't turn on when it is needed, and there is a mismatch from the trigger to the number of images. So best is have the camera turned on, ensure the lens is on, and then you ask it to go. So that is one of the best practices we have adopted in the field. So there you can actually see if camera is not working, what we have to do. So we have a 3-lens camera system, so it has to come down. If it doesn't come down, one of the ring is stuck. It is not taking good pictures. Drone would have beautifully flied, triggers would have matched, okay, but picture would not have come clearly because of that. So little things like that we are supposed to keep in mind, and have a portable bank, especially if you're connecting it to here. Don't rely always on a steady power connection. Not every city will have that, and that can affect the drone. Drone will fly and come. The lat and long data when you're trying to post process will not match. You will see that it's missing for certain photographs because there was periodic loss of connectivity between here and there. Maybe somebody moved this, or the wire is off, or the power went down. So that is important. So check whether it was a base station issue. So when you try doing this survey, you always have to do a pre-flight check and a post-flight check for this main reason. If not, you'll finish the survey and come back. When you're trying to do post-processing, you'll realize there is an issue. Now you have to go again to survey, and that cost is on you. Usually the client doesn't pay for surveying twice. Okay, so check the connectivity between the power bank and this as well, right? Check the transmitter to drone connectivity. This is a steady connectivity. Even if the drone is flying beyond visual line of sight, there is always a green light that shows from your transmitter or your laptop that it is very well established with the connection. So monitor that. Don't turn off your laptop, because I know it will come back in 45 minutes. All the data is captured on the card internally in the drone. So technically it's not lively transmitting any data to the laptop screen. So you can turn off your laptop and wait 45 minutes later, it will come and land where it is supposed to land. A lot of people tend to do that. But if something falls or doesn't come back on time, you only have the lat on long data. Okay, so that wherever the transmitter loses the connection, it tells you, so you can go to that spot and try to recover what has happened to the drone. So ensuring that strength will tell you where the drone mishap has happened, or it will come back. So you will know from which point it is coming back, so you can tell, hey, from that point you start the survey again after fixing the issue. KML preparation is something that you should do. It's keyhole markup language, right? So this is on Google Earth. You basically can mark where you want the drone to fly. If you are using that handheld transmitter station with the screen, it automatically zooms to where you are. You select where the home, where the endpoint is, and the boundaries, and it will know where it is. But sometimes KML can also be given by the government. You're trying to do a survey for a set of villages, right? And this is given, but ensure that you are, once you import it to Mission Planner, you're actually looking at the elevation, and there is no issue, right? Sometimes they'll tell you in Google Earth also, you'll be able to find, okay, there is a mountain here for 80 meters height, and I'm flying at 90 meters height, so I should be fine. But on top of that 80 meters height, there could be a very big tree for 20 meters height, and drone can go and get stuck there. So that height of the tree over that mountain is not captured in Google Earth. So this is something that you have to be aware of. Now somebody will say, okay, you fly at 200 meters height. So if you fly a 200 meter site, no issue, but when you're trying to do a map and trying to zoom to find more and more details, correct, some issues will be there with the resolution, blurriness will be there, especially if you want to identify the boundary of a building, etc. So there will be a distance, so it will be blur. These things you have to keep in mind, right? So most of them will tell you for survey at what height you have to fly, or based on your experience that can be decided. So flying high is always not an option. Next, when you're taking off, like I said, always ensure that there is a clear takeoff point above as well as to the side. So in one case we had a big mountain, and it was sudden vertical, terrain mode was on, but still our drone went and hit the top portion of it and fell down. If that parked the vehicle just 200 meters away, it would have crossed that, right? So they didn't know how much wide it was. It looks like something that is far off, it's just like 100 meters wide only, but in reality it might be bigger. So don't try to use any kind of thumb rule to assess the width of an object or an obstacle by staying afar or from the road you're trying to measure. So that issue can happen. If you're ensuring that it is clear, or you're flying from the highest point, no issue, right? Then there should be no issue with the flight. So here you can actually see this is a survey drone where they use for field monitoring, or field mapping, boundary identification, etc. You can see the landing gear. This is a 2.5 kg, so you just have 4 sticks on which it will land. But if it's a 25 kg, you saw that it has a proper leg brace as well for landing. So it depends. And in the laptop, they're checking the connectivity between the transmitter. This is only required for manual takeoff landing, but it's always kept next to the laptop. It is kept so that there is no interference in the signal between the drone and this. So it's kept on open air, on a rooftop or on top of the car, and then it is flown. So manual takeoff and landing can be done, and camera checks are done, and ensuring that it is clear up, and then it goes 100 meters up and then it flies off. Okay, and the home point is always far off. So this is something that we ensure. So check the camera quality once in a while, at least once in half a day or once a day. Download the images and see how good it is. Sometimes when you are surveying 400, 500 square kilometers, right? Unless you come back after a week, you won't even know where you missed and how it is missed. But if you check on the camera, you'll be able to resurvey while you are in the same area itself. If the image quality is poor, it's probably the dust, okay, or some kind of a turbulence that affected for a small area when the drone was flying. So that can happen before the rain, right? Next is the wind. Wind resistance is important to understand that it's, most drones are designed to withstand 7 to 14 meter per second winds only, so don't try to push beyond that. The ones especially for civilian use. Agricultural drones, 7 to 10 meter per second only. The 25 kg drone is designed to withstand. Anything more than that will cause a lot of turbulence, right? Yeah. Next, ensure that all the steps in the software is correctly done. So if you start from the software, it only tells you transmitter connectivity, then you have your mission planner, left to right and top to bottom. If you follow all the path, before you click you would have automatically done all the safety checks. Don't try to skip it, because by default it will have the values from your last survey. Okay, so here mission planner was not updated correctly, so you can export it from Google Earth, but just because you export doesn't mean your software would have correctly got the data and done. So you have to verify this on the mission planner on the software screen that connects with your drone, that you're able to see the map and the flight path correctly. If not, it will see what the screen is, not what Google Earth sees. So there can be issues with that. Okay. Yes, you can fly drones in those areas as well. I mean, you can identify where is the forest land, agricultural zone, etc. But ensure that when it's landing in these areas, it's almost on a big yoga mat. If not, the reads from here, etc. can affect the camera lenses that is at the bottom. If it's an agricultural spraying drone, no issue there, right? So it has very sturdy legs that can do fine. Okay, so you will have to do surveys in these kind of areas. Now here I have to enable terrain mode, because I can see how it is gradually sloping. So no problem there. But if it's sudden hill that comes up, it becomes an issue. And I have to travel almost 600 meters to reach that point of flight, because it can only survey that 1.5 kilometer. So that entire map I would have broken down into 14 or 15 flight paths. So each flight path I have to go take care of the home point, end point, and do. You can actually see so much terrains are already there. If you enable terrain mode, there's a drain on the battery, because additional sensors are constantly engaged to check the terrain below. If you don't engage terrain, you can actually fly 1 or 2 flights more, but it's risky. So you have to balance what you need to know. So it's not worth the risk. Sometimes you can fly off from these areas as well. right? But stay away from here, at least 10 feet away you need to do, provided these roads are not busy. But when it is landing, it is coming here, somebody has to be there to ensure that vehicle doesn't cross. Okay, sometimes it's happened that RTL comes and happens here and vehicle is passing also at the same time and it's damaged, the drone. It didn't happen to us, but another colleague of us, it happened. So yes, you can fly the drone from the center of the road or from the side because it has a flat surface, but ensure there is clear takeoff away from that zone. So you can fly it from the rooftops as well if you get a chance, that is fine. And then ensure properly you do the checks and you do the recording. So, and here you can see people charging as well as doing the mission planning, right? So this is the takeaway from the presentation. Always follow the best practices for drone flying. Usually the manufacturer will tell you how to do this. For example, if you buy a drone from a professional company, they also include the cost of RPC license, which is about 28 to 35,000 rupees per person. So you get the drone pilot license as well as the best practices on how to fly the aircraft. The manual you will get it. So please follow that, right? And do the maintenance regularly. And based on your experience, you can come up with your own SOP, right? So standard operating procedures. Now we know we are not supposed to be updating CD fly software as and when it comes. Sometimes they release once every 2 months, once every 6 months. We only update once every 1 year or 2 years, and we usually go to the vendor himself to update it, and we'll have him do the flight safety check, because anything that happens during that is their responsibility, right? Sometimes one time we did on the air, and within 2 flights it crashed, and we know what happened because the gyroscope stability was affected. That software didn't ask to reboot the device. We followed the instructions, we flew it, one mission was right, the next mission it crashed. So like this you have to be careful, and anytime you notice an issue, a stitch in time saves 9. If it's a small propeller, replace it. You are risking the drone falling from a height, and that's almost equivalent to a car. If the motherboard or the flight controller gets affected, it's 50% of the cost of the drone itself. Propeller is only 2,000 to 10,000 rupees, right? So if you notice some issue with the battery, anything, please fix it. I mean, most of the companies have very good tech support. You take a picture, you do a video call, they'll tell you whether you can fly or not. If it's not connecting, they'll help you log into the computer through any desk or remote desktop, and they'll do the configuration check and you can fly, right? If you have a very experienced pilot, then only you can take a little bit of risk, but finish the project, get it thoroughly inspected. If not, that can lead to issues, major issues, right? Yeah. Any questions I can take? Any questions? So there's a maintenance checklist that will be provided as part of the PPT, so you can go through that and implement the safety checks. So most manufacturers recommend once every 10 flights or 2 weeks you do the maintenance, okay, or check, propeller check, battery check, everything.
For the survey drone, what are the features like? Other than the camera, do they give here?
Yes, when you are going for a survey grade drone, you have to pick whether it's a PPK type drone or a RTK type drone. RTK means in real time it is doing the checks for you, so you don't have to do the post-flight checks like the trigger count, photograph count manually. So that saves you time, but it's also draining the battery at the same time. So PPK drone type drone will probably give you 1.5 to 2 kilometers of survey area in one flight and 45 minutes of flight time, but RTK drone will be having only 30 minutes of flight time, and it can only cover 1 square kilometer. So more flights are required in RTK drone, but you don't have to have so many checks at the end, right? So when we have 2 pilots, master pilot, co-pilot, one is responsible for doing the check, and the other one will be responsible for driving to the other person, setting up the drone. So that way we can overcome that loss in time with PPK, but more area can be surveyed. And with PPK type drone, of course, you get this camera. You can get 16 megapixel or 48 megapixel. All of them work good. With 16 megapixel, we have been able to do a very good job of surveying as per Swamitwa scheme standards, Government of India submission.
What about this return to home? Basically, there is a party thing. It can land there. It's the co-pilot or somebody is placed on the other side.
No, it always comes back to the origin point. You have to say no to it and then take control at the other point. That can be done. But return to home is wherever you launched it from, it always tries to go back. Not all have the luxury of have somebody go at the end point to also observe. It's usually 2 people with 1 vehicle. Both of them try to stay at one location and go. But if we have student projects, etc. running or multiple drone teams, you can always instruct in that neighboring eclipsing area our drone is coming, so they can keep an eye for you when the drone comes. So that way you can share. Yes?
Typically the battery life is can we install any solar panel on top of that so that it can recharge automatically?
There are some studies on trying to use solar panel, but it's not very effective. We try to do the survey between 7 a.m. and 3 p.m. and good sun is always between 12 to 3 p.m. It's always moving. So the amount of energy that it requires, it's not able to charge at the same rate. So that is defeating the purpose. And also the drone is small, especially the 2.5 kilogram survey grade drone. You cannot put too many solar panels on it. Now maybe the agricultural drone you can, but again, it's not commercially viable. People have come up with bigger, denser battery pack. From lithium ion, they moved to lithium polymer. So you are getting anywhere from 35 minutes of endurance or flight time, minimum guaranteed, up to 45 minutes, minimum guaranteed, depending on the payload. So in that, you'll be able to finish one area, and then you swap the next set of battery, put this one for charging, and next 45 minutes it will go, like that. So, and 1 acre can be done in 7 minutes. So you can actually imagine in half an hour, 3 to 4 acres it will be done, right? So many farmers have somewhere area within that only, or you'll have to go for multiple battery packs, so you can drive around, charge, and then run the next set. And most of the spray happens from the top.
You can't expect it to charge fully, right?
No, no.
Solar, you can't expect it to charge.
No. So it's fast in application and delivering the fertilizer.
How do you decide the flight path? Suppose in a new terrain, how do you decide? You are in a new landscape.
Correct.
So what are the factors that influence the flight path?
So usually, if once we are in a new area, we go to Google Earth Pro. Okay, that tells us where the location is and where we want to survey. That gives an idea for us of the terrain. So then later we talk to the locals and see what kind of vegetation etc. is around, or if new telecommunication equipment has come in those particular areas. Or we have to drive by once wherever the major peaks are. On top of that, if there is anything, construction etc., then we are able to fly. Usually we fly at 160 meters, then hardly anything will be there. But less than that, less than 160 meters, we have to look for a lot of obstructions. We have to do reconnaissance survey.
Can we do virtual simulation in Google Earth and then adopt
Yes.
the same thing to
Yes. Yeah.
actual drone?
That's what we actually do. In the mission planner, Google Earth, we'll actually be able to, once we do the location, we in the XYZ, we flip it, so we'll see the elevation and how the drone will fly, no obstruction. But we go once to the hilly region, because above that hilly region, there could be some tall vegetation which is not captured by Google Earth. So in one incident in Uttarakhand, our drone was stuck on top of a very big tree. It was almost 60 meters. So then we had to get it down. So it can happen. But that's where reconnaissance survey will really help.
So what is the extra care that we need to take, because there will be different rooftop materials and all, and also the height of the, I mean, in the compact areas where the density is more, or especially when or in the cases of adjacent slum area, when there is the materials are like different. So any extra care from your end that you
see? Whenever you are flying in a urban area, first thing is we need permission from the authorities, and we always fly minimum 80 meters height, and we go up to 160 meters height. Okay, in that range only we fly. But sometimes you can fly over the military zones, etc., or government buildings, and that's a big no-no. Yeah. Sometimes they have these anti-drone devices installed, so it will just fall. And then that means the motherboard is fried. So you're losing the equipment, and there's also a case swapped on you. They don't even give you the data just to say that I was mapping this small area. So that you have to be very careful about. Let's say all permission you have got, there are no government buildings or government have given you the permission, and then you have done the beautiful mapping. Now there you have to look at where the green zones are by zooming it to a particular area. There are some softwares like ArcGIS where you can train and say, okay, if it is this green, that has to be some kind of vegetation. Then it can give you the land use, land cover. But so far it's actually been manual move. Rather than the greenery on top of the rooftops, what we are looking at is on the side of the roads like Kaban Park, Lal Bagh, big area, where how much green cover you have versus how much rapid urbanization has happened. So the street trees, etc., will not even be counted when you're looking at from a top zone. It's either the urban area or complete green patch like that. And how over a period of time that has been disappearing or shrinking.
And
that way you look at.
Is there, I mean, maybe because of the presence of some chimneys, I mean, restaurant smoke also, some, does it affect that also?
No, it doesn't. Unless it's very thick pollution like a fire or smoke that is coming up, usually you'll be able to see through that. Yeah, the image comes very clear. Only in cloudy time, especially the ground control points you have might become blurry, but you can still see them. So we avoid flying during cloudy because of that shadow that comes in. especially when we are doing survey, because they can say from here to here you measure the distance. So there, if it's blurry, I'll be off by a couple of meters rather than centimeter that I need. So if you are avoiding the cloudy time when you're flying, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. if it's sunny, beautiful, you'll get the data, and these chimney smoke emission etc. will not come into effect. 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Yeah, some people have done it till 5 p.m. also, but the 3 to 5 p.m. will be slightly darker when you're analyzing the maps compared to the other one. So if somebody wants to do just a map, it is fine. But if you want to do population study to see how many houses are there, where the lakes are, the boundaries, etc., you won't get well-defined maps. Those are called cadastral maps. So they are habitat maps. There you will have some issues. And for Government of India Swamitwa scheme, 25% of the area that you've surveyed, you have to do habitat mapping also. Then only the full payment will be released. If not, 25% will be withheld. So that's why if you fly it during a good time, that post-analysis processing part will be easier. If not, too much man-hours you will have to put into that. Okay. No, we can only do it as well. If you have the, let's talk about the agricultural drone, you have a transmitter with a screen. So it automatically zooms into where you are, and you can zoom out and just put your finger points. Click on the waypoint and then click on the boundaries, and then you click points, it will show in red where the boundaries are. Drone will not fly beyond that. If you put a point somewhere by mistake, you can click and you can drag up or down, left or right. It will know the lat and long. So it will fly within that. So you don't need a laptop. You actually don't need Google Earth Pro also. So it automatically has those built-in maps based on whichever area you are in. And from there you can set up the boundaries and fly.
You said KML file can be get from the
for professional grade survey, when we are doing 500-600 square kilometers of land, yes, we actually use a computer. There we do a KML file. For the Government of India Swamitwa scheme, they only give us the KML file. They say you fly within the zone, how much hour flights you need.
How do you link that to KML third party?
You have a software called as Mission Planner or CD Fly. In our case, CD Fly is a software that came with the drone. There you can click import and then it shows, it gets imported. Yeah.
What are the software?
The software with our drone is called CD Fly, but with every drone you have a custom software that comes. Yeah. Garuda Aerospace also has a software, I don't know the name of it, but it comes with the drone. So there you have, it's called Mission Planner software overall. You get open source also, but you can import these files and then run. No, for flying permission, we need it from local police only, and then from there they will tell you where all you will have to take permissions from, especially if it's going over certain government buildings. From there it will get rerouted. But if it's something like BBMP, PWSSB, they have called for, like right now for taxation, they said entire Bangalore has to be mapped. So that means they are giving you permission as a drone team. A zone or an area or a ward will be assigned to you on a particular day. There you can just go and fly. So best to contact that ward and or the police station from there and then take it forward. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of KSTA and on behalf of Manage and all of us present here, we would like to thank you very much for this wonderful presentation on drone equipment and maintenance.
Thank you, sir.
We would like to invite you in future also for many other drone related workshops and seminars and conferences. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
So now before taking break, we would like to take one more session which will be by Dr. G. Bhaskar sir. So he will be delivering a session on digital advances in agriculture, which is on AI based application in agriculture, use cases of Vistar. So now I request Dr. Bhaskar sir to come on the dais. Before delivering the session, I would like to give a brief introduction about Dr. Bhaskar Guji sir, who is a Deputy Director of Manage, Hyderabad at Selection Grade, and he earlier worked as a head of the Center for Knowledge Management and Information and Communication Technologies during January 2021 to March 2023. His present work involves current interests include information technology in agriculture, internet-based information systems, management information system, decision support systems, and database management systems, developing tools for agriculture information services artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and blockchain technologies in agriculture. He has over 30 years of experience in agriculture related to IT sector, and has developed many applications, software applications for Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu government. And his major competencies are he is most familiar with the software quality standards and control procedures for the development of application systems, and system integration and security, maintenance of data dictionary and data management function, and liaison with end users and management to determine technical and functional system requirement, and ability to lead the project team members with efficient management techniques and with proper coordination. He has conducted many national and international conferences and workshops, as well as attended, and he has published many books and journal papers of reputed journals in national and international. With this brief introduction, I welcome you once again, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. So this last session of the today is not purely on the drones, but it's an application related to agriculture, which is part of our own initiative from Ministry of Agriculture, Government of India, and also managed. So this aspect we are promoting now across the country. Maybe this will take up in a large scale in future, we expect, using latest technologies in ICT, artificial intelligence, machine learning, then LLMs models integrating with the package, so that it's a everyone product. So that is the idea behind this presentation. So morning also we have little bit about this thing. Now technology is emerging, and every day we have seen lot of changes happening in the IT. Okay, so I started long back in 87. I started my career in IT. Okay, so coding, then that is different. Now it is entirely different. Now last 4 or 5 years we are talking about much more about the using the artificial intelligence. It is also exist over a decade ago, but it's little bit robotics known long back. Maybe around 2 decades we are talking about robotics. We have seen good films on Robo. Okay, but only for the last couple of years only we have been discussing more on the AI based applications. Okay, so once this ChatGPT emerged as a everyone tool and application for various aspects. Okay, now everyone thought that how this AI will work in every aspect. Okay, how it will simplify the everything. Okay, so Ministry of Agriculture also working on different projects with the private players, and try to give the some good shape to the AI-based application. So already exists here and there, but not very massive. Okay, so number of startups are coming up in everywhere. We also in our manage we had RKV center for the startups, agri startups. We are doing every year 20-30 good startups are coming up, but startups this were only for limited area and limited kind of thing, particular area they are doing. Okay, so we have seen at least they are working in different aspects. Okay, so AI based like say crop and soil monitoring, this is one area already we have seen. Detecting disease and pest in crops based of AI based applications, already we have seen Ecrisat pet organization, they launched one application to detect the pests using the AI models. Then automatic weeding and harvesting and sorting. Some machinery like small robots created by some private players, and CDAC also working on in this area. So drones now, we have seen a lot of things happening now. Drones, particularly mapping and analyzing. Just now Ramana told many things about that one. And intelligent pest application. So how these drones are mapping exactly the area boundaries and spraying with a more accurate thing. Okay, all these things happening, and the bigger level application for the benefit of the farmer, how this AI-based integration can be bring into the system. Okay, so that is the idea behind the utilizing the power of AI tools in the ICT-based application for the farming purpose. Okay, so particularly farmers and extension officers, extension personnel, how this application can be used. Okay, so Government of India has started thinking and working for the last 2 years on this model. Of course, Karnataka is also one of the pilot state in this Vistar project implementation. Okay, so it's called Virtual Integrated Systems to Access Agriculture Resources. This is the Vistar built on the AI model, utilizing the digital public infrastructure. Okay, so what is this DPI, District Public Infrastructure? Digital public infrastructure. So public infrastructure, we know what is the public infrastructure. Any building, anything, anything. It's a public. It is public infrastructure. So whatever this digital, so we can see a lot of things happening at the background. Okay, digital is storing data related to farming activities. Let's say one of the best example is the soil health card. So across the country we have a lot of data. More than 12 crore farmers' farmlands are digitized in the soil health card project. Then PM Kisan. So every farmer who is getting the PM Kisan subsidiary amount, so those data also exist. Then weather. So we have a lot of weather data related to the country. Marketing data. So these are all comes into the public domain. So which are called in fact digital public infrastructure. This is DPI. This is the term is emerging now and making some sense in the implementing the application. So digital public infrastructure will be playing a good role in implementing the Vistar application. So it works on AI based models to build this application. So what it is purely the in keeping in mind that what formats are required, okay, and how this extension personnel can support the farmer. So these two players are important in the designing this application. So what generally farmers requires, so farmer requires for every season what he has to grow, what kind of seed he has to select, what kind of mechanism he has to follow during the crop season. So all these things, these are the is required or is need. So timely information always he expects every time, trusted information, timely from the reliable sources, and localized information, then market access, then consumer prices, climate changes and risk in it. So all these things it depends on the lot of information. So presently we have different players in this extension activities. So we have agriculture and line departments are there. Then we have good, strong and extension services. Little bit technology integration happened. So we have been trying different applications in the agriculture for the last 1.5 decade. We also part of that one, and universities, ministry, then state departments, everyone is doing a lot of work, how best we can use this technology. But all are not fully satisfying the farmer. Okay, ultimately farmers point of view, many farmers still they are unable to access this information. So the approach is here, integrating the information and services, then optimizing per farmer cost of extension using technology, then prioritizing farmers' feedback, innovation to increase relevance. So the solution is the developing the digital public infrastructure in the country. Okay, so already we have but still we need to integrate properly to develop good systems. So that was the initiative by the Ministry of Agriculture, and it's going on with the different aspects. So Vistar is it's a virtually integrated system to access agricultural resources. The major goal is to empower and strengthen public extension system. Okay, to be digitally skilled and capable of driving digital agriculture to deliver improved services to farmers to enhance productivity, income and resilience. Okay, this is the major goal, and the scope of this Vista project is developing a AI-based bot model. Okay, it's a chatbot model to be developed as a digital platform, and the AI-based application that will help access targeted advisories on time, provide virtual training to extension agents and facilitate continuous feedback. So here two things set for the application target. One is developing the AI-based bot model, okay, just like a chatbot, and second one is inbuilting the training for the extension agents. Okay, training models, the emerging training models also will be integrated with the this Vista project. So this was started 1 year plus. Target is 2 years to cover 10 states on a pilot mode. 40,000 frontline workers to be covered in the 170 districts. This is the target. Okay. So what are the key principles behind this Vista project? So you can see these are the listed one. Unified digitally driven extension mechanism, supports for the agriculture and allied sector, advisories and risk management, digital future ready capacity building extension platform, decentralized bottom up database design, connect with the farmers organizations, then access extension resources, PPP mode, gender and climate as cross-sectional design, convergence with agriculture and allied department, state and center information exchange. So this works behind these major identified key principles. So overall picture of this Vista is works on 3 pillars. One is governance, then services, then farmer. Okay. So governance in the point of developing the DPIs. Okay. So broadly, if you want to deliver the advisory services to farmers automatically using AI tools, what kind of setup to be done? Okay. So how to develop and integrate the digital public infrastructure at the various aspects relevant to the agriculture sector. So that will talk about the governance issues. The Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare is the coordination unit. They will be doing at the top level. Then services, what kind of services built over this DPIs developed by the governance. So this will be major focus of delivering the how farmer is looking for the services. Okay. So what you want from the sowing to harvesting, what kind of services he is expecting. So ultimate beneficiary is the farmer or extension personnel. So here actually these two stakeholders are primary stakeholders, farmer and extension worker. Okay. So this one is the architecture for the Vista project. So basically, see, Vista project works purely on a big data sets. Okay. It's a platform AI based. Any AI based application, it requires good data set. Okay, even we are using the ChatGPT means there is a lot of data working behind the chatbots. Okay, if you are typing something and it is processing and getting the data and giving the whatever you are required from the portal, okay, or application. So the data sets are playing major in this entire thing. Okay, so this Vista network grid is specifically works on the knowledge, data and insights generated by the various public sector departments in the agriculture, around the agriculture, and any other communities or private sources. Okay, and this will be the grid which covers the or uses the data services, advisory and content services, then farmer registries and other supported registries of the farmer. So all this will be part of this network of the Vistar network grid. So this part will be the supply side. So what application needs for the Vistar project, which uses the Vistar data grid or network grid, which is the class uses the cross-platform integration of the APIs and the language ability to integrate for the all Indian languages using the Bhashini language interpreters inbuilt into the system, so that any farmer, he can speak or type in his own language. Okay, so Bhashini is one language interpreted integrated in this, so that all 14 major languages of India will be covered in the this Vistar project. And the outcome we expect from this is the AI-based chatbots or tools, then web-based application, and other required APIs to be come out. So which will be directly helping the farmers in accessing the resources from the Vistar project, either by farmer or the extension worker. Okay, so this is the architecture. Now the project is building on this whole concept of the Vistar network for DPIs. Okay, so it looks like this. Okay, we have different sources, different data sets available for the agriculture sector and allied sector. So this will be integrated in a interconnected manner with the AI model, and which will help in the culling out the required information by the user. Okay. So ultimately the user will see, that is farmer or extension worker, so he will see like a mobile application which application in the form of a chatbot. Okay, so here you can register with his mobile number. So once he registers his mobile number, now various data sets working behind that Vistar project will take care about lot of things. Okay, let's say the farmer registered with for the PM Kisan with his mobile number. Okay, so this will be connected to the PM Kisan data set. Okay, then from there you will get the all known parameters like where he lives, where is village, taluka, then survey number, and other detail, land details, all these things will be connected. Then soil health card data is there, then the soil maps will be connected, then weather data will be connected with his village data, marketing for the crops connected. So automatically the AI tools will be interconnecting the primary data when you start interacting with the chatbot. Okay, so you can ask any question in your own language. So there is a as I told, this Bhashini in language interface is inbuilt into the system, so it will enable 14 languages can type and speak. Okay, so let's say you want talk in Kannada or Telugu or Hindi, you can talk to the chatbot. Okay, so this will understand and it will act, and it will also provide the data information in the same language format. Okay, so farmer or extension worker can ask question either by voice or text. Okay, so that is the beauty of this chatbot, and in his own language, that is plus added. So earlier applications we can there is a lot of dependency on this thing. Okay, and lot of inputs to be given. But here it's very rare kind of inputs we are going to present to the system. It will take a lot of information with the data sets which are already stored in the Vista data network grid. Okay. So local language enabling it's voice, text and videos. Videos also part of this data grid. So all less than 1 minute videos relevant to the cropping practices will be available in this Vista project. Okay. So for this, lot of work is going to happen and already started with the pilot states now. So Manage is also coordinating this aspect, that is capacity building and supporting for the developing the local content in the form of videos. Okay. So Manage is the prime partner for the Ministry of Agriculture in implementing this aspect. So already whatever videos developed by the all ICR universities and departments already started integrating with this project. Okay. And here actually you can type any question. Let's say it's already registered with the mobile number. You can ask that, let's say Kharif is just starting. Okay. If you can ask what kind of paddy variety to be selected for my region. Okay. So this will immediately start interacting with the farmer and suggesting based on the data sets data available in the network grid. So it will provide the inputs. These are the varieties suitable to your region or your village or block. Okay. Then followed by questions, the management practices, then soil testing or whatever. It will continue with the farmer to interact with the any type of question. Okay, you can farmer start questioning and then it will reply, and the system also, the chatbot also will tell that what else you require, and after 1 week it will throw a question. So it will continuously, it will keep in touch with the farmer once it starts interacting with the chatbot. That's why actually farmer can ask the further questions suggested through the AI model. So once you start interacting, so it will, the chatbot also starts getting in touch with the farmer for the entire the period. Farmer profiling for targeted advisory, then push and nudges on whether government schemes are relevant to his block or village or his district will be available automatically. Okay. So you need not every time you need not ask questions. Based on the primary information, it will continue assist the farmer always. Okay. So if you don't keep on asking questions for 1 week, it will ask the question. Okay. So what is happening in the further questions, further information, anything you require. So that kind of questions also it will generate and it will keep in touch with the farmer.
So who has built the LLM model for this?
Here actually Bashini and Digital Green, these people are working on that one. Okay. Digital Green is the primary partner initially. Now we also, Ministry also working with some different players to build the good models. Okay. So now this is on pilot mode. So for 2 years it will run on a pilot mode, and this will be coming into a scheme called RKVY to regularize the Vista project for the longer term. So maybe this quarter or maybe next quarter, officially this will be come under the RKVY scheme. So funding problem will not be there, and this model will be continued for the further. Okay. So here several use cases exist on the ground. So AI-enabled feedback and the innovation of farmers captured will also be part of that one. AI-enabled solutions integrate into KCC. KCC is also one of the best source. So Kisan call centers running across the country, 14 centers for the entire country capturing different formats of language and questions. So that is a part of KKMS knowledge base that is also coming here. So that the AI model will prepare the what kind of questions will come from the farmer. Okay, so based on that, this will generate the replies. Data service integration, IMD with crop advisory is also part of that one, and agri stocks. So whatever it comes now, we have seen some good applications like soil health card, PM Kisan, then irrigation schemes information. So a lot of schemes by the government of India and respective state governments also coming up. So that is also part of this Vista project. Convergence, convergence by integrating all the services with one single service, the need of the farmer. Convergence by outreach, convergence by the data and technology. Okay. So it's a good platform, we can say. Maybe last 28 years I am working with Manage. So we also trying to teach extension personnel, scientists, and sometimes farmers also. Which one is the best we cannot tell. Okay. So some places, sometimes some application works well, but may not continue further, maybe various reasons. Okay. So myself, I led 2 big projects. One is farmer portal, then M-Kisan application, and I worked with the GIZ German government for the 7 years in implementing advisory services in several states, including Karnataka. So, but a sustainable model is lacked in the agriculture sector for long run. So we hope this will be a good model, and thanks to AI and ChatGPT like concept, we got it. So that model is available to build this application. So interoperability is one thing you can see with the lot of players working in this. We can integrate all the players into Vista data network, okay, DPI network. Okay, so this DPI is highlighted by many key persons. Now actually one of the video, okay, Nandan Nilokeri also focusing on this, this digital public infrastructure. Anyone seeing that, I got courses, anyone has seen, one of the session by on the digital public infrastructure by Nandan Nilokeri and this team. So is where these people are talking more on developing this digital public infrastructure in the country. Okay, so agriculture is the one of the needy sector, we can say, which we can utilize, though it is exists here and there, but partly exists but not integrated. There is no concept of interoperability. So all these things are working but not at one place. So this Vista DPI network will integrate and work with the all the players exist in the system. That is the beauty of this application, to solve the addresses of needs of the farmers, then extension persons in the country. Okay. So actually problem comes in implementing large scale application is the that agriculture is a state subject. So we cannot centralize and develop a unified application for the entire country. Okay, only we can set the goal. Okay, we can say that, okay, we can set these some standard architecture, some standard framework for the country. We also did long back 2010 onwards, we are trying to develop a standard framework for the entire country on the implementing ICT applications for agriculture. But somehow when it comes to the state people, sometime they will be very cooperative, but after few years, maybe because of personal or maybe financial problems, so this activity is not properly set. So this time I think more we can expect from the more from the state groups. Every state in this pilot states, a nodal officer will be there, already identified. Here I think additional commissioner is the nodal officers for Vistar project. So like that, every state they have nodal officers, and they will be given some responsibility to integrate the content with the Vistar project. Okay, and ensuring that the localized requirement, let's say sometime a broad advisory may not sufficient to the farmer, so that kind of thing will be said by the getting the lot of feedback from the farmers, the extension people, then that data has to be fine tuned by the state level working group. Okay, so the farmer journeys from sowing to the harvesting, then marketing. So at each level we have good data sets there. Okay, so these data sets will be they will be working with the Vistar model at every stage and satisfying the farmers' needs with this application. Okay. So chatbot, you can see actually this now it is they have renamed. Earlier there is a trial version is built on the WhatsApp group. Okay. Now there is a farmer.chat.in. This portal is coming up. Farmer.chat.in. It is not yet launched, but some states they started working on that one. Okay. So this one is looks like a chatbot. Many of we know now chatbots how it works. Okay. So say AI assistant for extension personnel also. So personalized, on-demand, localized advisory to extension agents with push and pull content will be generated, and multimedia interface with text, voice, video and image messages. Okay, suppose you want to know about the soil testing, so how to take the soil testing. So this will come out with the video and also the text, voice messages for the user. Building farmer and extension agent profile data. So already the key information is already available in for the farmer in many portals you will find. So that is one source of the farmer registries. This is the now latest version is coming up, farmer.chat. Okay, so it may not be found. You may find the portal is not reachable. So it's not at launch. You can try, but it's not reachable form. Only for the trial and those testing people they are using that one. Okay, so this will be farmer.chat.in and mobile app will be and a state level dashboard for the content integration and the feedback mechanism. Fine tuning the content is available for the state level people. Okay, so tailor made advisory. So I tried, actually earlier it was available on WhatsApp also. We tried with the WhatsApp. You can register with some of the user and you can chat with them. User profiles, crop calendar, silent weather. So still it's going on. Data integration, text and voice queries, multimedia responses will be available. Image analysis, that is now this Feston advisory, Feston disease advisory, image based also inbuilting into this platform, so that you need not to go for the any other application outside this Vista project. Okay, if you want to ask question or you want to speak to them, or you can scan it and send to the AI model, so that will detect and give the responses. Okay, so basically one is the farmer. Farmer is the major stakeholder because every farmer is not illiterate, so it is also helpful to the extension officers. Extension officers can transform the messages to the farmer. Okay, Farmer point of view, all type of advisories will be inbuilt. Then extension person point of view, he can upgrade his knowledge with the help of the training module inbuilt into this system. So there is a separate training courses also integrated into this model. 10 courses identified for the current era, that is current year, which can be upgraded, skill upgradation part of the extension personnel. So that also available here. So all latest features you can see in this platform. Okay. So finally, how we will see this proposed use cases, delivery model. So pull and push, you can pull the data, then the chatbot itself give continuity with the user in the form of notifications, weather condition, weather advisory, then best practices to be taken for the week. Let's say you register for the crop. Let's say paddy is grown this Kharif season. Farmer is registered that I am growing this Kharif season paddy crop. So this will start giving advisory on the stage base. Okay. So like that, this will be set. And weather, every day you will see the weather. Then at the time of maybe marketing, harvesting time, you will know the value addition practices, then market value, market prices of the nearby markets, and any scheme information relevant to the farmer. Okay, so all these things will be pushed from the Vista application bot. Okay, it comes and live this application. There will be a lot of benefits to both the farmers and also the extension personnel, and also ultimately the government departments, everyone will get some benefits out of this entire application. Okay. These are some of the already the experimental basis. Few northern states, that is northern states, they are trying now. Already some people enrolled into the system. They have started getting some advice from this application. Okay. So these are the key partners in this entire application building. So the leading organization is the Ministry of Agriculture, and they are the key players in the designing and implementing this one. Manage is implementation partner in some extent only, that courseware development for the extension personnel, capacity building of the state level extension people for the video resource development, okay, and procuring the any hardware required by the state departments. So that we will do. Digital green is one area. The main technology is supporting how this chatbot can be built, or that one. Then technology people like TechD group, then Bashini. These people are providing the technical support for the Vista project. Of course, anyway, states, these all implementing states will be part of this product, and they are the co-owners of the Vista development. So ultimately, they will be seeing that content should be fine-tuned at state level, ensure that capacity building with the video resource development people, further selection of frontline workers, onboarding them onto the Vista project. This is the responsibility given to the all the states, and now it's going on. Maybe it will be more serious once it comes with a lot of funding capabilities. So these are the highlights of the project. So 14 languages, including Hindi, English, 14 languages will be covered. Multi-format, you can see all types of content will be integrated, supported. It also works some extent offline, so always need not to have the internet connectivity. So that will be beauty of the mod. And it supports for the digital certification. Okay, once the extension person undergoes train on this chatbot model, on certain, let's say natural farming is now more talking area. So someone learns on smart natural farming, he can get a certificate from this Vista project. Okay, so recently, this last month only we launched 2 platforms, 2 MOOCs programs on natural farming. One is which is available on managed platform. Now we are running for the around 5,000 people are going on certification for this 1 month on natural farming in our platform. And other one, I got platform. Already same content we hosted. There also some 1,000 members. They are just started registration and going certification. So a lot of demanded areas are there. Now this is going to be part of this content is going to part of the platform, and all emerging areas will be covered by this educational platform integrated with this. Okay, so that extension person cannot look for some other program, capacity building, or nominating to them. Whenever they have time, they can just go through the content and get certified on that particular area. Okay. So this one is already tried one only, the screenshot. These are the anticipated outcome. Already, see these digital green people, they also launching this type of version across the world. Okay, so if you see that digital green portal, they are now working on this model for the maybe around some 20 to 30 countries across the world. Okay, so they have started using this platform concept into their own organizational concept. Okay, so content accuracy. So you will get more accurate content, authorized content from the universities, whatever that content comes from. Okay, solution efficiency, you will get timely, the specific advisory will be available, all schemes, relevant information, then outreach and successful mapping of solutions, then farmer innovations also available in this platform, farmers convergence dashboard based information and converges to complete solution loop and optimize the efforts. So this is some updates. This is old slide in fact. Some 3 northern states, they are very active, UP, MP and Rajasthan. So 3,000 users onboarded, some test based, some 16,000 queries rise, 1,900 active users, 1,900 videos integrated on all the sectors. Then 14 master trainers across the country are trained, and 10 states are under pilot. They are also trying to develop their own manpower. Some more additional technology partners. This Apurva AI is one partner in this. Viduvani, Samagra. Okay, these are the states, 10 states: Assam, Bihar, Jharkhand, UP, Rajasthan, MP, Odisha, AP, Karnataka and Telangana. Okay. Karnataka is also part of this one. Karnataka, I think they procured the hardware for the video resource kit, development kit. They have to train the second stage of the manpower for developing the video resources. Okay. Okay. So this one is good initiative by the government of India. We can see a lot of changes will happen over a period of time, but we can ensure that some perfect model will be coming to the farmer point of view. Okay. So at a large scale, like PM Kisan working for the entire country, PM Soil Health Card, now advisory purpose, this will be a major initiative by the government of India. Thank you. Any questions?
Issues from the farmer side based on pest detection or plant diseases or crop management, whatever.
Yeah.
So how the data is managing behind that?
That's
Because
what
it
actually.
need a huge data to train the model or
Yeah.
to apply on this.
So already the sources, data sources from ICR institutions, universities, departments collected for these all 10 states. Okay. So we have set some initial data sets in the Vista data model. Now people start interacting, you will get more accuracy information, but still there is a chance of some wrong information also available, maybe not accurate to the current situation. That's why there is a feedback model is available in that one. So farmer can say that this advisory is not perfect, so it can be improved. That will go back to the state nodal officer, so he will check and he will update the content. So this is how it will be fine-tuned the data.
Okay. Is there any data set available for public, whatever they are using it for the models?
Yeah, this is for the public model only.
Public model, but the data set for further research or by the researchers in the other institutions, is it available?
You cannot directly extract that one. You can use the model. Once it is launches, you can reach as a farmer and you can start getting the whatever data you want, you can get.
May not be directly available.
Not available.
Is it approachable?
No. There is one data governance. There is a data.go.in. There is one public domain data available for majority of the information, or like schemes information, the farmer information. So whatever the government of India feels that you can download it from there, data.gov.in. That is enough for the academic purpose. You can use it.
So is there any scope for blockchain?
Yeah, marketing is ultimate. Marketing may come later. So this idea is actually, as I said, farmer point of view, there is no perfect advisory model in the country. Even just recently I stopped my project. Last 7 years, I am trying a product. Actually, I implemented in 7 states, including Karnataka, part of the Karnataka also. With 56 NGOs I worked. Okay, so. Again, we have to depend on the scientist and the farmer feedback or NGO. So there is a lot of gaps in that one. So always there is a gap in the information reaching to the farmer or giving advisory from the expert to the farmer. So there is gap exists. And a lot of money we have to invest, a lot of things we have to invest. But this model, once you fine-tune and develop the DPIs of all the major sources of information, so maybe not required in future. Only you develop a strong feedback model, then whatever feedback comes from the user point of view, that will be generate the accuracy model.
But is it some ML is built in?
Yes.
ML is built in.
Yeah. The Plantex, have you seen Plantex? So that is also likely to be part of this Vista.
Who is active in Karnataka for this sort of?
Additional Commissioner actually of department, he is the nodal officer.
Government
Department of Agriculture. Yeah, but he will be coordinating from the state level.
Especially tomatoes, chili, etc. Sometimes they are not available, demand is more, supply is less.
Yes.
Cost goes, touches the sky. Sometimes they suddenly come down. When the cost is more, all farmers try to sow or grow that crop plentifully.
Yeah.
When they produce plentifully, supply is surplus, cost comes down and they just
They
throw
will
it
be
away.
lost. I have seen live cases when
Is it not possible to control the sowing behavior of the farmers only this much, these many hectares, so that the price will be constant, supply and demand will be constant? Can
Yeah.
you not, the government or any nodal agency, can you not advise the farmers correctly, because they are suffering a lot?
Yes. Somewhere actually department people took some kind of responsibility. So when I was implementing this KFW project for the NABARD, so we traveled in Karnataka, that Tumkur, that border district I think, where Madanapalli is just border. So lot of farmers, they are going same tomato as you said. So farmers said that we are taking the tomato in train with a auto, we are not getting the price of the auto charges. So that's why we are not going to the Madanapalli market, we are throwing here only. So this has happened. The other case I will tell you, I visited Tamil Nadu near
Onion
one,
also, onion.
Onion is also one big
From
problem.
Raichur,
Yes.
Ballari area,
Yeah.
they market in Hyderabad also. From Raichur to Hyderabad, they take in truck, and midnight they leave their truck after
Yeah,
seeing the
yeah.
price, they run away. Farmers, what a tragedy.
Yeah, and one best example I can give actually in Tamil Nadu near Coimbatore, I visited one of the farmers' farm. He is also growing tomato, but he is planned very well actually. So how much he get demand from the Coimbatore market, and he planned accordingly the tomato crop. So he harvesting timely and he spreading his duration to certain long period, so that always he will get a market demand. So that kind of strategy to be given to the farmers. Otherwise, as you said, these two things happens everywhere.
Government will always intervene when the prices will go up.
Yeah.
But why not when it is low?
Like cold storage, for example, near Tumkur, big cold storage unit was.
Sir, whenever onion prices go up, they will try to import. But whenever the onion price is too low, they will not allow to export.
Very good point.
Yes. See, I want to interfere here. My students, for example. Sorry, sir. No problem. My student, 3 students worked on especially onion in southern India, including Maharashtra, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh. They worked for their PhD. And one of them worked on the market analysis.
Okay.
After his studies, we visited, we went even up to Nasik in Maharashtra to survey the onion and all other things. We visited Lasalgaon, which is the capital of onions in India.
Oh.
To our surprise, we saw whenever the onion price is very low, farmers are suffering. They import from Middle East, Afghanistan, Egypt and other countries, including Netherlands.
Okay.
Whenever the prices are very high, they export. This is opposite to the welfare of the farmers.
Yeah, policy level some
This
intervention is
he proved
required.
it. He analyzed the market data of about 5 years and wrote a PhD thesis.
Oh.
But he took the degree, went away. Nothing happened to the farmers. No improvement. And we gave I gave policy paper also to the government. Nothing. So this AI is a wonderful thing. You will have to control.
Yeah.
At a proper level, control, at least educate farmers what to grow, what time. You said one farmer, he spreads the
Yes.
time of spraying so that he will have some balanced income. That is good idea. But farmers have to understand.
Yeah.
Seen another where they have multiple crops, so they get bigger don't year. Yes. So within the year. I get that. It is finally at the farmer level.
Yeah, farmer level awareness is required a lot actually. So unless, see generally farmers' behavior is entirely different. So they want easy thing and they want do some traditional farming. So that is the big problem. So their fathers grown tomato only, they will also go tomato only. They don't want to shift the crop. Okay, that is the biggest problem. I am not agricultural background, but I visited all over the country and interacted with many farmers in the region. Same story everywhere. Only except few farmers intelligent like this farmer, Coimbatore farmer. So farmers should think in that level, they will change. Even they don't keep, let's say, rice always demand for the seed. Every time they fight for the seed, they want latest seed. But they can't keep their seed of last season for the next season. Okay? Of course, now people are, some NGOs promoting in this aspect, seed bank. So once, in earlier days they used to do, but these days again, same thing they have to promote, seed bank, develop your seed bank. Okay? I have seen Chhattisgarh, one of the NGO, they are promoting this seed bank in all their villages. So they have captured all the varieties of the seed and storing for the future. Some kind of NGOs interaction also sometimes is required. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Such a wonderful explanation about the Vistara application developed by the central government. Now, on behalf of KST and on behalf of all of us present here, thank you very much, sir. So now we will be having a 10 minutes quick break for a tea. After that, Mr. Dr. Chintamani Pai will be demonstrating his small drone here inside. So inside only. Yeah, small one. That's possible here, right? So outside it will be very difficult for all of you to see all at once. And outside we have some restricted zone also. It's not permittable. So inside only he will show. No, please have a quick tea break and come back. A round of big applause once again for Dr. Bhaskar Guji sir. Thank you very much.
and this is something called as BLDC motor. So I'll just pass it along so all of you can have a look. So far the Indian drone industry, we are not able to take up the manufacturing of BLDC motors. So it's high time that India should take up the manufacturing of BLDC motors, so that we become the leading country. By brushless DC motor, the whole idea is the coils inside, they are actually not having direct contact, and they are organized in such a way which allows the rotations at very high speeds. Whereas here I am having the drone model which we manufacture called as Udan 1. This is a newer version, Udan 1.1. So it has small motors. These are called as coreless motors. Okay. So the whole idea about this drone is you cannot immediately start flying agriculture drones. It's very huge. There are hazards. If you're not aware of the safety precautions, then there is always, you are prone to accidents. So always before flying huge drones, it is advisable to at least you should know how to play with the controls of using smaller nano drones. So with that idea, as a bootstrap startup, we started making these smaller drones, nano drone categories. As you can see here, this is completely like made up of a jigsaw puzzle. So we actually train students, actually assemble it part by part. They, as a group activity, they make the drone and then they fly. So we have done it even for aerospace engineering students. And this is absolutely eco-friendly drone. So as you can see, I was telling in my talk that this is a drone flight computer, okay, which has onboard electronic speed controller. What I'm passing around, that electronic speed controller is standalone, which generally happens for bigger drones. For smaller drones, generally it is actually interfaced with the flight computer on board itself. So it's a small flight computer, okay, on board which you have the electronic speed controller, which will control the rotation of the propellers. So now I'll just try flying it. So it has a battery generally fully charged, will allow around 5 to 7 minutes of duration. So it works on 2.4 gigahertz. So as you can see, it is moving, it is leaning, right? And then I am putting it on the ground. So any of you want to come here and try, you can try. It is absolutely harmless drone. If any of you want to come here and try, you are welcome. So I'll again show you. Wait, since it so you can see its stability. It has to move forward. Okay, even if it falls down, if there is wear and tear, that can be replaced. And since there is no airflow, there is no drift. If you are flying such a small drone in the outdoor environment, it will easily get drifted by the wind. So generally, if you have to be well versed with your controls, how to control exactly when it should go up or down, then these small drones, flying small drones help. It helps. So you can feel the thrust of the air. Okay, I'll just place it. Yeah, so So you switch it off, and yeah, just take up this left hand thumb. Yeah, wait. You first initiate. Okay. Just try with the left hand thumb, up, down, left hand thumb down, left hand thumb down, then up. So when it is moving, you can see what I was talking about, that it actually leans. When it is stable, hovering, it's not inclining. Probably he is able to control better than me, so I think he can become a drone pilot. Put it down. Yeah. So anyone else? Yes. Sir, this is costing, sir, 4,000. No, there is no camera, but camera can be installed. We are working on the next. Yeah, just only for teaching purposes and to train. Yes. I don't know Kannada, so. So it should go around like, we are working on that version. We are expecting to launch it around 7,500 to 8,000. Yes. In fact, while we were working on these drones, yes.
So just assemble yourself?
Yes.
So the kids they do in the school?
Yes. So this we have, sir, even done for the aerospace engineering students.
Okay. So I said usually with the kids they make a small house with a cardboard. Same thing like that.
Same. It's the same.
They just cut cardboard.
Yes.
So maybe if the camera comes with that one 5,000, 6,000. Economical. So what is the flight hours? 5 to 7 minutes. Okay. It comes with the rechargeable battery. Is it good learning?
Yes. So for training purposes, this you fly indoors, you can, even wear and tear happens, the parts can be replaced.
You can cut yourself and make
Yes.
Oh yeah, just look at the remote. It's very hi-fi. So
It has one battery for the drone and one battery for the controller. Even if it comes, nothing will happen. It's very harmless. No, you can put it down. Yeah. No, sometimes there are AC flows, na? So it gets deflated. So you can, if it start. Yeah, that can be done. Yes. Drone motion and.
okay. So you're also building something for agricultural applications?
Yes, but that this material may not be, sir, suitable for agriculture application.
But children's education is very fantastic.
Yes, and even we have done programs for aerospace engineers. In fact, while
you buy this one?
you can, sir, place order with our startup.
Okay, I want to buy one. One now. Okay? Thank you.
We are coming up with programmable version also. Right now, it's just made for, without having prior background to programming, you can actually learn about making drones. Actually, while we were working on this, we were approached by a front-end company. They wanted to make similar drones for defense. So we are even working on then the bigger defense drones also. Biodegradable drones. So for which now we are actually looking for, to scale up these drones. Anyone else? Yeah, they can send us a query at trilochana.aerospace@gmail.com and we will send the drones. Yeah. So, wait. Because it fell down. So there was one guard which I think that did it. Yeah. So what you just now saw that it went out of control. So can anybody understand why it went out of control? What must have been the reason? No, that's fine. So there is a battery which is moving. This is a nano drone. So when the battery is moving, you are having sudden shifts in the center of mass. And because of that, then if the center of mass shifts, the control goes. That's why it went suddenly out of control. Okay? No. So these are things one needs to understand when you are actually learning how to fly drones. Okay? So we'll have one more. Don't switch it off. No, just switch it off. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So we'll try again. Okay. Now it is absolutely. Just use the left thumb. Can just. Yeah, now use the right thumb. Nothing will happen. So imagine if there is a bigger agricultural drone and if you end up doing mistake, what can go wrong? So to actually have better controls over joystick. Wait. Rotation will happen. I'll show you. Wait, just coming down. Quickly assemble it. Typical half an hour. Yeah. So for coming down, you use your left hand thumb to put it down, and then if you put laterally, then it will start rotating. I think ma'am, she wants to. I think before battery drains off, you can come and any of you can try. Meanwhile, I'll just set up another experiment where I will show how actually you can measure the airflow coming from the drone propeller. You can just, all of you can come and try, no issues. No, wait. So if you tilt it like this, automatically the propellers will stop moving. In the battery, I think there is one lock which fell down. Okay. Because that battery is moving, so once you. This is made up of MDF. Okay, now I think, yeah, now you will have a stable fit. Anyone else? Anyone else? They want to come forward and try? Huh? Okay, yeah. No. This will require a bigger motor like this. So this will go with the bigger propeller. I will meanwhile set up it's not connected. Is it connected?
Screen ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾ?
Excuse me. Screen is. Function. On the screen it is coming. Now it's coming. Okay, so what I have here is wait to connect it again. Yeah. So what I have here is, you can see some dials. So it is actually, I have connected a pressure, temperature, humidity sensor. Okay. Imagine that your drone is having such a sensor and drone is actually measuring local pressure, temperature. Maybe the pressure doesn't matter from the agriculture perspective, but temperature, humidity definitely matters for the plant growth. Here, this system I am demonstrating just to show that how pressure drop occurs if I just move the the sensor, because if you go with respect to altitude, your pressure should change, right? As you go up, there should be a pressure drop. So I will just show that. So I'll just select the pressure parameter. Now you can see the fluctuations, right? Now I keep pressure, even if I do the variation, you can see the pressure drop. As I go up, pressure is down, pressure reduces. As I come down, the pressure increases. Now I'm going to connect this pressure sensor, okay, to actually a moving propeller. So if one of you can just come here and help me to hold this, any one of you? Maybe I'll require just, this might rotate fast. So, in one hand, you just connect the two wires here. So all of you can see the propeller is moving. Simply DC motor, okay. So the whole idea here is to feel the airflow. And if you can, sir, come near. I'm simply going to place this pressure sensor. You can see that there are pressure changes. So I can actually measure the radial profile of the propeller, because this is like an open space. So I need to have a confined, cylinder, but I'm just for the demonstration purpose I'm showing. If I actually change the pressure sensor over the propeller, I can actually get a feel of how the air is being, how the thrust of air is actually coming from propellers. So these kind of systems, you can actually design your own propellers in your lab, and you can actually test experimentally you can actually study the air profile of the propellers. So these kind of systems I have interest to develop. So any of you can, if you want to come here and try, you can try. You can actually see. Anyone wants to come and try? So any questions? The level is bit not moving, right? Here if I place up, so you know the direction in which the air is being pushed, right? And then I can actually measure the radial profile. I can measure along the axis and away from the axis of rotation. So whatever you want to carry out using simulation, you can actually match your simulation results with experiments. So this maybe you can call this as a low cost approach, but precise approach where you can actually have the measurements. So I think with that I'll conclude this session. Any questions, do let me know. Thank you, sir. It is proprietary. It is through I2C, it's called as I2C connection. So where the analog to digital conversion we are doing. Yeah, thank you all. Yeah, I'll give you my card also.
Thank you so much. I'll get back very quickly. We can have a discussion.
Yes, sir.
Eventually contact. Kit.
So you can immediately just send me the mail or over WhatsApp.
What's WhatsApp? Okay. The same number is WhatsApp.
Yeah.
So
you are available at the Presidency Rajan Kunte?
Yes.
Okay. Which department?
Physics.
Physics.
Yes.
So I want to meet there. I want to introduce some other department. Civil and mechanical. You are from, sir? From Civil Security Services.
Sure.
We are doing some scan coding projects.
Sure, definitely. You just let me send me over WhatsApp or over a mail.
Okay.
We will come.
Then I am staying nearby.
Okay.
Thanks.